Good morning. I'm Scott Lee. I'm alcoholic. And welcome and wow. Joe and I will never be able to thank you for this opportunity. We have loved each other for many, many years, and the chance to spend a weekend together with him and with all of you is, I don't have words. I'm so moved. Those who were here last night know that I like to open with a reference to Lois Wilson, who said in the moment of silence she invited God to the meeting. And I'm going to ask you to do something a little bit unusual. I was in one of the gated communities, sometimes it's a jail, you know, and we opened it with a serenity prayer and closed with the Lord's Prayer. And the serenity prayer sounded like an invitation to fight. God, grant me, they're all suffering from testosterone poisoning. And I thought, I can't listen to them do that to the Lord's Prayer. I just can't. So I asked them to whisper it slowly. We're not praying the prayers, we're reciting them. And what I've discovered for myself is if I slow it down and whisper it, it becomes a prayer again instead of a recitation. So I'm going to ask you first to please invite the God of your understanding to join us. And then we will slowly, and that's not going to be easy for you because you're used to racing through it, slowly whisper the we version of the Serenity Prayer. Let's invite God to the meeting. Serenity prayer. God, grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things we can, and wisdom to know the difference. Can you feel it? It's a whole different experience. Thank you so much for allowing us to do that. A couple of quick announcements. You want to introduce yourself? What is your name?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming back. You must be the really sick ones here. To be here this early on a Saturday morning. I know I'm one, so thank you. And like Scott said, I love being with Scott. I've loved this man for a long time, and we've been friends and close. And I've been here before, so it's such an honor and a thrill to be back here with you guys and to do this. There is nowhere in the world I would rather be right now than here with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to do in our last session what we call an Ask It basket. I'm going to set this basket down over here with a pad, and if you have questions for us, a lot of people call it questions and answers. We call it questions and dumb looks. We don't want to overpromise here. But we're hoping to get some questions out of you. And Joe, do you want to start at the beginning of that and just hand it to me in a little while? On the doctor's opinion, you want me to go ahead to this? What do you want to do?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to make this up as we go. All right, we have invited God, and we believe he's coming. And doctor's opinion, there's a particular paragraph, well, starting at the top of Roman numeral 28, we believe in self-suggestion a few years ago, the action of alcoholism is chronic. I'll look up chronic. There are two kinds of diseases. There's acute and chronic. Acute is like pneumonia. You got pneumonia, we put you in the hospital, we pump you full of penicillin, you leave the hospital, you no longer have pneumonia. Chronic is from the Greek word chronos, meaning time, and it's something that is not curable. Diabetes, for example. So we have alcoholism and it is chronic. No cure, we have a treatment, we have a fabulous treatment, but we do not have a cure. Manifestation of an allergy, which is an unusual reaction. And it's limited to this class of drink and never occurs in the average drinker. And I want to go to the last paragraph at the bottom of the page. Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. It wasn't the taste. I was a Scotch drinker. That stuff tastes like the cat peed in it. I drank it because I wanted to look cool. You know, I'm cool at any cost. Sensation is so elusive, while it's injurious, cannot after time differentiate the true from the false. To them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. They are restless, irritable, and discontented. Unless they at once experience a sense of ease and comfort comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks as the others take it with impunity. I looked up impunity. I didn't know the word. It means without negative consequence. After they've succumbed to the desire again, as so many do, and the phenomenal craving develops, they pass through a well-known stage of spree, merging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. This is repeated over and over. Unless a person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of his recovery. Entire, I would notice, more than half. An entire psychic change. So our good friend Barkley, who has spoken here, some of you have heard him, does my artwork for me. And I had him make this poster that's down here on, taped to the front. And it is what I just read, which is to me is the life cycle of disease. I'm restless, irritable, and discontented. I'm restless. Man, I don't know where I need to be, but it ain't here. It's time to go. I don't know why. It's just time to go. Irritable. Won't that idiot get out of my way? Can't that jerk get off my bumper? Can you believe we elected that one? Won't she shut up about the money? Can't my kids? Doesn't my boss? Irritable. Everything rubs my fur the wrong way. Discontented. Whatever I got ain't good enough. And so I'm going to have a few drinks. Plan A. I'm going to have a few, right? 1 or 2, maybe on my 6:30 or 7, just to take the edge off. That's it. I'm just looking for a little ease and comfort. And so that's the plan. Not plan to get drunk. I know what happened last time. Not doing that again. No. But I do need to take the edge off. And that's followed, plan A is followed by a little craving that develops very quickly. The thing that the average temperate drinker, whatever in the world that is, never gets. They get drunk, some of them do, and it's hard to watch, but because they're no good at it. But they get drunk intentionally. I get drunk on the night when I'm sure I won't, and that's the difference. And so I get this craving, and I just need more. So I'm gonna go to plan B, a few more. And I wind up drunk by accident. We talked about that last night. Accidentally drunk. I get up the next morning with that horrendous hangover. I quit forever, right? Quit forever. And I mean it with all my heart, with all I've got. Never again. But sometimes the same day, the restless, irritable, and discontent gets on me again. I've gone as long as 90 days. I know they did that once. I might have done it twice. And I just fought it off, and then finally, I'm just going to take the edge off, just 1 or 2, and here we go again and again. Does that look familiar to everybody? So that's that paragraph I just read as a graph. That's the life cycle of my disease. So what we do here is we substitute through the 12 steps. We get an entire psychic change which leaves us happy, joyous, and free. And with happy, joyous, and free in place, restless, irritable, and discontented never shows up again. And we have broken the life cycle of the disease. And that's what we're here to talk about. That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I said it last night that I don't think our mission here is to change people so they don't ever drink again. That ain't it. To change you so they never want to drink again. And with happy, joyous, and free in place, restless, irritable, and discontented don't show up. And that's where the magic is. And I hope that helped. A friend of mine showed me this a number of years ago. I'll leave this up here if somebody wants to take a picture. Anyway, Joe, back to you.
Yeah. Good morning again. Joe, alcoholic. Thanks for that, Scott. Scott talked a little bit last night, and he just mentioned it again. He said, did anybody here ever get drunk by accident? I remember the first time he said that, and I heard it. Guys, I was one of these guys got here. I had no clue what alcoholism looked like, what the symptoms were. I didn't know, and this restless, irritable, and discontent. We all hear in meetings a lot of times that alcoholics are really special people, highly intelligent, and very, I know, that's one of the lies we tell ourselves. We ought to have a sign over the door of every Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Only idiots need enter. You can't get here being a genius, okay? And that restless, irritable, and discontent feeling is such a subtle feeling. I don't even know I have it. But what gets me is the character defects that I've developed by compensating for that restless, irritable discontent. When I find something that as a little kid, I eat ice cream. Forget broccoli. All I want's ice cream now, right? Well, what's going to happen to your body and your health? But, the feeling is so elusive that while it is injurious, we can't differentiate the true from the false, is what it says. And that getting drunk by accident, when I heard that concept, because I didn't know that's what I was doing, but many times I've gone out. Tonight, I am not going to get drunk, no matter what. I got an early appointment, I can't screw up, no matter what. And that process that happens in there, where I just think I changed my mind. But this relief from this, that's why when we talked about last night, and Scott mentioned it, that alcohol is not our problem, it's our solution. I didn't know I had that until, and that's the only place I found in the book where it describes the condition of an alcoholic sober, right? Untreated alcoholism. That's what it looks like. We're restless, irritable, and discontent. Now, I don't know I'm restless, irritable, and discontent because I project everything outward, right? I talked about it last night. My wife is jealous, suspicious, and bitter. I didn't realize, where did you arouse jealousy, suspicion, and bitterness? Came here and everything had to switch. Everything turned around. When my wife divorced me at 6 years sober, I'm walking out of the divorce lawyer's office. I would have swore on my son that it was her. Now, another trip through the steps with a man who knew what he was talking about and knew what he was doing, armed with the proper facts about himself. 6 months later, I knew it was me. And there was no doubt in my mind. And so this feeling that happens to me, this form of insanity that comes over me, who's the one that gets drunk by accident? I think I changed my mind, but it's really a form of insanity is what we have. And I love, he says, in the doctor's opinion, he said, that we could not accept that we were in full flight from reality, maladjusted to life, or outright mental defectives. Do you know what the next statement says? Although this was true to some extent, that's like being some extent pregnant. Right? And then he includes people like me, he says, and more so with some people. I'm that guy that I wanted all A's with D effort. And I don't know where it came from, right? I want a paycheck, I just don't want a job. Right? I go to the gym and it's just all ego stuff. It's all a victim. And I don't know if it came from, my daddy issues. Our friend of ours, Tommy T, says, everybody here has daddy issues, right? Trying to get, and which is a natural instinct, I think, to try and get your dad's approval or your parents' approval. I think we all instinctively want it, but when we don't get it, or for some reason we need more, it's what it says in 12 and 12. It says we demand more satisfaction and pleasure than are due us or possible. So I got a hole that can't be filled. It's a terminal sense of lack. I'm always running a quart low. It's like a car with no water, no oil in it. It runs hot and loud, right? And it's got a leak in the radiator and it burns oil. So it's always a quart low. I'm just that close to being where somebody said I'll always be $500 away from where I need to be, $500 short of where I need to be, right? And this insanity was the hardest concept for me to grab, and in step one, in the doctor's opinion, it's such a perfect introduction to the illness because I didn't know it was an illness. I just thought I was a bad guy. Bill talks about and we're going to be kind of going all over the place, so if you're going to take notes, you're going to have to do it when Scott's talking, okay? Because otherwise, it's going to be in hieroglyphics if I'm talking, so just draw pictures. And I'm going to lose track a lot. I'm severe ADD, so if you're in the front row, please I'm going to ask you a number of times, where was I?
Did you take your medicine?
I did. My Prevagen's not working. Okay. My wife tells me that all the time. I'm that guy that's so self-absorbed. My wife hung a cowbell in our kitchen in our house, and if I ever do something without being asked to do it, they ring the bell. at 35 years sober. Now, when I do something and they don't see it, I ring the bell. Did you notice the dishwasher's empty? Ding, ding, ding. Right. My wife said to me just the other day, she said, she was doing some stuff. What do you do around here? And she goes, I wish I was married to me. She said, when do I get to be Joe? And, but no, it's not that bad. It's worse. It's worse. She reminds me. If you have any trouble taking inventory, be married. You will have no trouble taking. I tell my wife, if I lived alone, I'd be perfect. No, I wouldn't. I'd be dead. Anyway, where was I? Doctor's opinion. We're alcoholics. And so I love the explanation. And Scott read that paragraph. That paragraph is so important. You know, it says men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. What's that effect? I found out what it was, and because Bill put it into words. And the ease and comfort is what he calls it. But back in the 70s, I lived in Miami, right? I'm not from Miami. I grew up in Niagara Falls, New York, but I left there, when I was 18 years old. I got tired of having to use a Bic lighter to heat up my car key so I could unlock the car in the winter. And once I went to Florida on vacation, on spring break, I said, I'm never going home. People live like this? And so in Miami, we got a little crazy, and this was back in the 70s, and the cocaine cowboys, and everything was crazy. The bodies are finding on the side of the road. And Time Magazine came out with an article called Paradise Lost. You can Google the article. It was because all the banks were taken over by the drug dealers and cartel money. Excuse me. And in this article, so of course I read it, and in this article, because I don't know if you were like this, but I ever wonder, don't you remember the first couple of times you got high, or you smoked a joint, or you snorted a line, or you go, are you high? Am I high? Do I feel high? Do you feel high? I don't know if I'm high. What do you think? Am I high? And that feeling is so elusive. But believe me, I recognized it after a while. And it said in there, it says the effect that alcohol and drugs has on alcoholics and addicts. And it was one sentence: a sense of well-being. Think about that. I'm okay. Not only am I okay, I'm well. I was really good being me for a change. And it makes you don't know you've got this thing, this restless, irritable discontent, until you take the alcohol, until it fixes it. And I don't know I have it because my whole life I'm projecting it outwards. I'm not restless. It's just this place sucks, right? And I'm not discontent, but if I just had that job, or if I had my boss's job, or if I made a little bit more money, so I'm always projecting it outwards, and I'm not irritable. I used to think I was the life, and I'm a great drunk. I used to think I was a happy drunk, right? And I'm not irritable, it's just you're irritating. So you can't recognize it. We have this thing that early on, when Alcoholics Anonymous was brand new, and it tells this story in step 12 and the 12 and 12 at the end, it says psychiatrists took a sample group of alcoholics to study them and find out not how to fix us, what our common symptoms were. And they discovered three things, and they came back with the findings, and none of us liked the findings. They said we are grandiose, extremely childish, and oversensitive. Now there's a trifecta for a losing lifestyle, right? Because I take everything serious. I'm grandiose. If you want to hear Bill's grandiosity, here's a perfect example. In Bill's story, what's he say? I fancied myself a leader. The word fancied, right? He hadn't done anything, but I fancied and I imagined I would run vast corporations. He doesn't even have a job yet, right? He just got he came back from the war. And that I would run vast with ease and success. And that's how, I always thought I was going to be discovered. I don't know for what, but I thought I'll be discovered. Something will, or somebody will. And until that grandiosity has driven you, and then we get seek that approval, trying to get a victim of your opinion of me. And so I end up pretending, like Scott talked about last night, trying to be who you think I am, who I want you to think I am, and trying to be cool, like I said. So it says, and this sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot after a time differentiate the true from the false. Yeah, I kept drawing the line in the sand. Yeah, okay, maybe I screwed up or I got a DUI. But I'm the guy, if I get a DUI, right, on US 1, driving on US 1, I don't say to myself, well, I'm not drinking and driving anymore. What I say is, I'm not driving on US 1 anymore. And I rearrange my life to suit my alcoholism, right? And I'm such a victim. I sponsor a bunch of guys. They're all young, buffed up guys like this, right? I'm that guy. I go to the gym when I get up from the weight machine, right? I take the pin and I move it down so it looks like I was... Even if nobody's in there, just so somebody sits there and goes, wow, that guy was pumping some iron. Now, I may not have done it, but I think about doing it all the time, okay? And so this feeling is so elusive. And I didn't think that the alcohol and the drugs gave me the sense of well-being. I just thought it just released the real me. This is the real me. Until late stages of alcoholism, I remember I ran into a guy, and this was in my dark period, and he goes, are you still out there spreading hate and discontent? I was like, me? I thought I'm a happy drunk. And they are restless, irritable, and discontent unless they can again experience the sense of ease and comfort, that sense of well-being, which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks what they see others take with impunity. That's why the book, the we are like our fellows are presently maybe has to be smashed. It's all in this, it's almost all in this paragraph. And this is really a great synopsis, a great picture, photograph of what step one is. Step one, part A. And in the doctor's opinion, we don't concentrate a lot on step one, part B. I think that Bill talks about that a little later on in the second chapter, and there's a solution. But it's really about this, it explains why we do what we do. He talks about making an appointment that's suitable to my schedule, but I take a few drinks before the appointment and I never seem to make the appointment. I don't know about you, but I've gone out, got a job interview, got hired, and went out to celebrate and never showed up for the job. The last time that happened, I did that. They gave me a car to drive and they gave me an advance. I got the job and I show up on Monday. I went out and celebrated, right? I'm calling in sick to a job I've never been to. For 7 days, they had to come and tow the car away. So that's true, right? Drinks they see others take with impunity, right? Because I'm obsessed with trying to be that guy. I want to be. And in my last day, I remember in that motel room I talked about last night, things were so dark and you have some crazy ideas. I thought, my real problem is lack of discipline. I didn't know what my problem was. I didn't know alcohol and drugs were my real problem. I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe I need discipline. And I thought, maybe I'll join the army. They don't take 40-year-old crackheads, okay? There wasn't a big demand for me at that point. And I would say things like this, I wish I would have listened to my dad, right? See, at this point, I just want to be normal. But the reason I couldn't be normal all those years is because I'm terrified of being ordinary. I have an ego disorder. It's just terrified of being just one of the guys because I know I'm not. I know I'm deficient. I have this terminal sense of lack in my spirit. And it's in my being. And that's why it takes a spiritual solution, right? On page 30, it says, we learned that we had to concede to our innermost selves. I didn't know what alcoholism looked like till I had men like this describe it. And I didn't, and when I say learn, it's almost like the wrong word, because in here, we don't really learn anything. We recognize it, right? When you hear the truth, you talked about it last night, it hits you here. You go, oh yeah, something in your spirit recognizes it. Yeah. And I came here with you guys, and something in my spirit recognized, wow, I have this thing too. And I'll finish real quickly on this, and it says, after they succumb to the drinks, to the desire again, as so many do. And that's the real, that sentence is elaborated on because that's the real problem. It's not what happens to me when I drink, because he even says, goes on, the only cure for this phenomenon of craving is total abstinence, because I still have it. If I take a couple drinks, guess what? I'm changing my mind. My lifestyle's going to change. That phenomenon of craving will kick back in again because I have alcoholism. And every once in a while we tell ourselves, at least I do, I try and tell myself, not very often anymore, but I would tell myself, well, hell, I've been away from it so long, I really don't want to drink. But that's the big lie, right? Biggest lie, the newcomer always tells the sponsor, no, hey, I haven't seen you in any meetings. Where you been? No, I'm doing good, man. I don't feel like drinking. I'm all right. I feel good. It doesn't happen like that. I started drinking because I forgot I quit so many times. So after they succumb to the desire again, as so many do, they enter and the phenomenon of craving develops. They pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful. We talked about that. Let's crack your eyelids open, wishing you were dead. Oh, damn, I did it again. Money's gone, she's gone, job's gone. Geez, the booze is gone. I did it again. With a firm resolution, right? Scott gave you the test. How many had that firm resolution? How many times have we quit? And meant it. I said, I said I quit Wednesday, but this time I really mean I'm going to do it with all my might. And that feeling would just evaporate. It would just evaporate. I don't even know where it goes. And I found this too. It's been my experience that sobriety, if it's not, it's like a fire. If you don't feed it, it will evaporate. Your recovery will evaporate if you don't enhance your spiritual well-being. This is repeated over and over again unless the person can experience an entire psychic change. That's just another word for spiritual experience or spiritual awakening, okay, used by a doctor, okay. There is very little hope of his recovery. And the problem is later on, he says, this has happened in us long before it's recognized. That's the real issue. Scott?
Thanks, Joe. I realized I was not good enough. I got to be somebody else. At about 8 years old, I got that piece. I'm one of the broken ones. There are things wrong with me that can't even be worked on, much less fixed. So I'm watching these movies. I'm going to be the second coming of John Wayne, except for the fighting. I can't risk this gorgeous face, but except for the fighting, I'm going to be, it's not that funny. I'm going to be the second coming of John Wayne. And this is the persona I take on. See if this hits you. Big boys don't cry. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When going gets tough, the tough gets going. Never let them see your weakness. Never ask a stupid question. Get what you want to make you happy. Never surrender. Never give up, no matter what. Never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. How am I doing? Is that hitting you pretty good? Most of us get here with some or all of that, based on this core belief that I am not good enough. Yeah, it turns out all of that is wrong. That is all garbage, all of it. Real men are in touch with their emotions. I teach crying. I'm not kidding. If you need to learn to cry, I'll give you my business card, send me an email, I'll send it to you. When I came to you, I could not cry. I hadn't cried in over 20 years. And a guy in my home group taught me to cry. My emotions, how my spirit communicates with my mind and my body, I cannot afford to block that channel. I need to warn you, gentlemen, if you start crying at appropriate times and places, you're going to attract a lot of women. Do not call me and complain about this. Because I warned you. Because the girls are sick of that John Wayne act you're doing, and they see right through it, by the way, fellas. They see right through it. See a guy in touch with his emotions, it lights him up. We're going to talk about something else now. What I had to do was to become real, and I don't know how. When I come to you, I've been holding up the mask for so long, I don't know who stands behind the last one. When I came out of the haze, 41 years old, I knew 4 things about myself. I like to drive airplanes, fish, shoot pool, and I'm a raging heterosexual. I have not seen an unattractive woman since the summer I turned 12 years old. But y'all look great to me. And that's not a lot of information for 41 years. So it's been a process of finding out. And it was difficult initially because I'm hooked on being cool. Cool is a killer. Cool is actually a cheap external substitute for self-esteem. The evidence is people with good self-esteem never do anything to appear cool. They have no reason to. And so I'm all in about being cool about you liking me because I don't like me. And so I can't do anything unless I can do it great. I can't do it at all. And I had to lay that down and embrace the idea that anything worth doing is just doing poorly as I learned to do it. That's an important piece of information. Anything worth doing is worth doing poorly as I learned to do it. And I have to learn to do it in public. These are just massive changes for a guy like me. We're going to kind of skip around the early Roman numeral 16, XVI. Bill Wilson has decided to leave the Oxford groups. And he's taken a lot from it, but he's not going to take it all. About 8 or 10 lines down, Roman numeral 16, this is the second page to the forward of the second edition. It says, though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford groups, he was convinced of the need for moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution of those harmed, helpfulness to others. This next piece is the one that lights me up. The necessity. I've always wondered if that was important. The necessity of belief in and dependence upon God. Bill separates belief in God from dependence upon God. They are not the same thing. I came to you kind of pretty much, I'm not really sure, I hope not, believing there's a God and having no higher power. It is as I begin to learn this healthy dependence that I begin to have a higher power. Page 60. When I get a new guy, I say, you're an alcoholic? Convince me. Tell me about all the times you got drunk when you didn't mean to. Tell me about all the times you quit forever and didn't stay quit. I want to hear all about it. The longer he talks right now, the better, because he's setting his own cornerstone. And he's giving me the information I'm going to need later when he tries to settle for relief. And I want to get him all the way to recovery. Aren't you the guy that and could not manage our own lives? Well, let's see now. Yeah, I know you managed your way into AA. Did you manage to have a pretty good education presented to you that you didn't get much of? Did you manage to wreck a vehicle of some kind? Maybe did you lay down a bike? Did you manage to risk your own life by going to bad neighborhoods? Did you manage to risk other people's lives by driving under the influence? Did you manage to risk your children's lives? Did you manage your way into the backseat of a police car? Or maybe a holding cell, or possibly a court of law? Did you manage to break your mother's heart? Okay, we've seen your management skills. I'd like to suggest that you might want to fire yourself as general manager of your own life based on this performance. I think you need a new manager. I actually did it formally. I've got a copy of it in the room. I formally fired myself as general manager of my own life. It was a good idea. And B, that probably no human power could have relieved organism who tried. Cops, courts, judges, the PTA, parents, siblings, spouse, oh, I forget where I was, spouses. Right. Psychiatrists, you who tried, and all of them were unsuccessful. Does it make sense to you that no human will be able to succeed in the future since none of them have in the past? Does that make sense to you? If A and B are true, I got this from Joe. If A and B are true, we have not established the existence of God. We've established the need. If there isn't a loving God, where are you going to get help if that's your situation? He described it last night. I quote him all the time on this. Step 1, you're screwed. Step 2, it's going to take a miracle. Step 3, he said, why don't you try for one? And you said,
What the hell? Let's try it.
no, when your sponsor said, I'm going to quote you, pay attention, you need to remember this.
My preventions now.
Joe said, but I don't believe in God. And his sponsor said, you don't have to believe in God to be successful here, and you don't, but you must conduct your life like someone who does.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about here. Going back to the Roman numerals XXVI, this is the second page in the doctor's opinion. Paragraph begins near the bottom of the page. The doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. As laymen, our opinion as to its soundness may, of course, mean little. But as ex-problem drinkers say, this explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account. Something had to be happening that I just simply didn't understand. To have gotten in that high-performance airplane with that god-awful hangover one more time, something had to be going on that I didn't understand. It had to be. And I hear people saying it's a selfish program. It is not. It is a selfish disease. It is selfish beyond the ability to understand. As you all know, I'm from Nashville. I'm now going to sing for you the alcoholic theme song. Me, 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 me. So it's a selfish disease. In the next paragraph, it says that we work out our solution on the spiritual as well as the altruistic plane. Altruistic means with no hope of return, any return at all. It is not a selfish program. It is a selfless program. I have read this book quite a few times. And we're going to do a page 112 meeting later today, and I'll maybe do a couple of these. I can give you 5 or 6, maybe 7 pages that say recovery is going to be fun. I can give you 5 that say I create my own misery. I can give you 5 that say some of what I know for sure ain't so. The single theme that runs wider and deeper through this book than any other is be of service, help others. To me, those things are synonymous. I read the book one time specifically looking for places where it said be of service, help others. From Roman numeral 16, the beginning of the writing after the table of contents, through 164, I counted 52 places. It is a single theme that runs wider, deeper than any other. We are simply not a selfish program. It is a selfless program. And it's important too, something else I'm going to pull out is on Roman numeral 27, XXVII. Paragraph begins near the bottom of the page. Later he requested the privilege of being allowed to tell his story to other patients here. It's important for me to remember, I've been taking meetings into correctional facilities and treatment centers since before I got my first year chip. My sponsor said to me one day, "You're finished in public information forever. You're a promoter and we don't do that. You'll now take a meeting into the jail." I said, "Jerry, I've never even been arrested." He had a news flash for you, Sparky. The boys in jail already know how to get arrested. They're not going to need your help with that. Rarely have we seen a person in jail who has thoroughly followed our path. You can show them how to not come back. Now go. And I started taking meetings in the correctional facilities since then, and it's been my life's blood. And it's not about I leave and they stay there. 12-step work counts more when it's inconvenient. I had a particular situation a number of years ago. It was a Monday, I had the jail commitment, and I found out mid-afternoon my team is playing the arch rival that night on TV. And I'm stomping around the house, and not anybody else ever step up and and my then wife didn't even respond because she knew something I didn't know. I'm going. See, I didn't know that. And I walked out of that jail that night with tears running down my face, a foot off the ground, knowing I had been a tool in the master's hand to touch a life. I had an experience a number of years ago. I was sitting in a little restaurant minding my own, and this guy walks up to my table and says, "You don't remember me, do you?" I look up at this guy and I said, "No, I don't. If I should, I'd like to apologize, but I don't know you." And he said, "You came into a prison I was in a few years ago and you spoke and I heard you and I believed you. I'm doing what you said and I'm never going to be incarcerated again for the rest of my life, and I'd like to thank you for my freedom." Don't deny yourself the opportunity for that to happen. It's happened to me more than once. Take a meeting into a correctional facility once. Don't commit to the rest of your life. Go one time and see what happens. I got hooked. If justice had been served, I would still be in a military prison. It's really that simple. So it said, what I just read was, later he requested the privilege. I need to remember when I go into those places, it is a privilege. And I've got to treat it like it's a privilege. You got something else on this one, Joe? I got one more little piece.
Yeah, you want to finish it and then I'll just add a couple things, or you want me to?
Yeah, Roman numeral 31, XXXI. Need a mental F? I often think of another case brought to me by a physician prominent in New York. Patient had made his own diagnosis and decided the situation hopeless, hidden in a deserted barn, determined to die. What they don't tell us is he did it with, he had 2 gallons of vodka, and his plan was to drink himself to death. That's our kind of plan. I am capable of being that guy. I'm capable of that. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
The bitter ender.
Yeah, because we got like 3 minutes.
Okay, a couple just quick things because he says in the doctor's opinion, XXIX, he says, men and women have cried out to me in sincere and despairing appeal. Haven't we done that before? Haven't you quit, meant it? Doctor, I cannot go on like this. I have everything to live for. I must stop, but I cannot. Can you help me? Faced with this problem, if a doctor is on, now these are scientists. These are not people. We have trouble. You know, you bring up God at a meeting and you're going to hear all kinds of, well, I have a little problem with God, or I don't feel connected to God. This is a scientist who's not a religious guy, and he already understood the concept of this spiritual power. He says if a doctor is honest with himself, he must sometimes feel that his own inadequacy, although he gives all that is in him, is often not enough. One feels that something more than human is needed to produce the essential psychic change. And then if you go to XXX, at the bottom of the page, last paragraph, these are what the doctors talked about. The men and women who are on the firing lines. These are scientists, not alcoholics. This immediately precipitates into a seething cauldron of debate, but much has been written pro and con. But among physicians, scientists, learned men, the general opinion seems to be that most chronic alcoholics are screwed. He says doomed, but I know he would have said screwed if he was around today. Right? And that's why, unless I know this hopeless situation, I won't do this thing with all the desperation that I need. Step 1, part A, the physical element of I break it down to this. It's I'm powerless over alcohol. It talks about the physical component, the phenomenon of craving. When I drink, I want more. But the real problem is the unmanageability of my life, the insanity. And that's why when step 2, it leads into step 2, and it says that came to believe that a power greater than God. And if you're ever at a step 2 meeting, God's not mentioned in step 2, but it's all we talk about. It says that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to insanity. I believe the most important component is the insanity. Until I get that, because I sound sane to me. Don't you sound sane to you? Right? We think we sound smart. And because of AA, I get to move around virtually undetected amongst normal people. Right? And that's why, and if you skip ahead to page 44 in the book, it says that, and it gives the 2 major symptoms. If when you try to stop, you can't stop completely. Or when you start, you can't control the amounts you're going to start. You may be alcoholic. And if that be the case, you're suffering from an illness which only singular, a spiritual experience will conquer. And I hope we just touched on a reason. It's because the problem is in my being. This feeling I'm not good enough that Scott described so appropriately. So step 1 and step 2 for me do not prove the existence of God. They prove the need for God. You don't have to believe in miracles, but you sure as hell better hope for one.
Yeah.
That's it.
Page 38. 11 lines from the bottom. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, where alcohol has been involved, we have been strangely insane. I love that. Strangely insane. That's different from normally insane or average insane or typically insane. We have raised the bar on insanity. I am so proud of us, aren't you? Let's take about a 13-minute and 4-second break, and we'll see you right back here at the top of the hour. Go away. That was fun. Amen. Thank you. Joe, I had that up here to remind me. Put something in the basket, please. We're going to talk a little bit about, the schedule says we're going to talk about 2 and 3. Heaven knows what we're actually going to talk about.
I know.
Yeah, it's that way. Page 45. Those who've been around for a while are aware that Bill Wilson was asked on a number of occasions the difference between shortcomings and character defects, reference step 6 and 7. And his answer was, I didn't want to use the same words over again. Here we are on page 45, where he's going to use the same single word 6 times in 9 lines. Starting 6 lines down, the needed power wasn't there. Human resources, marshaled by the will, not sufficient, failed utterly. Lack of power was our dilemma. Had to find a power by which we could live. It had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. Learn how to find this power. Exactly what the book's about. Main object, enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. 6 times in 9 lines. My problem is not lack of information. It is not lack of motivation. It is not lack of education. My problem is lack of power. And I love the last sentence that I just read. Main object, enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. I can read that either of 2 ways. I can either read that I find the power and the power solves my problem, or that the finding of the power solves my problem. I think they're both correct. They both work. What it does not say is that I find the power and I use the power to solve my problem. I do not solve my problem. I am my problem. Ooh, yeah, sorry. Page 25. This is a gift from a friend of mine. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with the punctuation. There is a solution almost none of us liked. I rather like it that way. And the reading from last night further down can be played either way. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty. Our Creator's into our hearts and lives in a way, or into our hearts and lives in a way. I don't know which one was in Bill's mind when he wrote those words, but I think they're both accurate. Page 46. I've got a couple of favorite pages. 46 is one. I've got 164. Anyway, the last paragraph begins the word much. Count up 3 lines. It says, it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power which is God. So I had to get out of the business of trying to understand God. My sponsor says, the teacup of my mind cannot contain the ocean of God. So when we talk about God as you understand him, we're not saying you're going to understand God. We're saying you're not. What we're saying is you don't have to believe what anybody else ever told you about God, and we don't care how qualified they claim to be. Don Pritz, my great teacher, said, God will reveal himself to me as I reveal myself to me. I think there's a lot of truth in that. Bob Darrell, my friend from Las Vegas, tells the story of in the late 1800s, they plumbed the city of London for natural gas. And at dusk, a guy they called a lamplighter would walk around the city. He had a key and a stick with a wick on it. And he'd stick the key into each lamp and turn on the gas, and then with the wick, he would light it. You could climb up to the top of the Tower of London at dusk and look out over the city. You could not see the lamplighter, but you could see where it'd been. And I can't see God, but I can see where he's been. I can see where he's been. I think searching for God with my mind is like trying to pick a dime off the table with my ear. Ears are useful, not so good for picking up dimes. Minds are useful, not so good for searching for God. I need to search for God with my heart, with my spirit, and with my experience. How I experience your experience. To just open myself up to resign from the debating society. The big book carries, and I don't know which one's more important to me, the 2 most important pieces of information I guess I ever got. And I'm going to cover them both. Page 46, 5 lines from the bottom. It says, it was impossible for any of us, it says we found that God does not make too hard terms of those who seek him. Let me translate that into Tennessee English for you. God ain't mad at us. Whew. That's some good news. That's not what I've been told. I got here terrified of God's will, and you're going to... Yeah, can't work with that. And so the good news is that God's not mad at us. Does not make too hard terms of those who seek him. That's very powerful. The other one, page 62... Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles, driven by 100, driven, not mildly bothered on rare occasion, driven, 100 forms of fear. Fear is the deep concern I may not get my will at some time in the future. That's what fear is. Self-delusion, I believe my own BS. I've only got 2 brain cells left. One of them creates BS, the other one buys it. Self-seeking, I'm full throttle after my will. I'm not thinking about you at all. Self-pity, poor me, I didn't get my will in the past. Poor me, I'm not getting my will right now. Pour me a drink. At this point, my sponsor said, how would you like some good news? I said, man, it's time. I would like some good news. He said, how would you like the best news you're ever going to get in your entire life? I said, I'm open, babe. Hit me with it. And he said, so our troubles we think are basically our own making. Was that it? That was it. I don't get it. He said, the problem really is the cops, the courts, the judges, the Russians, the Chinese, your future ex-wife, her mother, and their lawyer. If those people really are the problem, you lose. The good news is that you, sir, are the problem. If you bring some willingness to this party, we can work on that. It didn't seem like it at the time. I'm convinced to the depths of my soul that's maybe the best piece of that, and God's not mad at us. Some of the best news I will ever get. Because the moment I become the problem, there's hope. If they have to move a quarter of an inch, I'm cooked. There's nothing I can do. Once I become the problem, there's hope. I do have a minute, so I'm gonna bounce on that one just a little bit. Page 53. And I know I'm going too fast. Halfway down the page, when we became alcoholics crushed by a self-imposed crisis. Page 64. Three or four lines down. A stern efforts to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking us. Several paragraphs down. Searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Page 103. Italics. After all, our problems were of our own making. Page 133. Am I going fast enough? Page 133. About 6 or 8 lines down. But it is clear that we made our own misery. God didn't do it. Once I become the problem, there's hope. If I bring some willingness to this party, and I think I talked about that last night. Page 60. The first requirement, there are requirements. There must be more than one if there's a first. Do we be convinced any life run on self-will can hardly be a success? Well, I'm convinced. I've tried. On that basis, almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Collision, blam, bent metal, broken glass, blood, screaming. That's collision. That's different from mildly bothered on rare occasion. Collision. It says even though our motives are good. Now that confused me for a long time. I was a commissioned sales rep. My largest account, the purchasing agent, was a personal friend of mine. I saw to it. Our wives are friends. We're guests at each other's homes. This guy's putting a lot of money in my pocket. I get a phone call from him one day, and he says, my wife just gave birth, and I'm close enough to know this is bad news. We're 2 months early. And he said, we're at the hospital, we're at Vanderbilt Hospital, and it ain't going good. Would you come pray with this child? I said, you know I will. I hop in my car and head to Vanderbilt Hospital. And I'm doing what I've been hearing people say in meetings, checking my motives. And I can't answer the question. Am I going to the hospital to pray with that child to bring spiritual relief to this family? Or am I going there to pray with the child, look good to him, so put some more money in my pocket? I cannot answer the question. And he knows where I live. He's been a guest in my home in the last month. I'm 12 to 15 minutes from Vanderbilt Hospital. I got no time. And I pull into the parking place, and I don't have an answer. And I went to the source. You believe what you like. I've heard other people fail to describe what I'm about to fail to describe. I said, Father, I think I need an answer, and I think I need one right now. I quit praying for guidance over 35 years ago. I just flat stopped it. One of the problems for me with praying for guidance is I'm giving God his instruction, big fella, take a knee. let's go with your guidance already. I'm giving God his instruction. You may have noticed God's hard to train. I don't know if you've ever tried to train God, but I'll admit he's slow, but he's old. But he's hard to train. And the other thing wrong with that is my deep belief that the loving God sends his guidance every day is a free and clear gift. So I don't pray for guidance anymore. I stopped it. I pray that I'll be open to his guidance. If I have a particular item that's troubling me, what I say is, if you have guidance for me on this one today, please help me not miss it. And a number of years ago, I sponsored a guy in Kiev, Ukraine. I still sponsor him, but he lived in Kiev, and then he got out of there. And I had a particular item heavy on me that morning in prayer. I did what I said. I asked God, if you have guidance for me today, help me not miss it. And I went about my day. I'm driving through downtown Nashville, and he calls me from Kiev and asks me a question about a guy he sponsors in Moscow, Russia. And I hear me telling him my answer. I started laughing. My buddy Joe calls those postcards from God. Yeah. I didn't know I had the answer. And how did I get it? By trying to give something to somebody else. What opens me up to receive is my attempt to give. I cannot explain that to you. I can't explain it, but that's what happens. So anyway, I'm sitting in that parking lot. I say, God, I think I need an answer, and I think I need one right now. And it's so busy in here right now. I don't know a lot about God's will, but I know a few things about it. I was sitting by a stream some time ago, just sitting, and I looked across the stream and I saw a cloud. I thought, every drop of rain in that cloud's following God's will perfectly. There's no question about it. So's that tree, so's the bird in the tree, so are the minnows in the stream. Why can't I? It was on me hard. I know they are. Why can't I? And I got my answer. The answer is I am, and so are you. I do not believe God put me here to be perfect. If you think you're supposed to be perfect, good luck. You're going to need a lot of it. But if it's not my job to be perfect, what's my job? My job's to make mistakes. Well, they've sent the right guy. And all my life I say, well, we learn from our mistakes. Really? Well, in that case, no one in this room's been arrested more than once. Good luck on that. No. People like me do not learn from our mistakes. And an enabler, or what I call an untreated allanonic, is someone who takes away the results, thereby blocking the learning process. So here's the definition: a mistake. It's an invitation to a lesson. The evidence is, if I already learned the lesson, would not have made a mistake. And what I'm about to say is either true or false. There's no gray. I do not have the power to make a mistake so ugly that God can't turn it into magnificent. That's either true or false. Pick one. I've chosen. Yeah. So it's not only okay to make mistakes, I believe it's God's will for me, is to make mistakes. It's why I'm here. It's why I was put in this skin. So I can make mistakes, because each one presents a lesson to me. So here's the learning process as I understand it today. 1, make a mistake. 2, be notified I made a mistake. I don't always know. 3, own the mistake. Oh yeah, fellas, I did that. If they only know 80%, I got to tell them the other 20. That's how I own it. 4, consult a spiritual advisor about how to. 5, make the amend. Usually there's an amend to be made. 6, embrace the lesson. The lesson comes not from making the mistake, it's from making the amend. That's where the learning comes. That's why step 9 is a freedom step. We're going to talk about that. My history is, when I realized I made a mistake, there's energy there, negative energy, and I use it to beat myself up for not being perfect. That's not what the energy is for. The energy is there to propel me through this learning process. So 6 was embrace the lesson that I got by making the amend. 7 is share the lesson. That's what really cements it for me. 8, when I share the lesson, I have to tell you made a mistake. If I just share the lesson, I'm preaching and nobody wants to hear it. 9, make the next mistake. Yeah, there is such a phenomenal freedom in that. Yeah, we talk about progress all the time. Let me give you Scott's definition of progress. Progress is making the same old mistake a little less often, or making a new and finer quality of mistake. Anything beyond that's perfection, that is not my assignment. There is such a I have my own permission to make mistakes. I now know what to do with them. You just heard it, and I do it too. But that's only half of the freedom. The other half is you have my permission to make mistakes. That includes all the guys I sponsor. It includes my former wives. It includes my kids and my granddaughter. And it includes bad drivers. It includes major politicians I like and don't like. It includes everybody. Because if I'm going to be upset by what you do, I'm a prisoner of your behavior, and I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I came here a prisoner of alcohol. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. So you have my permission to make mistakes. Sandy Beach was one of my great teachers. And he told me one time, he said, I've decided that the first 6 people who screw up in front of me today get a free pass. Sandy was lying to me. He gave a free pass to everybody. He brought it down to 6 so I could try it. And the other thing he said was, Thursday is drive any way you want. Everybody on planet Earth can drive any way they want, just on Thursdays. And it'll be okay with me. He lied to me again. I know he did. Yeah. So when I release you to make the mistakes, because you can't hurt me. I'm sitting in God's lap. I'm immune. You cannot hurt me. It can't be done. So the freedom, I have my own permission to make mistakes, and you have my permission to make mistakes. Those two things have freed me at a level I did not know was available. So part of what I know about God's will, and I separate God's will from God's plan. That helped me a lot. I have no idea what God's plan is. None of my business. First step says I'm not in management. Therefore, I don't need to know. Yeah. What I need is my marching orders. I need to know what to do next is really what it comes down to. What's the next most loving action you can take right now? That's as far as I need to go. I know part of that is what I just talked about. Another part, I discovered the source of all of my anger. I know where it all comes from. It comes from being sure I'm right. I've never been angry when also absolutely dead solid certain I was right. And being right comes from having passed judgment. I have to judge to be right to be angry. So anger is actually a side effect. That's why anger management doesn't work too well, because you're trying to manage a symptom. The core problem is judgment. That came to me in a flash in 2015. I was meditating one morning, and all of a sudden I thought, holy mackerel, I'm so judgmental. And in those days, I was 60 pounds overweight. Before my cancer, I was 60 pounds overweight. I would judge you for being fat. I was in my 70s. I wear a ponytail. I'd judge you for having a funny haircut. I was doing it all day long, and I did not know I was doing it. So I decided to quit judging. Well, good luck on that. And so I added to my morning prayer. It was there this morning. I asked God to bless me. I do not judge anyone. That I see them as he sees them and love them as he loves them, especially the ones I find unlovable. Because I have times when I'm unlovable. It's when I'm unlovable that I need you to love me the most. Must be when you're unlovable, you must need me to love you the most. Serving the God of love is not a part-time job. I cannot allow how you affect, what you do to me to affect how I respond to you. I'm either serving the God of love or I'm not. It's a yes or no question. So I added it to my morning prayer. I don't judge any people. I don't judge any situations. I've had the privilege, Joe actually has too, of doing weekends in Russia. I've done Moscow twice and St. Petersburg twice. I've also done Kiev, Ukraine 3 times. I personally know people on both sides of a war, and I don't get to judge that war as bad. I can tell you I don't like it. I can tell you that, but I don't get to judge it as bad. For all I know, that war has turned more people toward God than all the churches in the universe. I don't know. I don't know. In the morning, I did this love meditation. I send love over there, but I don't tell God to bring them peace. I ask for his will to be done. If there's anything I can do that help, to let me know. Just let me know. That's as far as I can go. And when I don't judge, I don't get right. When I don't get right, I don't get angry. Now, don't let me mislead you. I don't do it perfectly, but I can talk about dramatic improvement, huge, massive improvement. Every once in a while, I still get one. Page 87, it says, most of the way down the page, it says, we pause when agitated or doubtful. We don't normally read the doubtful thing. It's because we're alcoholics. We're not right very often. We're never in doubt. And pause when agitated. And I believe God's waiting patiently for me in the pause. Father, I've judged again. I know it because I'm angry. Please take away this anger and judgment and grant me sadness and love. Anger and love are mutually exclusive. They can never travel together. Sadness and love travel well together. If I go back into a situation with judgment and anger, I'm eventually going to make a mess and eventually make an amend. And I'm not fond of making amends. If I can go back with sadness and love, it opens my heart and theirs, and I rarely make amends. When I go back and say, I have a great sadness, I'm deeply concerned. Feel how that opens your heart? I want to serve the God of love all the time. It's not a part-time job. That has helped me tremendously. So I still make the mistake, but that's what I do with it. And it has changed my life. It's that and the combination of my own permission to make mistakes and your permission to make mistakes have freed me at a level I did not know was available. So I started off trying to tell the story of the child that was born 2 months early. So I'm sitting in the parking lot. I'm saying, God, I think I need an answer, and I think I need one right now. And what came was not God's voice. I have heard his voice once. I maybe talk about that later. Once and maybe twice. That might have been a guardian angel. I don't know. But I've heard the voice once. That's not what happened. What I got was a thought, but it was different. Have you ever balanced a silver coin on your hand, like a silver dollar, and tapped it and had a ring to it? This thought had a ring to it. It was bold print, big font. And the thought was, does going into a hospital to pray for a sick child violate any of your principles? No. Then go ahead and do it. There are no wrong reasons for doing the right thing. They don't care why Scott did the right thing. They care that Scott did the right thing. And that was when I got this lesson. It said, even though our motives are good, I believe, now this is just me, forgive me, I think good motives are the single most evil thing that's ever come to planet Earth. Far and away, the most evil thing. There's a guy in Moscow, Russia, right this minute, believes he had a good motive for starting a war, and tens of thousands of people dying, and millions of people having their lives affected. Adolf Hitler was asked why he killed millions of people. He said he was trying to purify the race. He believed he had a good motive. I'm told Al Capone was asked by a newspaper man one time why he was involved in all the illegal activities. Capone said, I was just getting people things they wanted. He had a good motive. Right. So if motive's not the answer, what is the answer? The answer is principle. This is going to get kind of deep, forgive me. Motive governs outcome, irrespective of action. Motive says I can lie, cheat, steal to make it come out the way I know it should come out. It's one of the ways I play God. It's literally one of the ways I play God. Principle governs action irrespective of outcome. We say, turn it over to God. What do I turn over? The result. How do I do that? I stand today where he is and operate within his principles. Please note, step 12 is not saying had good motives in all our affairs. Principle always trumps motive. Cliff Roach, if you don't know that name, do yourself a big favor. Get one of the Clippers talks. Cliff R., Oceanside, California. Cliff said the 12 traditions are a set of principles designed to protect A from my very best motives. And that's exactly right. Exactly right. For me, personally, the single worst thing for me when I think I have a good motive is if you oppose me. You have a bad motive, and you're a bad person. You deserve for me to hate you, and I do. That concept is tearing my country apart today. It's all about motive. And motive is a problem. Motive is a problem. It's good to have good motives. I'm not against it, but I can't trust them. I'm capable of hiding a bad motive under a good one, fooling myself. Page 62. Bottom of the page. This is the how and the why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. They give us kind of a mediocre reason. It didn't work. Do you happen to know the first rule of horse cavalry? First rule of horse cavalry is, when the horse is dead, dismount. You rode in here on a dead horse. We're trying to talk you off of it. Okay, that's all we're doing here. That thing is dead. No, you go to the whip. Yeah, big fella, come on, we can. No. We don't need more of what's not working. You might want to write that down. And and then gives us the formal terms of surrender. I have decided hereafter in this realm of life, God is going to be my director. He's the principal, I'm his agent, he's the father, and I'm his child. That's what it comes down to. Bob Olson, write it down, was one of my great teachers. And I had him trapped in a hotel lobby for 3 hours one morning, firing questions at him and getting answers. And I think he got tired. And he said, let me ask you a question. I thought, all right. St. Scott of Nashville is going to get impressed. Bob Olson, yes, Bob, what's your question? He said, on page 62, you agreed to quit playing God. I said, yes. He said, how'd you play God? I don't know. I've added to his list. I don't know which of these are which are mine. Here's some of the ways I played God. I became angry when someone died. That's me saying, I know who should die and how and when. Clearly and obviously playing God. I tried to manage my own life and the lives around me. The closer you were to me, the harder I tried to manage your life. I judge people. I know that because I had resentment. The only way to get a resentment is to judge someone, find him guilty, feel that anger, and then feel it again. Is that feeling again of old anger, this resentment by definition. And to get that, you had to begin by judging. So I know I judged. I trusted my motive. We just talked about that. That's one of the ways I play God. I know how this should come out. So ends justify means. Well, they don't. Not if I'm going to walk the spiritual walk. I needed to know. I asked the question, why? My sponsor forbade me to ask the question, why? And he was right. That's a management question. I'm not in management. Another way I played God is I was sure everything I knew was correct. Anyone who disagreed with me was clearly a fool. Not only is that playing God blocks any chance at all I have of learning anything. I told lies. Have you ever lied without a good motive? I never have. And that's a classic example of good motive. Telling white lying, right? It's not actually lying. It's improving the truth, is I like to think of it. It's lying. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. And another one said I worried. Worry, anxiety, depression, and fear are all different levels of the same mistake, which is taking a perfectly good right now, this moment, right this very second, and trading it for a bad one in the future that may not happen. If you think about it, that's what all that is. That's what all that is. And all of my answers are in right here, right now. All the good questions contain the word today, and all good answers contain the word today. The question is not, what do I do about my finances? That's a terrible question. What do I do about my finances today? Feel the difference? What do I do about my relationship? No. What do you do about it today? It takes all the pressure off. I quit trying to fix the rest of my life. I'm no good at it. If I was any good at fixing my life, I wouldn't be sitting here. I would have fixed it and be somewhere fishing right now. Yeah, I'm no good at it. It's not my mission. I just got to get it right today. Really, I just got it right this moment. And when I do that, all the rest of that happens, takes care of itself. Worry is a form of prayer. Worry is how I tell God I'm absolutely certain he cannot handle my future. Yeah. A good friend of mine says, I've always wanted to serve God, but I want to serve in an advisory capacity. Joe?
How do you follow that, huh? That was great, Scott. Thank you. I the other morning I was thinking in my quiet time in the morning, and I thought, a question popped in my head. I said, if I could go back and tell my 18-year-old self one thing, what would I tell him? And we just heard it in the last session. I would tell him, you already are doing God's will. Take it easy. You're in the caterpillar stage. Relax. The butterfly stage is coming. Right? You can't fix forever tomorrow. That's one of yours. I mean today. Right? So anyway, thank you. That was wonderful. We say a lot of things, and I love when he talked about principle, and I guess we're supposed to be talking about step 2 and step 3 in this session. And but and step 2 in the chapter to the agnostics is great. Bill kind of delivers us to the doorstep of step 3, and that was true what Frank used to say to me. He said, when I told him I had a problem with God, and I didn't really I believed in God, but he was not the final authority in my life. Right? I kind of believed in him like Sasquatch. Yeah, he's probably out there, but I hope I don't run into him, right? or aliens, Yeah, there's probably life on other planets, but it doesn't affect my life. I got real problems. And I was talking to a guy, long-term sobriety. This is how crazy we are. And this is, and I love that the horse is dead. That's why I said only idiots need enter. And I don't mean that, don't take offense to that. But for me, that's a safe position to be in, is the position of, I might not know. I might not know, because I think I'm right all the time. And my sponsor, Frank, helped me with that. He says, listen, you're a smart South Beach guy. Well, here's what I want. Can you do this for me? Can you just pretend you're dumb? Just pretend. Don't take offense to it. Just pretend you're dumb. And then I could hear him under his breath go, just long enough till you know you are. Right? And the message is getting through. It's had to come from everybody and from life. You know, I still want to beat that horse. Come on, get up. So I heard so many things, and I wanted to talk a little bit about principle, but I wanted to talk about, he mentioned going to jails and institutions, and I love that. That's some of the most important meetings I go to. RJ and I were talking during the break, and it's really changed my recovery, and I got that from this guy when I heard him a long time ago, and he said something, and he's probably going to say it later on, but that's why I'm giving him credit for it, or I'd take credit for it. I think it was the first time I ever met Scott, and it was at a men's retreat in Central Florida, and he said, and it stuck with me. You know, you ever get those little nuggets, and if you're having trouble paying attention at a meeting, realize that every meeting has got a pearl. But it's like shucking oysters. You got to go through a lot of oysters to get that pearl, man. You got to hear a lot of idiots before. But we'll hear that, because sometimes I'm the idiot. I hope I'm not today too much, but you'll hear the pearl. And this was one of those pearls. He said, you can pretend to care, but you can't pretend to show up. And that's what I've been doing. I used to be in sales too, and people would say, you can't fake sincerity. Oh, yes, you can. I'll tell you what, when I'm trying to borrow money from you, I can be really sincere, all right? Or when I'm in the back of when you're locked up, handcuffed in the back of a cop car, you want to see sincerity? Oh, my God. Get me out of this. I swear I'll never do it again. As soon as they take those handcuffs off, whew, I need a drink, man. That was close. And and we say a lot of things in here, but taking those meetings in, and I had a story that was like Scott's. After I started going to jails with some of the older members when I got here, and hard to believe, I was 40, but there were a lot of older members back there at that time, right? As I got sober in Central Florida, where all the retirees lived. And a lot of these guys would take meetings into the prison, and these were guys that, I'd want to sneak up behind and just listen to what they were talking about, because I'm still trying to shoplift recovery. I don't want to be a member. I just want to shoplift a little recovery, and I want to go back to South Beach and be Miami Joe again, And these guys would go to and a Monday night is the night we went to a maximum security prison. It was about an hour away. We would meet at a gas station about halfway there, and this Monday, and I'm just tagging along with these guys. And it was pouring rain, and it was cold night, and nobody showed up. None of these old guys came out that night for some reason, and I'm at the gas station, nobody's here, and I'm thinking, well, Frank's not here, nobody's here. I really don't even have to go. I can go home too. It's been a long day at work. Monday's a tough day, and then that their voices start echoing in your head. You know how that is. You hear your sponsor. Oh, geez. The worst thing we can ever hear. Don't you ever remember somebody would say, you know the right thing to do? Oh, I hated hearing that. So that's why I'm asking. I'm looking for an alternative. The right thing is not appealing. One of my prayers every day is, help me be okay being interrupted and inconvenienced. Because that's usually where God shows up. God's will shows up. It's just, otherwise I'm running on self-will, right? And so I said, if I don't go, nobody will have a meeting. And I was terrified to go by myself. Drove down, get to the prison, you got to get checked in, and it's an hour meeting. And there's about 50 guys in this prison, and we were taking them through the steps, and the other guys weren't there. So we were on step 3. And I talked a little bit, as much as I knew about step 3, and I said, all right, at the end of and we read step 3, and I said, we're going to do this the way I did it with my sponsor. I said, well, I did it with him on my knees, and we recited the 3rd step prayer. And I'll tell you why. Because if you think about the book, it says we do this with an understanding person. Step 3 is more of an oath. It's kind of like an oath. Have anybody been in the military? Thank you for your service, those of you who have. My son, when he was 18, he was homeless, living in his truck, and because we're going to talk about a power greater than ourselves. Now, there are other powers. Death is one. Jail is one, right? You can have those if you want. It's only, spiritual life did not look like a power that I wanted, a God in my life. So I remember he was living in his truck, and I bailed him out, and I said, what you need is a power greater than yourself, right? You need a power greater than yourself. He's not going to join AA. I says, I'm going to give you a choice of 5. Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines. Pick one. Right? And so he ended up going into the Coast Guard. And the reason I tell this is to remind me to get back to the story about the jail. Because I admire you for circling all the way back and finishing that story about Vanderbilt.
I got back?
I can't believe it. I go, God, I hate when guys can follow a train of thought, right? And so where was I? Oh, no. So we go down to and he finally decides on the Coast Guard. We finally go down to the recruiting station, and he's going to get sworn in. They put your hand on the Bible. He's got shorts on, T-shirt, doesn't have a uniform, hasn't done one push-up, hasn't been on a boat, never fired a gun, hasn't marched, nothing. And the guy swears him in. And he says, okay, Saturday the bus leaves for boot camp. But he's in the Coast Guard. Hasn't done anything, but he's in the Coast Guard. It's kind of what step 3 is, right? It's kind of like, this is what it was for me. It was a swearing in process. And I did it with another man. I'm going to try and live on a different basis now, basis of trusting this power, whatever it is. Because Frank made it easy. On page 53, it says, the God idea. I love the way Bill presents. He says the God idea worked. Our ideas didn't work, but the God idea did. Okay, we can take this as an idea. I'm going to try and live like there's a God. Try and live by principles. So I'm going down to the prison, and I take this meeting into the prison, and we get to that moment, and I'm terrified. This is a maximum security prison. There's 50 guys in this room. And I came out from behind the podium, and I knelt down. And I said, if you care to join me, get on your knees. We're going to say the 3rd step prayer. And if you're not comfortable with this, you can go stand in the back of the room and try not to disturb us. And every single man in that room got down on his knees, and we did the 3rd step prayer together. Now, I did that prayer with my sponsor, and it says sometimes an effect was felt, a great effect. It didn't happen for me, but it was the swearing in process. But that night, there was a great effect felt because I was doing what I thought was the right thing. I was doing the principles that I was taught, and the action, the manual labor, RJ and I were talking, the manual labor of acting like there is this power and doing this thing and changed me. I walked out of that prison a changed man. It's like every time we do these things, we kind of get like a tattoo on our soul. It's indelible, and it's a mark that changes us. And we just become, he said, I'm markedly improved, and we become a little bit better. And we can't see it because we're chronic complainers. We're a quart low all the time, right? But the thing that happens is, remember I said when you're a quart low and your car burns oil, you're running hot and loud? What happens in here is we fix that leak in the radiator, and we fix the engine so we're not burning oil, and eventually we start running smoother. And one of the difficulties is that when you're new, we base this thing on our feelings, because we've been basing everything, and you call it motive or feelings. Everything we've done in our life is based on how we feel, right? If I tell you, if you say, listen, come on over to my house Sunday, I'm having a barbecue, right? Neil asked me to come over on Sunday, I'm having a barbecue. Oh yeah, that sounds great. I'm going to try and make it. If I say I'm trying to make it, I'm not coming. Right? Now, if you tell me, hey, we're having a barbecue, I got a bunch of girls there, and I got an 8-ball, and we got a case of scotch, don't invite anybody else. I'll be early. Right? It's always about, and we base our recovery on our feelings, and it's not. Yesterday do you remember I talked about the bomb and the collateral damage? The bomb gets and the collateral damage. Well, what happened in here for me is when I start little by little by basing this on my actions instead of my feelings, I start to notice the collateral blessings. And what happens is I don't necessarily feel better. I'm not that, my wife will tell you. But my life gets better. My kids are somehow better. My relationship with my wife gets better. I told you, she divorced me. We're now remarried again for 27 years. Happier and more in love than we've ever been. My work relationships get better. My friendships get better. I'm starting to run smooth, right? But I'm a malcontent, right? Restless, irritable, discontent. So I will always have those moments. You know, I love when people, when I got here, if I sat with a psychiatrist, he could have checked every box. Oh, this guy's he's bipolar, he's manic depressive, he's ADD, he's got clinical depression. You could have checked all the boxes. But little by little, I did these spiritual principles that you talked about in here. And those collateral blessings started to happen in my life. Now, for 5 years, I started taking credit for those collateral blessings until I burned my life to the ground sober and lost everything sober. And that's when I realized, well, there's the power, and it's not me. I finally knew. That's when what Frank said became true. Just pretend you're dumb long enough till you know you are. I go, oh, I know I'm dumb now. And so these principles, and I'll tell you another quick story, and this is because when I finally understood what principle really is, because it was a hard concept for a guy like me that doesn't have any principles, right? Bill calls us floundering vessels, right? That principle, that line is a moving target for me. I love what you say. I'm not a liar. Liars lie. I don't lie. I only lie when the truth won't get me what I want. Right? And so I'm not a liar. I can justify my crazy behavior in all I'm not a thief. Thieves steal. If you stole something from somebody else, do you know her? Yeah, she's a thief. She stole something from, but I'm not a thief. You don't understand. I needed the money. Right? And so, because I don't see myself as a liar or a thief, even though I'm doing those things and I'm living that life. We come in here and we got to pierce that shell that we have around us, that we built up this image, and that ego has always built to protect me. And, all my offenses come from you not recognizing the image that I have of myself. That's where all my offenses come from, right? You call me an idiot. It really doesn't define me. It defines you. But if I take offense, I had a guy yesterday, they asked him to leave the treatment center. I wasn't there for this my normal detox meeting, and they asked him to leave, and he got all upset because he was in that detox and got thrown out for violence. So they asked him not to come back, and he calls me, I'm calling the state's attorney. That's a taxpayer thing. I pay taxes. I'm his damn boss. I said, you're right. Go down there and fire his ass. Oh. Okay, right. We're so crazy that we don't know we're crazy. So this principle, what is the principles? And because principle trumps my feelings, and it does trump motive. And I was visiting my in-laws one day. My son was in the Coast Guard when we went down to watch him graduate from boot camp. Those of you that have been in the military, you go in there and not everybody, there's people that go in for the right reasons, patriotic, want to serve. It's like in AA, if you go to, the group conscience meetings or the intergroup or district, there's some real humble servants. I'm not one, okay? So there's some people but my son went in because he was a useless, self-centered puke at 18 years old, and he had no direction in his life. But he goes in there and they put him through boot camp, and 8 weeks later he comes out, and we were sitting there in the audience marching out, and these men I bawled like a baby. He came out, he went in this kid and came out a man. I couldn't even tell the difference between him and all the other guys. They all looked the same in their dress blues, and they looked, and it was just an incredible thing. And that's kind of what happens in here. And so we were visiting my in-laws one time in Atlanta, and I walked by the table and I saw a newspaper, and there on the front page there was a picture of a guy in his dress blues, young guy, 18-year-old kid, and he looked strikingly like my son. And I caught my eye. I picked up the newspaper, and he was 18-year-old kid. He was in Iraq and was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor posthumously. He was in a Humvee with his crew, and there were 6 guys, including himself, and somebody threw a hand grenade in, or whatever they call those things. An IUD? No. Just kidding. Somebody threw a hand grenade. But it happens, okay? It happens. And he jumped on the hand grenade. 18-year-old kid, and saved their lives. When I read the article, my first reaction was, I'll never, ever have that kind of courage. I don't even know where that comes from. Where do you get that kind of courage? I want to be John Wayne, but I'm like Scott, but I'm not going to fight. I don't want to prove it, right? I just want to look like John Wayne, and I want to look courageous. And I was baffled by it. And then I thought about my son. I thought, well, God, if that ever happened, I would hate for him to give his life. What a waste of a life at 18 years old. And I couldn't get it out of my mind. And it was stuck with me in my quiet times every morning. And I kept thinking about it. And I started to realize, I said, wait a minute. Maybe if this kid lived to be 100 years old, could he have done anything in his life to more define his life than that one act? Probably not. Right? Nothing greater than that, probably. And then I thought, well, but where do you get that courage? Because I'm never going to have that courage. It's not going to happen for me. And I don't even want it. I don't want to pray for it in case it happens. Because if somebody throws a hand grenade here, I'm going, RJ, can you hit that for me? Because I'm going that way. I'm not going towards it. And I thought about this kid, and I said, if I could stop time right now, as soon as that hand grenade hit the floor, and I could stop time and ask this kid, do you want to jump on that hand grenade? Of course his answer would have been no. But it was a knee-jerk reaction because he was acting out of principle. We're part of a unit. We care for each other. And it had been trained into him to do this, to act on principle. And I realized, I said, that's how we do the things that we can't do on our own in here. We start acting on principle and we become better. Don Major used to say, thank God we can act better than we feel. And that's because of those principles. And then I read something by Bill Wilson, and he explained it all. He says, each adversity becomes an opportunity to grow the kind of courage, which I know I'm not, born of humility rather than bravado. That's where we get it from. We practice these principles, and humility is one of them. And we get the kind of courage to live the kind of life that we were afraid to live. Because what if I'm wrong? What if God really doesn't like me? Right? And so this third step for me was taking the oath. When I initially did it the first time, there was a member of our home group who was a minister, Bob. He married my wife and I the first marriage we had, and he's the one that sat there and said, do not marry this woman. You're not equally yoked, right? And he was a member of our home group. I remember asking him one time, and I said, what's the difference between spirituality and religion? Because he was a good member. He started our men's group with my sponsor. The two of them started this, and they were old guys at the time, and it was called the Take It Easy Men's Group. The reason they named it that is because they forgot the phrase is easy does it, not take it easy. Evidently, their Prevagen wasn't working either. I swear I believe it. So I asked him, I said, what's the difference? And he said, well, listen, in religion, he said, I wish I could get the people in my congregation to be as devoted and to be as energetic and enthusiastic about their spirituality as we are in AA. I said, I don't think you can, because in church, they're really only under penalty of sin. Here, we're under penalty of death, right? We're at gunpoint. So it doesn't matter what the motive that you came here. I know a guy with 35 years sober who got sober because there were free donuts at the AA meeting. Today, he's a great member of AA. And we say things like this in meetings, oh, you got to come here for yourself. I don't know if any of that's true. We tell you, oh, you got to love, we're going to love you till you can love yourself. I don't know if that's true. I think we love you till you can love somebody else. Because when that happens, you get the secret. You get the secret. Nothing will ensure immunity as intensive work with another alcoholic. When these, on page 163, it says, when these men have discovered the joy of helping others, there will be no stopping them. And if I don't find a way to get high on my recovery, I'm going to get high on something else. Right? And I found it by hanging out with guys like this, by hanging out with people like you, by being involved in my home, by taking meetings. And there's a dangerous part of taking meetings into treatment centers and the prisons too. For a guy like me, I can't go to a meeting where I might be the smartest guy in the room. Right? Thank God. So I have to hang around with other guys. And if you don't have people that you emulate, I don't think you'll grow in this program. Right? We don't put them on pedestals, but we certainly do. I emulated Frank. Frank would walk into a room, and everybody would want to come and say hello to Frank. If you were at a meeting, people would say, Frank always says this, Frank says that, right? And he wasn't a speaker. He didn't go around speaking everywhere, but he was the guy. You know these people. Maybe one day, I hope, maybe something will rub off. This is the guy that, Tom I was one of those guys. Keith Lewis was one of those guys. If you haven't heard their CDs, go listen to their CDs.
Yeah, write that down.
Yeah.
Write that down. Tom
I and Keith Lewis. These were guys that when you were talking to them, they could just meet you, and you felt like you were the most important person in the world.
Yeah, Don Major did that too.
Yes. They could make you feel that way. What a gift. We make each other better in here, right? And so Bob said, you come to church. I got back to it. Wow. Maybe that Prevagen is working, And he would say, and if I go to your house and we have dinner and we're going to say grace, you always ask me to say it because I'm the minister. He says, see, in church we have a middleman, or in synagogue or in temple, we have a middleman, In AA, you don't get to have a middleman. You have to have an experience of this power, or you won't stay. Right? We can't see the wind, but we can see its effect. We see the lives. The guy in the room that's talking about, geez, I just got, I wanted a raise. They didn't give me a raise. I'm underpaid. Man, you got here, didn't even have a driver's license or a car. You're back in the big bed, I remember telling Frank, what's the use of this, man? You don't understand. I haven't paid income tax in 20 years. I have these felonies against me. I'm broke. I lost my son. I'm living with mom in a trailer park. I owe everybody in the world money. I don't own a single thing. And he'd say, man, you're lucky you got here before things got really bad. Or I would have other, we wake up in fits. Sometimes I wake up gripped in fear, even today. Not very often, but sometimes for no reason. And I would call Frank and, Frank, man, I feel so, what's the use, man? It's just, I feel like I'm so disconnected or something. He goes, oh, don't worry, this is May. May is a terrible month for alcoholics. Now, June is really a good month. I go, really? Okay, I'll hang on. It sounds crazy, but it's really that damn simple. It's really that damn simple. I go to take that meeting into that prison that night, and and when I go to the detox, it may take me an hour to get ready, an hour to get there, and then an hour meeting and an hour back home. But here's the real benefit. It's not because I'm some spiritual giant or I'm a nice guy. And I remind them, I'm not here because I'm a nice guy. The truth of the matter is for those 3 hours, I'm not full of crap. If you follow me around with a video camera and you had looked at those 3 hours, you say, hey, here's a guy working a program. It's the manual labor of Alcoholics Anonymous. The desperation, I kind of came up with my own little formula. It's probably not true, and I don't want people to get upset. Don't quote me because it's crazy, because consider the source. But the desperation, I thought, how did this journey happen? The desperation created surrender, right? And then surrender, the byproduct of that surrender was a willingness. All right, I'll try this. And then the willingness created commitment. All right, I'll make coffee on Tuesday. I'll set up the chairs. And the commitment created action. And the action created change. And the change created faith. I came to believe. I looked at the collateral blessings in my life, and they're in our lives. And that's why I have to stay close, because I need to be reminded. And I need to share the miracle. If you don't share the miracle, it will become mundane. Right? We'll make it just, yeah, that did happen, but it wasn't something special. I think that's it, right? Break time?
No.
Oh.
And that was great, Joe. Thank you. I got a couple of things I missed. The one thing I wanted to be sure I missed. It's on page 12. This is what I do with a new guy. Bill is drunk on gin and pontificating about the czar of the heavens and universal mind. As you may recall, gin is perfect for that. And Ebby, I think, finally got enough. I was not there. But this is how I see this scene. And Ebby finally got enough and says, why don't you choose your own conception of God? I think that was God speaking through Ebby. Ebby's a member of the Oxford group. They're not telling people to come up with their own conception of God. All right? That's not what they do. And so when I get a new guy, I say, we're going to do that. And here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to ask you to give me a series of single words and very short phrases. Describe the individual characteristics you would like for God to have, not what you believe, not what they said. What you would like to have. I'm going to participate. If you like my suggestions, take them. If you don't like them, don't take them. And I have this guy write them in the inside back cover of his big book because I think it's that important. Usually the first one is forgiving. And I say, that's not good enough for me. I'm too guilty. Forgiving won't get it for me. I've got to have a God that's eager to forgive. I say, you like that? Write it down. How about loving? How would you like to have a God that loves you? Does that sound good? Write it down. How about gentle? God does not force you to his will. How about available 100% of the time? Totally available. How about sense of humor? I want a God that laughs and dances. Do you like that? Write it down. How about a God that's generous? Would you like that? Write it down. How about a God who knows what's best for you and wants it for you? Because clearly you don't. Because if you do, how'd you get here? No offense, I'm here too. How about a God whose will is a good deal? Not the God's will that I've been hearing. A God whose will is a good deal. Would you like to have that? Write it down. And if and only if I can have all of those, then powerful. Can't start there. In my part of the world, we get a lot of people show up kind of believing in a God that I wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. And we got to get that one out of here. And I say to him, I'm going to ask you to read that first thing in the morning and last thing at night for the next month to get it in your mind. You can change it any time you like, but you have to tell me if you make a change. And don't try to believe it. I'm not asking you to. You can't. I can't change what I believe. I don't have the power. My belief is based on my experience, which includes how I've experienced your experience. So start experiencing this idea, and let's see what happens, and let's test drive it. We're going to do what the scientists call a working hypothesis. You probably know the term. It means we have reason to believe something may be true. Now we're going to apply it in all cases, just see what happens. The reason we have is that's my God concept. You must believe mine's working, or you wouldn't have asked me to sponsor you. So don't try to believe it, but test drive it. And I hate this fake it till you make that want to puke. Don't fake anything. I'm going to ask you this simple question. How do you think you would conduct your life day by day if you believe this? Conduct your life in that manner for a while, and we'll just see what happens. Simple experiment. Simple experiment. Just see what happens. It can't be as bad as what brought you here. It really can't. Joe talked, I love this story about that kid that got the Medal of Honor. I haven't been asked to give up my life for my friends, but I have too, but in little pieces. One of the most loving things I can do, and I pray for it every day, I got this from Don Major, is to pray that I might be a great listener today, to give up a little piece of my life to really listen to you, not with just my ears, but with my whole being. I have a history of standing there until you finally shut up so I can say this brilliant thing I've been writing while you were just running your mouth for no apparent reason. Yeah. But to really try to listen with my whole being, it changes absolutely everything. It's just astonishing. So I asked him to just test drive it, and we'll just see what happens. The other piece, Joe talked about surrender. One of my favorite definitions of surrender. Surrender is when I join the winning side. That's really what surrender is joining the winning side. Should we close this session by doing the third step prayer? Is that a good idea, Joe?
That is a good idea.
Do you have a thought on that?
One quick thought,
Go for it.
Only because I wanted to wrap up what happens in that third step. When Albert Einstein said, not an alcoholic, Albert Einstein said, the greatest decision you'll ever make in your life is whether this is a friendly universe or a hostile universe. Because whatever you decide, your life will be filled with evidence to prove you're right. Bill W. said it this way, God either is or he isn't. He's either everything or he's nothing. What's your choice to be? Do you want a world with the God that Scott just described? Or do you want to go back to your world where you're in charge? So that's how I started to live on a different basis, or try to live on a different basis.
So I'd ask you to continue with the way I like to do it, is let's take a moment and thank God. I'm pretty sure he showed up. I covered all kinds of things I did not know were going to get covered this morning. And I like to think that was him working through me. I hope so. That's what I asked for this morning. So let's thank him for coming, and then we will slowly, I say again, slowly whisper the third step prayer. Let's thank him. Prayer. God, I offer myself to thee. Fill with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Wow, we have a room filled with love. We're going to take a 9-minute and 8-second break. It's going to be short. Smoke them really hard, okay? Go away.
Or vape
Wow.
them. Or vape them, right?
Wow.
Yeah, you were on fire.
So were you. I had those things I wanted to cover. Hi.
Thanks, Neil.
But I want to talk about a couple of things for those who have not done step 4. The first thing is there are no surprises. You were there. So there's nothing to be afraid of. And all you need is a pen and a piece of paper. And I'm going to talk about probably the most important thing is give yourself permission to do a lousy 4-step. Because if you have to do it perfectly, you can't pick up the pen. We're not saving an alcove in Akron at the AA Hall of Fame for your 4-step. And we do not give a trophy every year for the best 4-step, and this is the trophy you are not going to get. All right? You ain't getting it. And you can't have your picture made with it if you like. I have got a funny thing I do with it. I'm quite serious. If you want your picture made with it. The Russians went crazy for this, and they can't read it. So, anyway, give yourself permission. I just want to do one little piece of it. And that piece is, my sponsor said, what you want is mercy for yourself and justice for everybody else. And he had me. And he said the package is mercy for everybody or justice for everybody, and you are part of everybody, and you get to choose. And I can't face justice. I've done too much. When I chose mercy for them, I chose it for myself. he explained that forgiveness, there are two types of verbs in the English language, transitive and passive. Transitive is something I do. I pick up the book. Passive happens to me. It's raining. I walk outside. I get wet. Look up the verb to forgive in your dictionary. Tell you it's transitive. Something you can do. It's not. It's something I had to open up to receive. Forgiveness is a state of spirit, and I cannot change my spirit. I don't have the power. Did you ever say, anybody say, well, I forgive, but I'll never forget? That ain't forgive. That's stuffing it. So what can I change? And I believe where it says God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. That happened to a lady named Wynne Laws, who wrote the story Freedom from Bondage. On page 552, she says, if you have resentment you want to be free of, if you pray for the person or thing you resent, you'll be free. Ask in prayer for anything you want for yourself to be given to them, you'll be free. As for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, you'll be free. Even when you don't really want it from them, your prayer's only words, so you don't mean it. Go ahead and do it anyway. And he started me on that process. And he said, don't worry that you don't mean it, and use as much detail. And he added it to the prayer on page 67. And this is what I was instructed. To sit and talk to God about the two worst things I ever did. Bring to mind the two worst things you ever did. That's not who you are. That's who you're not. Because if that's who you are, you wouldn't be thinking them as worst. I was told they would teach me here how to quit doing who I'm not. How to repair the damage for having done who I'm not, and who I really am will emerge from the ashes like the phoenix. That's what we do here. And that's what this process did for me. And then begin to pray the list. First name of the list, George. God, please help me grant George the same tolerance, patience, I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. I pray that he doesn't go bald, that he wins the Tennessee lottery, he gets promoted at work, he gets a new mansion, a new boat, a new motorcycle, that his kids go to school on scholarship and don't give him any trouble. His wife is a fabulous lover and chases him around the house all the time. That his lawn goes to lush and green but grows so slowly, he only has to mow once a year. Be creative and then ask yourself a simple question. You mean it, yes or no? Not are you trying to mean it, not you know, but do you mean it, yes or no? Jerry said, resentment, this old anger, is like ice around your heart. And the ice has a thickness based on the severity of the events, how long ago they happened, how much you've nurtured it. And what you're doing here is holding an icy heart up to the sunlight of the Spirit. Sunlight will melt ice. It always does. It's a question of time and effort. The sunlight always wins. If you think this won't work for you, I'll give you personal experience. One of the first men I sponsored used this process to receive the gift of not hating the man that killed his son. Not too long ago, a man I sponsor used this process to receive the gift of not hating the man that raped his 15-year-old daughter. Okay? Don't doubt the power here. The big book says my anger will kill me. And I believe that. I've seen it. I don't have time to tell that whole story. But I wanted to mention those parts because they are so critically important to me. It changed my life. It dug the poison out of my soul. I'm 82 years old. I'm not going to be stuck in this body a lot longer. I cannot afford on that day for my soul to stand naked before my Creator, guilty of hating one of his other children. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive. God, if I don't forgive them, don't you forgive me. And it doesn't matter what they've done. It just doesn't matter. It changed my life. I want to cover that piece. I want to talk about 6 and 7 very briefly. I was sober 4 or 5 months, and you heard me talk last night where I did my 5th step with Bernie, and I got some relief. Some days after that, I don't remember how many, I'm lying in bed one night, and wife number one's asleep next to me, and I'm talking to God like I'm talking to you. And the experience was like I was immersed in his love, like it had surrounded me and was floating in it. I felt the presence of this magnificent, wonderful, laughing love, this God who loved me beyond my ability to receive love. I was absolutely overwhelmed by it, and I just lay there in his presence for a while. And I said to him, please, give me the hardest training I can stand and make the most out of me that you can. I meant it. I mean it now. I will tell you, I've had times I wish I hadn't said that, because he took me kind of seriously about that, and some of the training has been a little bit on the rough side. But the fact is, I want him to make the most out of me that he can. I no longer believe that God's will is a good deal. I do not believe it. I believe it's the best deal there is. The first time I asked for God's will, it was grudgingly. Did I talk about this last night? Where I've turned my life to the ground and everything's terrible and everybody hates me and it's all nasty and okay, thy will be done. This morning, when I said thy will be done, it almost brought me to tears because I realized I'm asking for the best thing that can possibly happen to me. The best thing that can possibly happen to me. Thy will be done. That includes the parts that I don't like. I've long believed that one day at a time was the hardest assignment I've ever been given. I found another one. It is to stay in conscious contact with him all day long. Several years ago, I started praying about and working on taking the little bumps in the road, the little times. We got this funny thing we say, I'm having a good day, I'm having a bad day. Let me translate that for you. Good day, my will's being done. Bad day, my will's not being done. That's what it means, okay? And it can be brought down to the moment. It can be brought down to the moment. And I've had some progress in the last couple of years on taking those moments where my will isn't done to stop and say, okay, thank you, thy will be done, not mine. I have a young girlfriend, she's 78, and she said to me, I'm looking at buying a house in your neighborhood. My home group meets at 6 o'clock on Wednesday night, 2 blocks from my house. I want to leave home at 5:29. I've learned to be 30 minutes early at my home group. Can we go look for this house? I said, sure. She said, we'll leave early. Well, I agreed to that, not knowing that she did not have leave early as one of her settings. And so we drive all over the North American continent, and we finally locate this place, and immediately she says, no, that won't do. And then she says, can we stop at the dollar store? I want to get one item before the meeting. And the gift that I got was my morning prayer flashed back to me. Because I asked God that morning to help me treasure her. And that came back. And the question was, what would a guy who treasured this woman say to that question? The answer was, of course. So we pull into the dollar store. She goes inside. I stay in the car. Now, I am about to be presented with a 24-karat gold opportunity to keep my mouth shut. And if I'm going to cash in on that, I'm going to need some divine help. So I'm checking in. And she's gone an inordinately long period of time. Now, I do not know what that one item was to this day. I can tell you it came out in 2 bags. I know that about it. And as she got into the car, she said, I'm sorry it took so long, but there was a homeless guy in line in front of me who selected more items than he had money for. I bought some of his things. I said, that's one of the reasons you're sitting next to me. We pull up to the church. This all happens in my neighborhood. Pull up to the church. It still isn't meeting time. They haven't started the meeting. 25 is a big crowd. I know them all. And there's a young man I don't recognize walking up the steps. I thought, aha. I open her door. I get my big book out of the back seat. As we walk into the church, that young man's walking out. I stopped him, introduced myself. He's a newcomer, and he couldn't get all the way in. He couldn't do it. And I was able to take him into that meeting and introduce him around. There's a pretty good chance I gave him a sponsor. I'd do that. Take a look at God's timing. If God's will had been done, when that young man couldn't get into the meeting, I'd have been in there jacking around with my buddies. But because my will wasn't done, those times, God hit, how long, what was that, a 30-second time window? And God hit it right on the head. Yeah. It helps me remember, thy will be done counts the little times when it's not going my way, to simply stop and say, thy will be done. His timing is always better than mine. Joe?
Thanks, Scott. Okay. You know, this is a special community. You guys are, you know, when we came in this morning, I remarked to Scott, look at, the tables are filled. Everybody brought books and their pens and pads. And here, you know, this is a special group of people. I've been here a couple times, and you don't find this everywhere. This support and this enthusiasm for recovery. So thank you for pouring into us. We're going to leave better off because we were here. So I hope you hear something that helps you, but if not, you've sure helped me. So we're going to walk away better off. 6 and 7, you know, I told you at 6 years sober, my wife divorced me. I lost the best job I ever had. I ended up broke and being a single parent, and I was faced with life, and it just devastated, and I started to go through the steps again. I wanted to drink, but I didn't drink, and I believe 6 and 7 were the two most important steps at that period of my life that kind of turned things around for me. And what happened was, I finally surrendered to being just a normal guy. And it's okay to just be ordinary. I was 48 years old at the time. And that first year or two, I belly ached at every meeting about it's her fault and look what happened to me and I lost this. And there was a lot of self-pity. And then those collateral blessings, my son being happy, learning how to be a dad, showing up for my son, starting to live in these principles, live in the oath that I took on step 3. And I call it an oath, but that's just my terminology that I'm using here. But that's the decision that we made in step 3, that I was going to start living on a better basis in these principles. The first time I did 6 and 7, it was like, okay, God, these are my character defects and take them away, have at it. I want you to do the heavy lifting. God, clean up on aisle 4, Right, and go back and check every once in a while and go, oh, that selfishness is still there, because it would get caught. Usually when I call my sponsor, it would go something like this. Hey, Frank, I got caught being me today. Let me tell you what happened, right? And God's not doing a very good job of changing me. I wanted to do none of the heavy lifting. But and I saw that the 12 and 12s are out there, and in the big book there's 2 paragraphs. I believe when Bill wrote 6 and 7, he was inspired, but I believe it was more prophetic than anything. And when he wrote the 12 and 12, some of his greatest writings is 6 and 7, and it's kind of like you go back and read them, and Bill's like saying, "Holy shit, it worked." It was true. These things started to happen, and I thought it was about the removal of my character defects, and it's not. Scott, those are gifts. God loves me the way I am. We heard Sheldon at the Usual Suspects retreat go, do you think in all the 4.5 million years that people have been on this earth that God's going, oh, Joe, was that you screwing up? Do you think he cares? Do you think he's holding a grudge? And we have these natural instincts. And I love Scott's explanation that it is our job to make mistakes. And we learn through the consequences of our mistakes instead of running from them or hiding them like I was. As you know, I was always guilty. I mean, for the first 40 years of my life, if you called my name, you said, Joe, I went, what? Because I know I'm guilty of something. What am I doing? I know I'm doing something wrong. And so the first time I did 6 and 7, it didn't yield a lot of results. And little by little, you start to go back and not try. I didn't bring the shovel. God can move mountains, but I didn't bring the shovel. I didn't do any action. Where's the action associated with those steps? Because I really believe that in 6 and 7, and later on, it talks about that really the whole success of our recovery program is how well we implement the decision we made in step 3 into our lives. And 6 and 7 is the implementation of the decision we made in step 3. Because in step 3, I made the decision, and then I went on to I didn't really know what my character defects were. I didn't do a causes and conditions the first time. The insanity was until I had it pointed out to me. And luckily, when I did step 4, and I did the first 3 columns, but I had to have help in analyzing my part or my wrongs. I had to have help. If my sponsor wasn't there, he says, well, what do you think about this? And it got me to look at it from an entirely different angle. I was so crazy I couldn't look at it for a different. Like I said, my wife is jealous, suspicious, and bitter. I could not see where did I arouse that. And and a lot of times in here we'll pray. They call it the resentment prayer, right? It's really the sick man prayer, but we're not praying for them. We're praying for us. God, help me show them the same pity, patience, and tolerance I would cheerfully grant a sick person, right? Though I did not like their actions, they like myself. When I finally can accept my wrongs. And the willingness in step 7 and step 6, that's really, it's about the acquisition of willingness. It's about to try willingness on all my character defects. And when they happen, don't run from them. And I take a look, and I look at something, and this is the transition that happened. I went from being a guy who was sorry he got caught to a guy that's sorry for what he did. I didn't know there was a difference. I'm sorry I got exposed, and I'm embarrassed, and I'm ashamed, or humiliated, because I'm sorry I got caught. But I really wasn't sorry for what I did because I didn't understand it. I didn't understand, the simple little process. I remember when I was new, I wore the Serenity Prayer out. I wasn't really a religious guy, but I used to pray the Serenity Prayer all the time. And I realized what it does. When I started to pray, because Frank told me, I want you to pray. I don't know. I don't care what you pray. I don't care who you're praying to. Just do the action of praying. So when I would say the Serenity Prayer, I realized what it did. It takes my consciousness out of the problem, and it raises us to where something bigger than me exists. Maybe. But I come away, I raise my consciousness. And in the process of 6 and 7, you start to exist. See, I lived my whole life like there were two different types of people. I don't want to be crude, but I'm going to be. Like the ones whose backs I was stepping on to get to the asses of the ones I was kissing. Right? The other ones are all invisible. I'm just stepping over you to get to the ones I think have something for me or something I want. And in this step, I had to start taking a look at some of my behaviors when they happened. And I had to start owning the harm that I had done. What harm had I really done to them? So I started to pray for willingness. And it didn't happen overnight. It doesn't. It says anyone who persistently tries this step on all his character defects is likely to be called, what does he say? A man rather than a child. In step 6 and 7, I went from being a character to having character. Right? Because he talks in step 7, and in 6, he finishes up with 6, he says that these feelings, these instincts that far exceed their normal bounds that drive us blindly. And I always said, my feelings have been dragging my ass around my entire life. Right? Freedom from the bondage of self. He said, we found the enemy, it's me. And 7 is about the acquisition of that elusive quality called humility. I've tried reading this one time. A sponsee told me this, and I did it. I tried reading this in the 12 and 12 because he mentions humility. I can't even remember how many times. But if you take out the word humility and put faith, substitute the word faith, it reads this almost the same. Because humility for me is really knowing the order of things. That there is a God and he's not me. Or there is a God and he's not us. Right? And you start to exist in this step. And a lot of things happened for me in step 7 when I tried to practice the opposite of the defect. Started to act better than I felt, right? Started to act on the true objective, God's will, rather than a self-determined objective is what Bill calls it. A self-determined objective. Because any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Well, this is where that started to be the truth in my life. I started to feel the effects of this step in my life. And then here's the great effect. The great effect, it says that, and during the process of this, our whole attitude towards God changes. See, I thought I needed God, but what I really needed was a loving God. Because I was too bad. That's why it says, to live by spiritual principles or die an alcoholic death is not an easy alternative for us. Well, why isn't that an easy alternative? You know why? Because a spiritual life doesn't look like something I want. I'm going to need a lot of forgiveness, and I don't think I'm worth it. I don't think I deserve it. Down deep inside, I think I'm bad. I've been pretending not to be bad. I don't want you to know I'm bad, but I know I'm bad. My sponsor says, I don't want you to see me because if you see me, you won't like me because I know me and I don't like me. And so a spiritual life didn't look like something I wanted. That's why we have to be totally broken to surrender to this thing with all the desperation of a drowning man. We don't do this cafeteria stuff. That's the other thing. You have to do this thing with the desperation of, there's no alternative, right? When you think about it, there really aren't two alternatives. Die, that's not an alternative. So spiritual life, I had to do it at gunpoint. All right, I'm going to try this thing. I hope God's not mad, because they just, and my wife always says to me, you're lucky you didn't get what you deserve. Aren't we? Justice or mercy? And I did that decision in step 4 and 5 when I did it with my sponsor. He says, but whatever you decide, like Scott said, everybody gets the same. Everybody gets mercy. So it's my job to learn how to give mercy. And when I own my defects, it's so much easier for me to give you slack that you, like ourselves, are sick people, right? Because that's the heart. I wish I could tell you that I've stopped judging. I've been judging all day. Are you kidding me? But it doesn't have the weight it used to have in my life, right? Don Major calls it the crazy picture show in my head. And it's what it is. It's my other sponsor, my new sponsor, Bob, who's been my sponsor since Frank passed away, and he says, the ego has to become the junior partner in your life. It's always been the CEO. It's got to become the junior partner. It's still there. And and I laugh at it. I mean, I wish you could hear the dialogue that runs in my head when I'm just driving down the street, right? I'm driving everybody's car. Jesus, use that pedal on the right, will you, sir? I know a right-hand turn's a tough maneuver, okay? And I'm giving everybody dialogue while I'm going. But I'm the silly guy that's doing it. So what a relief and the humility that comes with 6 and 7. But my attitude towards God changed, and God's will became a good deal. And I'll tell you that I'll tell a quick story, and it sounds silly, but I'm kind of a silly, simple guy. I was sitting in my backyard one day doing my morning meditation. This was back when we lived in Central Florida, and our backyard was a canopy of oak trees, right? And this kind of parallels your cloud story, which when you told that, it made me think of this. And we had tons of oaks, and I was sitting there one day, and we had a ton of squirrels, and the squirrels are they're just rats that live in trees, right? They're the rats of the trees.
Who would want to be in designer clothes?
Who would want to be a squirrel? Squirrels just got screwed. They want to be birds. That's why they're living up there. But they can't fly, Birds got the superpower. Squirrels got nothing. And I'm watching one day, right? And I'm watching the squirrels, and all of a sudden one day, and I was in my 6th and 7th step process of, God's will's a good deal. Maybe he's not mad at me. Maybe that's why the prayer says, I'm not willing you should have all of me, good and bad. Because in his eyes, he created both the good and the bad in me. It's got to be of use. I just don't know what and I get to find the mystery of it. So I'm watching these squirrels, and I notice this one squirrel running way up in the branches, full speed, running along a limb. Another squirrel's chasing him, and he's going from tree to tree like there's a highway up there with road signs, right? And how did they see that? And then I noticed that they ran underneath the branch and back on top. And I went, holy crap, squirrels don't have gravity. I said, they do have superpowers, right? They're running full speed up there. And if you watch a squirrel, they really are not a victim of gravity. They can run down a tree. And I tried it. I stood on my hands. Put my feet up on the wall just to see what it would feel like, what it would be like to run upside down. And you could feel the force of gravity like way more, right? And I realized, how do they do it? Because it just doesn't look like it affects them. And then there's a squirrel sitting in front of me, and every once in a while I would throw some nuts out, and there's a little squirrel sitting in front of me, and I'm going, wow, and I'm looking at this squirrel, and I'm going, he did not wake up this morning and go, today I want to be a really good squirrel. Or look at the other, I want to be that squirrel over there. He gets all the girl squirrels, all right? Or I want to be that squirrel over there. He's got the best nest in the trees, He didn't even look at me and say, I want to be him. He's got the nuts. That squirrel was 100% perfectly content. It was in his DNA to be absolutely everything he was created to be. And when he was everything he was created to be, he had his own set of superpowers. And this is when I realized I've been living on a competitive basis all my life, trusting finite self instead of infinite God. See, I thought life was a pizza pie. There's only 8 slices. Now, as long as I'm getting slices, it's good. But somewhere deep inside of me, when you got a slice, it was a slice I wasn't going to get. There was one less slice to go around, right? And it never produced a good feeling. I could never be happy for you getting a slice of pizza. I would say I was. And it wasn't against you. It just was something I wasn't going to get. And during this process, when you realize we trust infinite God, and things started to change in my life after this. Like I said, I became rich while I was poor. And I became that squirrel. It was okay to just be an ordinary guy, coach my son in Little League, pick him up from school, make dinner every night. I've only made stir-fry. That's all I know how to make. Chicken or beef. What do you want? Right? And we had stir-fry every night. But it was the best year of his life. And I started to change my attitude towards things. God's deal is a good deal, like Scott said. And I became a loving God. So 6 and 7 were paramount in a transformation for me after when I didn't drink and when I had lost everything in sobriety. And I realized they were the missing pieces in my program, that willingness and that humility. And so anyway, Scott.
Thanks, Joe. I just love to hear you talk. You touched my life in so many ways. You're a great storyteller. Thank you. I was put in mind of my third sponsor, who said, I'm not responsible for what I think. I'm responsible for how long I think it. I can't keep garbage from showing up. If everyone gets dirty up here, I can sweep. That's my responsibility. Sandy said it similarly. He was not talking about relapse. He said, to measure my recovery is not whether I get off the path. We all get off the spiritual path. The measure of my recovery is how quickly I get back on. That third sponsor picked up the nickname Rusty. I gave it to him. At the end of his drinking, he was drinking mouthwash mixed with Kool-Aid, and he wet his pants so many times his zipper rusted shut. And he loved his nickname. And Rusty said to me one day, he said, in the history of this planet, no human has ever been put in an insane asylum for being insane. Never, not once. They put us in there for acting insane. No one's been let out for being sane. Let us out for acting sane. So in those days when you're crazy, if you don't act on it, they won't know. Don't tell them they're not ready. Pick up the phone. Tell one of us we're ready, and we are not all crazy on the same day. Might be the best piece of advice I ever got. What I'm about to share with you is a gift from sponsor number 4. I heard him say this in a meeting one time, and I'm going to come pretty close to quoting it because he just knocked me down with it. He said, steps 6 and 7 don't say anything at all about me working on my character defects. He said, my character defects are self-centered by definition, and self does not have the power to push self out of the center. If it did, it would leave a vacuum. So the answer to my character defects is not for me to work on them. That's him. This is me. I'm going to come back to him. I've got 3 particular character defects I call my spiritual barometers. They're what tell me what's going on. They travel together, and they are lying, well, improving the truth. We talked about that. Lying, swearing, and being angry with you in traffic. And if I notice one of those, if I look, they're together. Joe says they go off stage, change costume, and come back out. And when I notice one of them, if I look, they're all out, and they travel together. And the answer is not for me to work on. I guess duct tape could help the lying and the swearing, but what's the answer here? And the answer is that I need to do what I was told. That when those things are out, there's something wrong with my spiritual program. I need to inventory. What's my morning prayer and meditation look like? How long has it been since I called my sponsor? Did I tell him the whole truth? What's my sponsorship look like? Am I active in my home group? Am I reaching out to newcomers? When's the last time I took a meeting to a jail or a treatment center? Do I let people in traffic? Do I try to lift people's spirits? Am I saying please and thank you? What's eating prayer? There's a hole somewhere. Because when there's not, I don't have those kind of behaviors. One of my standing assignments is to spread love and joy. We've had way too many people move into my town for the last decade. It's been over 30,000 a year moving to Nashville every year for the last decade. We got traffic jams now. We never had them before. My history is to sit in a traffic jam and just be angry. Now I don't. Now what I do when I find myself in a traffic jam is I put on a clown nose and I reach into my pocket and I pull out bubbles. And I blow the bubbles out the window to get the other driver's attention. And they look and see the clown nose and they start laughing. And when they laugh, I laugh. Laughter's contagious. We're still stuck in traffic, but I've turned it into a party. If we stay stuck, there's a wreck, we're going to be here a while, I shut it down, start passing. I'm carrying maybe 50 of each of these in my car right now. Yeah. Or I'm walking through an airport. I got to do this twice yesterday. I'll show a video. And there's a mom there with a couple of kids, or a grocery store. There's a young mom there with a couple of kids, and those are good kids. There's no question about it. They're just having a hard day. And I get about so far away from them, and I blow one stream of bubbles. The crying stops now. Kids will lock on the stream of bubbles like a good bird dog coming on point. And I go up to the mom and I say, look, I'm a stranger, so I don't want to give your children anything. The kids can have the noses and bubbles. I'd like to give them to you. What happens? What happens is those kids have their day lifted. Who else? Do you think mom's day was improved? Who else? Everyone that saw it? Who else? Me. If I'm sloshing love and joy all over you, it splatters onto me every time. Every time. So one of my standing assignments is to spread love and joy. One of the ways I do that is greetings. Typically in the South, say, how are you? Here are some of my answers. I'm so good, if it gets any better, I have to become twins just to receive it all. How are you? Fantastic and improving rapidly. How are you? I'm blessed almost to tears. How are you? If the genie pops out of the bottle and says 3 wishes, I have to tell him to take the day off, call me tomorrow. I got nothing to ask for. And this is my favorite, and I say it all to you, and I mean it. Scott, how are you? So much better for spending time with you today. Can you feel that? A greeting is an opportunity to lift somebody else's spirit every time. I smile at strangers. I speak to strangers. Before I answer the phone, I put a smile on my voice, even if I'm sure it's spam. That's one of God's kids anyway. I'm not going to give him any time, but I can give him a little joy. That's standing assignment. Standing assignment. So go back to the what I was talking about from my sponsor, Mike, about the character defects. That the book does anything about me working on them. So I go back and plug the hole. For me, it's normally meditation. This will make sense to you. Meditation works so good for me that I stopped doing it. I knew you'd get that. And but I go back and plug the spiritual hole, whatever it is. And the next day you can cut me off in traffic and almost hit me. And I will smile at you, and I'll wave all my fingers at the very same time. Oh, they do that here too, Joe. Yeah. And I'll say, wow, God, thank you. I smelled he might cut me off and I had a foot on the brake, and I avoided a wreck that would have been his fault, but I would have been in a wreck. Thank you. And go with that child today. I make mistakes like that myself. Blessings upon that child. And I can't change myself from the raging maniac 2 days ago who would wanted to chase him 2 exits past mine, giving the universal signal, you're number one with me. And I can't change me. I don't have the power. But I can change my actions today. As I change my actions today, day after day after day, I become changed, but I don't change me. I don't change me. I'll go back to quote that sponsor again. He said, I don't focus on the darkness. I invite the light in, and the light comes. And when the light comes, the darkness flees. The darkness cannot exist in the light. My job is to be involved with the light, not to focus on the darkness. in me or in you. That's not my assignment. My assignment is to bring the light in, to be a beacon. And the two things that seem to do that best are love and laughter. Love and laughter. And I talked about it earlier. One of the most loving things I can do is simply really, really listen to you. Get up close and really listen. And I pray about that every day. I pray. Somebody 10 years ago said, what would you hope people would say at your funeral? And I said, I would hope they would say Scott was a good listener, and I don't think I am. And so I started praying. I prayed that every day since then, that I might be a great listener today. It's one of the most astonishing things. So I don't work on my character defects. If I could work on it, it would imply manageability. And I don't believe manageability. I've actually read the book more than once. I cannot find a page that says, congratulations, having reached this lofty spiritual level, your life is now manageable. The tank's full, the keys are in it, go get them, we're so proud of you. I can't find it. Yeah. So this idea of unmanageability is no longer a problem because I have a new manager who's doing a rather spectacular job, I might add. My priority is not what I say it is. My priority is what I do. To find out what my priorities are, do not listen to my words about the future. I believe my own BS. I look at my actions in the recent past. That's why the evening half of step 11 is so critically important. To find out what were my priorities today. Priority means nothing comes between me and that. Several years ago, actually quite a few years ago, I was standing in the kitchen of the old Woodbine Club having a discussion with another member. Now, not being as spiritually evolved as I am, you might have thought it was an argument. On something extremely important, like whether I'm recovering or recovered, something that really needed to be hammered out. And about that time, old Joe B. walked in, and Joe was very intelligent. He'd been sober since about a month and a half before the earth began to cool, and was clearly going to be on my side of this burning issue, which I still can't remember what it was. And as Joe poured his coffee, I said, what do you think about this? And Joe said, I am not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Do not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorse nor oppose any causes. My primary purpose is to stay sober and help others to achieve sobriety. My opponent and I laughed. A month later, I went to Joe, you meant that? He said, oh yeah. You could not draw Joe into a controversy. He would not come. He believed primary meant first. That means nothing ever, for any reason, comes between me and that. It changed me. It changed me. So each evening, I get to find out, what was my priority today? What was my priority? So far, so good today. So far, so good. Yeah. Joe, you got something else in this?
Just quick before we...
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah, but I'm hungry. No. That third step prayer, in the third step prayer, we pray to God, take away my difficulties. I had to... And the seventh step is... in taking a look at my defects is where I found, and the fourth and fifth is where I found out what those difficulties are. When I was new, those difficulties were lack of money, get rid of my legal problems, fix her, give me a better job. Those were my difficulties. Take away my difficulties so that I could be then I'll be willing to serve. That's like, after I'm full, and I'm not going to finish this. You want some? But in the seventh step, when I said, take away all my defects that stand in the way of my usefulness, they defined the difficulties they're talking about in step 3. And those difficulties are, and I know this every morning when I say those prayers, is my selfishness, my dishonesty, my pride, my resentments. Those are my difficulties that I really want taken away today. I don't need, like Scott, I am blessed in what I say when people say, how are you? Blessed beyond my ability to be grateful. I can't walk around grateful enough for what my life looks like. I'm going to just use a religious reference to kind of tell you what happened for me, because I had lost everything, but I became okay. At that point in my life, I became like the squirrel. You know what? When I stopped trying to be somebody, I became somebody. I could be what God created me to be. And then I found out everybody's got superpowers. You all were created for something special. I don't know what it is. The happiest man I've ever met in my life used to be a 6'6" African-American guy, older gentleman who'd come and clean our windows. Richard Jones, he was the happiest man. He'd come into your house. He knew all your kids' names. He knew everybody. He put two of his sons through law school, and he would come into you, and he loved being who he was. He wasn't doing that job because he couldn't get a better job. He loved what he did. He loved coming into your house and visiting with you. He wasn't just there to wash your windows. He was one of the happiest men I've ever met in my life. And that's what happened to me when I started to practice those principles. At that point in my life, I took that crummy job and fell in love with my job. I've never had to work a day since in my life. Never. There's a religious reference in scriptures that talks about the rich young prince, and he was following the master around, and the master was preaching and doing miracles, and he was really in awe. And he went to him and he says, "Master, what do I have to do to be like you?" He says, "Well, just keep the commandments." He goes, "Well, I already do that. So it was something more he wanted. What is it I really have to do to be like you?" He said, "Okay, you're very wealthy." He says, "Go back, sell everything you own and give it to the poor and come and follow me." And the rich young prince went away in distress, right? Because we think we're giving something up. Luckily those things were ripped from me because I wouldn't have volunteered either. It would have been a hard thing to volunteer to seek this thing with all the desperation of a drowning man. That desperation truly is a gift when we get it. And that was the moment where I was willing to just... One of the books I read refers to God as the mystery, capital M. The mystery. And that's where I said, okay, whatever it is, you can have all my life now. You can have all those areas that I didn't want to give up. The finance, the romance, those things in my life that I thought you shouldn't be in charge of, that I'm in charge of. And I had burned those to the ground too. So I became willing. You know that story about footprints in the sand? You ever heard that, right? There's one set of footprints, right? Well, if you were to look at, if that was in my case, there would be 2 lines in the sand. It's where I've been dragged through Alcoholics Anonymous.
Seventh step prayer is on page 76. And I note it does not ask, the short form of the step looks like I'm asking God to take it all away. Not so. In the prayer, it's just the thing is standing away my usefulness. That usefulness thing has come up again. It's an important piece. And we invited God. I'm pretty sure he came again. And I'd like to suggest, for those who are so inclined, let's take a moment and thank him, and then slowly whisper the 7-step prayer. Let's thank him. Prayer. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We're going to take a 15-minute and 45-second break. We'll be starting at 1. If we can finish eating a little bit early, we'll start a little bit early. Joe's got a lot to say. It's not me.
Yeah. None of it any good.
Go away. You too. Good job. Man, are we having a good time or are we not?
We are. You know.
Thank you. So we're going to do a page 112 meeting. This was invented by a friend of ours. If you take a look at page 112, somebody read me the first 3 words. Read this book. I'm a member of the page 112 group in Old Hickory, Tennessee, and that's what we do. And that's what we're going to do. I have the privilege of leading a number of men's retreats every year. We always open with a page 112 meeting. And the way we do it, we ask you to introduce yourself, give us a page number, and then read us a paragraph, give us a minute to get to it. Read us a paragraph or less from one place and tell us why you read it. You got 3 minutes. We're not doing that today. Joe and I are going to do this 112 between us. And I've got a little surprise for him to start with.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm going to start on page 35. with one of the great questions in the book. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? Pretty good question, because I am in fact dominated by my thinking. And it goes on to talk about our friend Jim, who owned a car agency and he lost it through drinking. About 8 lines from the bottom, all went well for a time, but he failed to enlarge his spiritual life. And that's what I have to stay involved in, is involved in enlarging my spiritual life. Top of page 36. Says, yet he got drunk again. We asked him to tell us exactly how it happened. This is his story. Please note the difference. What we asked was exactly what happened. What we got was his story. Right. Jack Nicholson has a great line in the movie, As Good as It Gets. He says, I'll always give you some version of the truth. Tell me that wasn't written by one of our people. I know it was. So this next full page is what a combat pilot might call an after-action report. We're going to change it. And instead of being an after-action report, we're going to make this a phone call that might have been made by Joe to his sponsor. By Jim, rather. Joe's going to play Jim. I'm going to be the sponsor. And so if you'll begin, I will interrupt.
What page?
36. Yeah, he's not prepped for this, and I don't think he's ever seen us do it.
No. But I'm game.
Yeah. Oh, I knew that.
What the heck, am I going to look like an idiot? It's too late for that.
So we asked him exactly how it happened. This is his story.
I came to work on Tuesday morning.
What happened to Monday? A lot of guys work on Monday. What do you cut hair for a living? You get Mondays off? I'm excited for you. I'm already fascinated by your story. Please continue.
I remember I felt irritated that I had to be a salesman for a concern I once owned.
Irritated? How about bent? How about your blood pressure shoots up 40 points, your face turns red, you develop a migraine when you think about working at this place you used to own? It's called minimizing. You can die from that. I'm so glad you called. Please continue with your story.
I had a few words with the boss, but nothing serious.
You had a fight with your boss and you don't think it was serious. I have a news flash for you, Sparky. There's no such animal as an unserious fight with the boss. Was it about not coming to work on Monday, I wonder? Please continue with your story.
Then I decided to drive into the country and see one of my prospects for a car.
Well, that's where they all are. It amazes me they spend, my God, all those cars in that showroom, waste all that money when they're lucky to have a genius like you that does go out and look for them in the country. How wonderful. Please continue with your story.
On the way, I felt hungry, so I stopped at a roadside place where they have a bar.
Well, of course you did. I bet there's not a sandwich shop within 3,000 miles of there. Of course you did. Why wouldn't you, a newly sober alcoholic, go to a place that has a bar? Of course you did. I'm so glad you called. This could have gotten worse if you hadn't called. Please continue.
I had no intention of drinking.
No, of course not.
You
thought. I don't remember telling you to think. We have seen the evidence of your thinking. You thought what?
I would get a sandwich.
It's the only sane thought you had that day.
I also had a notion that I might find a customer for a car at that place.
Well, that's where they all are. They're hanging around the bar hoping a car salesman wanders in. Great. Love your thinking. Please continue with your story.
Which was familiar, for I had been going to it for years.
Wait a minute. Didn't we talk about old playmates and playgrounds? You didn't tell me you'd been going there. Please continue.
I had eaten there many times during the months I was sober.
You might want to give some consideration to telling me the whole truth. I know it's an unusual thought for you, but please continue.
I sat down at a table and ordered a sandwich and a glass of milk.
The only sane thing you did all day long.
Still no thought of drinking.
No thought, your specialty. That's what you do the best. No thought. Yes, sirree. Please continue.
I ordered another sandwich and decided to have a glass of milk.
Yeah, let's overdose on something else. An alcoholic is someone who can use up a 1-year supply of anything in less than 3 weeks. Go ahead.
Suddenly, the thought...
Not another thought.
crossed my mind that if I were to put an ounce of whiskey in my milk, it couldn't hurt me on on a full stomach.
That is your kind of thinking. We have a term for that. We call it alkalogic. It makes sense to you. Nobody else have even thought of it. Skips in this paragraph.
Okay. Thus started one more journey to the asylum for Jim.
That's what they did with people like us back then. They put us in locked wards in the asylum. That's where Ebby was going. Now, I want to show you something. Scan the page and look for the single letter word I. Scan the page. Recovery is a team sport. First word, first step, we. He lost the first word in the first step. And it put him back in the insane asylum. Isn't that fun? Yeah. Yeah. The only we on the page is where we ask him exactly how it happened. We didn't even get that. We got his story. Forgive the Hollywood, but I think it makes a good point. I hope you all enjoyed that. Joe, do something for us.
Okay.
We'll kick it back and forth.
Trying to find the page. Where is it where you talk about the phone booth? There's a line in there I want to read.
It starts at the bottom of 153. And the phone
Okay.
booth is on the next
Yep.
page.
Yep, here it is. One dismal afternoon, he paced, this is on page 154.
There you go.
One dismal afternoon, he paced a hotel lobby, wondering how his bill was to be paid. I've been there. At the end of the room stood a glass-covered directory of local churches. Down the lobby, a door opened into an attractive bar. He could see the gay crowd inside. In there, he would find companionship and a release. Unless he took some drinks, he might not have the courage to scrape up an acquaintance, and would have a lonely weekend. Of course, he couldn't drink, but why not sit hopefully at a table, a bottle of ginger ale before him? After all, had he not been sober 6 months now? Perhaps he could handle, say, 3 drinks, no more. From a bottle of ginger ale to 3 drinks in one sentence. We just read the insanity that gripped Jim, right, the car salesman, right? Suddenly the thought occurred. That's why when I mentioned that before about the newcomer saying, I'm good, I don't feel like drinking. Suddenly. That's how it comes up.
Page Roman numeral 22, XXII, 4 to the 3rd edition, has for me the single most important phrase in the entire book. If you go to the doctor's opinion first page and flip one page toward the front of the book, you'll have it. Paragraph begins halfway down the page. Basic principles of the AA program, it appears, hold good for individuals with many different lifestyles, just as the program has brought recovery to those of many different nationalities. Here it comes. The 12 steps that summarize the program. That is some important information. The steps we see on the wall are a summary. That's the Cliff Notes. My sponsor said if that was the whole program, we'd have a pamphlet instead of a book. And guys like Scott are too sick to try to stay sober on the Cliff Notes. Then the last paragraph, it describes the fellowship of AA. And you're in that fellowship if you say you're in it. And nobody can say you're not. There's another fellowship that's mentioned twice. I'm going to go to 164. Toward the bottom. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. The fellowship of the Spirit has different entrance requirements than the fellowship of AA. In my 41 years, I've seen quite a few members of the fellowship of AA drink again. I have never seen a member of the fellowship of the Spirit go back out. I've only seen 2 people I know for absolute certain did what's in this book drink again. 2. I sponsored them both. I know they did the work. One of them married his new higher power. And she didn't like how much time he spent with us, and he cut it way back. You know how well that worked. He's back now. He just got his 16-year chip. The other one's a hotel manager. He started running a dude ranch in Arizona, 40 miles from the nearest meeting, quit going. 2 years later, he drank for 2 weeks. Today, he's sober over 20 years. So only 2 people I know for sure did what's in here that drank again. And this is what I say. They allowed the membership in their fellowship of the Spirit to lapse. And when that membership lapsed, they relapsed. When they re-upped their membership of the fellowship of the Spirit, they got healthy again. And those entrance requirements look to me like the 12 steps in narrative form. And it says, we shall be with you. I'm an old man. We don't make a big deal out of it now. When I was in grammar school, they made a big production out of the difference between will and shall and how they are used. When's the last time you used the word shall? You don't. It's not in common usage these days. In those days, I'll give you an example of it. We will be ending this session on the next hour. It's sort of information. We shall has emphasis. There's power when we put we with shall. All right. If you don't know that about the grammar, you won't see that here. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. Surely meet some of you who trudge the road, not to happy destiny, but of happy destiny. The road is the destiny. We're in the destiny right now. If you would for me, if you're okay, I know everybody's got things going on, but if you're okay right this second, nod your head for me. Be okay right now? Great, thanks. How about now? How about now? Yeah, okay. So the road is destiny, and we're in it right here, right now. We're in the fellowship of the Spirit, and we're in the presence of the God of love. I don't need anything else. If I have enough faith, I have enough of everything. Anytime I think I lack anything, but I lack his faith. Joe?
Thanks, Scott. Page 5. Second paragraph from the bottom. This sounds like a lot of us. I woke up, this had to be, we've been reiterating this point a lot this weekend. I woke up, this had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then, I had written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so did I. Next sentence, shortly afterward, I came home drunk. Firm resolution, out the window. Page 24, top of the page. Because I love, this was my biggest hurdle, because I don't feel insane. My wife always says, the good news is you'll feel better. The bad news is you're going to feel better. Right? Top of page 24. At a certain point in the drinking of every alcoholic, he passes into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. This tragic situation has already arrived in practically every case long before it is suspected. Frank told me, he said, what this means is wanting to stop drinking has no effect on stopping drinking. It's the manual labor that we do in here.
Some pages I misunderstood. Page 3. I'm going to do two of what I believe are the most misunderstood sentences in the book. They sure were for me. 2/3 of the way down the page. I know it was here. My drinking assumed more serious proportions, continuing all night, all day, and almost every night. The remonstrances of my friends terminated in a. Most of us in this room would read row, rhymes with bow and snow. That's not the word. It's row, rhymes with cow and now, and it means a quarrel or an argument. It's a word we don't use. We have a friend in Scotland, and we've heard him use it, Lorna Kay. If you don't know that name, write it down, get one of her talks. She's British. I heard her use the word row. Row, and that sentence makes no sense. Row, a quarrel or an argument, makes a lot of sense. Page 66, another one I completely misunderstood until I did a little digging. Halfway down the page. If we were to live, so this portion's only for the ones that want to live. Everybody else can take another short break. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. That made no sense to me whatsoever. So I did a little digging. Here's what I find. In the 1940s, an ad executive on Madison Avenue in New York named Osborne wrote a book about how his team did an ad campaign. And what they do, put a product out in the middle of the table, say, okay, who's got an idea? And Fred will say this, and Sally would say this, and George would say that, and Joe would come up with what they used. Osborne labeled his process brainstorming. Walt Disney made it famous. That's how they wrote Mickey Mouse cartoons. Has absolutely nothing to do with and is no way related to the word brainstorm on this page. I get a 1930s dictionary. I look up brainstorm. It says transient violent mental outburst. That's rage. Yeah, wow. So for our purpose, now the sentence makes sense. For our purposes, there are two types of anger, the grouch or the slow burn, or rage, the brainstorm, the detonation. Hope that helped. Joe?
Page 57, sorry, at the very bottom, last few lines there in We Agnostics.
Yeah, I love this.
This changed a few things for me. See, I had it all backwards, and I one of my trips, 2 pages a day through the book, I looked for everywhere it talked about.
Talk about 2 pages.
A miracle. Oh, 2 pages, yeah. And I got that from Scott, and I heard him say this because, you know, when you hear somebody articulate the big book, and you go, wow, and Bill says that we have a responsibility to give an adequate presentation of this program to the newcomer. Well, how am I going to do that if I don't know what the program is? And I heard Scott recommend, he goes, I read 2 pages a day of the first 164 pages, therefore you can read the first 164 pages 4 times.
4 times a year.
4 times in a year. And just 2 pages, no more, no less. And even a dummy can do 2 pages, right? So I've been doing that for a long time.
And 20 years later, you can find what you're looking for.
That's right. Sometimes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And so one of my trips was to find out all the places he talked about what Bill really attributed this program to. What is this but a miracle of healing? And in the foreword to the 2nd edition, he opens it up and says, since the writing of this book, a wholesale miracle has occurred. In so many places in the book, many of us take up our beds and walk again. All the references to miracles. That's all we got here, guys. That's what we got. We got a miracle. And then I love the last line in this, because this is where I had it backwards. When we drew near to him, he disclosed himself to us. See, this is like, I thought, you show me yours, I'll show you mine, but you go first, God. Right? I had it backwards. I got to show mine first. I got to do the drawing near. Because I don't really know what that power is, but I got to do the drawing near. I didn't come here looking for God or wanting what you had. I came here not wanting what I had. Yeah. Right? And that left me open, that desperation. Please don't send me back. Do not ROR me. Those of us that have been arrested know what ROR means. Release on your own recognizance. We should hope the judge says that. Don't send me back to my old life, please. So those moments of desperation were a gift. I became willing to do what I needed to do. And when this was read to me, see, when I read this book on my own, I remember my sponsor gave me my first big book. He says, here, we're going to read this book. I said, no, thank you, I'm not a reader. And I did, because I wasn't. And that's why the 2 pages a day worked for me. But when I read it on my own, I think it's talking about you. When I read it, or somebody reads it with me, or my sponsor read it with me, for the first time, I knew it was talking about me. Until you know it's talking about you, you're missing it. And this is me. I was always, God, please help me, get me out of this. And then I'll believe. If I remember Frank taking me to meetings in the beginning, I said, Frank, do me a favor, stop at the store here. I want to buy some lotto tickets. I didn't have any money, but I want to buy lotto tickets, right? And I'm bargaining, God, if I win, I'm going to do something. I'm going to build treatment centers, halfway houses. I'm going to do a lot of good things, right? Yeah, right. So this is one of those things where I draw near to him, man. And without that desperation, I talked about that Rick Chung Pritz, man. There's no middle of the road solution. I had to be beat into submission at 6 years sober to finally go, all right, I'm going to do it your way. Tell me what it is I can do. Every day I'm reporting for duty. By prayer, my prayer is very simple. God, if there's anything you want me to do for you today, just let me know. Just let me know, and now go live your life. You're doing God's will. And I have a much better chance when I set that in motion, when I make a direction, when I say, This is what I wanted. I have a much better chance by accidentally doing his will when I make that a priority in my life. So, Scott.
Same page, 57. Circumstances made him willing to believe. In my case, I worked my way into a hole I couldn't lie my way out of. And it says, he humbly offered himself to his maker. Then he knew. He didn't say, help me. He said, take me. Help me and take me are not the same prayer. Even so, as God restores all to our right minds, man, the revelation of sudden, some grow to more slowly. Here's maybe the most powerful promise in the book. He's come to all who have honestly sought him. I like the analogy. God's kind of like the mother of a 3-year-old playing hide and seek with her child. Where does she hide? She hides where the child can find her. This is my heavenly parent. Where does he hide? Page 77. I misunderstood a couple of these things, and I missed a word. It's easy. Page 77, third line, our real purpose to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. So clearly and obviously, my real purpose is not to be of maximum service to God and the people about me. I wouldn't know which way to turn out of the driveway to go to do that. To fit myself to be of maximum service, I know how to do that. You taught me. I'll talk about it in a minute because it's the same answer to a similar question on page 85. In the reading on step 10, about halfway down the page. What we really have is a day to reprieve. I looked up a reprieve. It's a stay of execution or delay of punishment. Day to reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. So it's not contingent on my spiritual condition. I don't know what my spiritual condition is, and I'm not qualified to judge it. Spiritual condition is like spiritual growth, not something I do, it's something I receive. It's contingent on the maintenance of my spiritual condition. And I'm a real good judge of that. I better be. Evening half of step 11. What kind of maintenance did I do? Maintenance means two things, I think. It means to maintain the sense of not losing something I've already got. It also means I must maintenance my spiritual condition in the same sense that I maintenance my car. I rotate the tires, I got the right pressure on them, I change the oil on time. Maintenance my spiritual condition. Fit me to be a maximum service. Daily prayer and meditation, reading spiritual literature, sponsoring, being a sponsor, taking me, coming in. You know, that stuff that you guys have taught me. I need to check it every day. Joe?
Page 11, 3 paragraphs up from the bottom. This, and I talked yesterday about the hopelessness. I'm step 1, you're screwed. Step 2, it's going to take a miracle. Here's where this happened for Bill. At least he had maybe the first time he had a glimpse of something of that concept. But my friend sat before me and he made the point blank declaration that God had done for him what he couldn't do for himself. Had his human will had failed him. Doctors had pronounced him incurable. Society was about to lock him up. Like myself, he admitted complete defeat. Like myself. Then he had been in effect raised from the dead, suddenly taken from a scrap heap to a life better than the best he'd ever known. Had this power originated in him? Obviously it had not. There had been no more power in him than there was in me at that minute, and this was none at all. Bill admits his powerlessness. The next paragraph, that floored me. It began to look as though religious people were right after all. Here was something at work in the human heart which had done the impossible. My ideas about miracles were drastically revised right then. Never mind the musty past. Here sat a miracle directly across the kitchen table, and he shouted great tidings. You don't have to believe in miracles, but you better hope for one, because the diagnosis, we're screwed without one.
I took a page 112 meeting into a state prison where the guys in there had big books. I'll tell you what, you want to learn something about the book? Try that. Page 455, because they're reading the stories. They got some time. They had dug nugget after nugget after nugget out of these stories. This year, I started in January, my 2 pages a day, reading the stories. I've been astonished at what I have found. And I'm trying to do a couple of them. Bottom of 455. You've been hearing this in meetings. It's in the book. There's a saying that alcoholics either get sobered up, locked up, or covered up. You've been hearing it. There it is. It's in the book. Bottom of 456, 5 lines from the bottom. A has accomplished so many things in my life today. Give me my sanity and all-around sense of balance. Now, willing to listen and take suggestions I found. Process discovering who I really am begins to knowing who I really don't want to be. That's what the first 5 steps are about. Finding out who I don't want to be. Joe?
Bottom of page 14. My friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of this is Ebby talking to Bill in the hospital. My friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative, I guess that means it's important, to work with others as he had worked with me. Faith without works is dead, he said, and how appallingly true for the alcoholic. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life, means I got to keep growing in here. There's no cruise control. There's no standing still. I thought there was. I'm looking for the cruise control. I'm looking to put this thing in neutral and just coast for a while. I remember asking my sponsor, I said, you know, you're kind of a fanatic. Geez, don't we take any time off? Don't you? What about Monday Night Football? Right? And he said, well, did you drink fanatically? Well, if you put it that way. And so if you're not happy, joyous, and free in this part, you may be underdosing AA. Right? Who wants 2 drinks? You know that story about try some controlled drinking? When he told me that story, he says, here's what I want you, he told me this. I want you to do this, then if you're not sure, because I wasn't in the beginning. And he said, stop after work and have 2 drinks. No more, no less. Do that for 14 days. Go to the bar, just have 2 drinks and go home. Don't drink any more. And I thought about it. I said, can I save them up and drink them on day 14? Because I don't want 2 drinks, do you?
No.
I want the buzz. And then he tells me how to improve and enhance my spiritual life. We didn't like this answer. Through work and self-sacrifice for others. If he didn't do that, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. They're coming. Yeah. Life is bipolar. The weather's bipolar. I mean, it is. And the problem is that we don't really get a lot of those signs. A speed bump ahead, right? Slow down, you're going 90. You hit this thing, the tranny's going to fall out. We don't get a lot of those. They have the certain trials and low spots that happen. Somebody shared some incident that happened in her life that was tragic. But here's what she shared, the miracle. She said, that's what drove me into AA. Yeah. Right? Brought us to tears when she came up and shared that with us. Yeah. Every one of us. And Scott said, you do not know the price that we paid to get into this room. Man. And he says, if he could not survive the certain trials and low spots, if he did not work, he would surely be dead. And I have to read this next paragraph because this was baffling to me. It says, my wife, so his concept, this was the missing piece. There had been some spiritual awakening, some conversions and religion. It even says in Dr. Bob's story, he tried the spiritual method with enthusiasm, but he had never tried it to this level. And there was a missing element, this work with others, carrying the message to another alcoholic, the brotherly and harmonious action that we join in. He said, my wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. Sounds good so far. It was fortunate, so whatever's fortunate, something good must be following this. For my old business associates remained skeptical for 1.5 years, during which I found little work. Well, that doesn't sound like good news. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. That's not very fortunate. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink. But I soon found when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I had gone to my old hospital in despair. Despair is like a level worse than depression. Despair is when you got the revolver in your lap. Okay? In despair. Many times I had gone to my old hospital in despair. The detox, the treatment centers, the jails. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It is designed for living that works in rough going.
Yeah, I want to hitchhike on that. Listen to the power in the words. Plagued. When's the last time you heard the word plague used as a verb? Plagued by the 2 killers of guys like me, self-pity and resentment. Killers. And he says despair. I looked up despair. It means without hope. You have to go down through depression to get to despair. It lays under depression. And it picked him right up. Page 9. Bill is my kind of drunk. They just added this to the book a few weeks ago. I know some of you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So Ebby, which, by the way, people are going to tell you that Ebby died drunk. I'm here to tell you he did not. His sponsor was a guy named Cersei Whaley from Dallas, Texas, and I had this privilege of speaking with Cersei for a weekend. And he sponsored Ebby. Bill sent Ebby to him. And he said Ebby would stay sober for 2, 3, 5 years, and then she would leave, and he'd drink for 2 weeks. He'd get a couple more years, and she would leave, and he'd drink for 2 weeks. And when Ebby died, he had 2 years. And he said the one thing Ebby could never get past was the fact that if he'd stayed sober from here, he and Bill would have been co-founders still of Bill and Bob. And that made them all real for me. I got it. Of course, that was horrible for him. I get it. And it made all of them real. Took them all off the pedestal for me. But Bill is my kind of drunk. Listen very closely here. Top of page 9. Rumor had it he'd been committed for alcoholic insanity. I wondered how he had escaped. Of course, he would have dinner, not we. He would have dinner. My Uncle Frank said, never spoil a $10 drunk with a $2 hamburger. It's bad economics. Yeah, he would have dinner. Bill was not planning to have dinner. He was having gin. I get that. Page 8. About 12 lines from the bottom. I was soon to be catapulted in what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. Einstein said the fourth dimension was time. The time I get catapulted into is right here, right now. Between the claps, right here, right now. Places an alcoholic I rarely visit. I'm off in the past reliving victories, some of which may have actually happened. Or I'm off in the future trying to figure it all out, plan B and plan C, and what if the other, and what if this, and I'm rarely right here, right now. I'm off in the future solving problems I don't have. Yeah. And it makes me crazy. But Bill describes the fourth dimension in his own terms in the next sentence. He said, I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness in a way of life that's incredibly wonderful as time passes. Happiness, I get that. Aristotle said, well, everybody wants us to be happy. I'll buy that. I want that for myself. I want to be happy. Peace, yes, absolutely. I want peace also. I want to be comfortable in here and calm and peace. I want that for me too. What in the world is usefulness doing on the list? That's for them. No, it isn't. It's for me. There's no direct route into happiness and peace. There's nothing out there I can get that'll bring me happiness and peace. Pleasure for a limited period of time? Absolutely. But the shine's going to wear off. The only path into happiness, peace, for me so far I've found a couple of pieces that are necessary. One is a healthy relationship with God, and that means he's in charge. I've invited him and he's accepted. In other words, yeah. And this morning I did not surrender, by the way. I volunteered. Yeah, it's a new level. I've been at it for a while, but it's better than surrender. It has a similar result, right? But God's in charge of my life. I'm looking for ways to be of service to you. I don't even have to be of service. I just have to try. And it lifts me up. When I was diagnosed with cancer in my throat in June of 20, they took my teeth initially because they're going to do so much radiation to my face. They killed my jawbone. It's still here, but it is dead. And they had to take my teeth first to do that. The radiation has, my epiglottis is now buried in scar tissue. It's not trustworthy. I'm on a liquid diet for the rest of my life. It's not a big deal. I came to you on a liquid diet. It's just a different liquid. It's kind of how I look at it. You saw me drinking chocolate and sugar. I live on those. I can't even swallow a pill. And I told the man I sponsor when I was diagnosed, I said, your first thought is wrong as usual. You're thinking, Scott's got this life-threatening disease. He does not need my little problems. You got it exactly wrong. I need to get out of me, and there's no way out. But if I can get into you as a side effect, I'll be out of me. I need your hangnails. You must let me sponsor you while I go through this. My sponsor says I'm the poster boy for how to go through cancer. How did you do it? Well, the first piece is I'm a true believer. I know for a fact there's a God who loves me, and I'm not concerned about that. The second piece is I stayed in today. That means I did not allow myself to say, oh, this has been going on so long. That's borrowing pain from the past. Don't know how much longer I can do this. It's borrowing pain from the future. I just stayed right here and today. And the third piece was I look for ways to be of service to you. Page 84. I'm only going to read one of them, what we affectionately call the 9-step promises. Third line, that feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. Uselessness and self-pity. What are they doing together? I got the answer. The way out of self-pity is through being useful. I got into some self-pity a couple of times. 6 weeks out doing radiation and chemo. I was throwing up twice a day. I'm on a feeding tube. That throwing up, it's like riding a bike. I used to be really good at it. I picked it right back up. And I lost 60 pounds in 90 days. No, 6 weeks, whatever that is. Anyway, it just fell off of me. And on 2 different occasions, I got into self-pity. Depression is nothing more than thinking about myself in a bad future. I found myself in that for 20 minutes on 2 different occasions through that. My throat was as red as his shirt 5 days a week as they did the radiation to me. Some days the doctor looked at me and said, I just can't do it to you today. Put some cream on it and send you home. It's a tough assignment. And I got into self-pity twice. How did I get out? I followed a prescription. I picked up the phone and called you. So what's going on in your life? How can I be of service? What can I do to lift your spirit? And when I tried to lift yours, it lifted mine. Joe?
Page 9. I'm going to go back to where Scott was and jump on that one. Of course, we would have dinner, and then I could drink openly with him, unmindful of his welfare. I talked about the people whose backs I stepped on to get to the butts of the ones I was kissing. And Bill, this lets you in a little bit on how he thought of Ebby. Because he thought of Ebby, this is a great excuse that I can drink openly. Come on over. Yeah. But he thinks of Evie. Listen to what he thinks of him. I was aghast. He said, last summer, an alcoholic crackpot. Now I suspected a little cracked about religion. He had that starry-eyed look. The old boy was on fire, all right. Bless his heart. Let him rant. My wife's in the South, and she'll say that a lot. Bless his heart, or bless her heart. In AA, you know what that means. He's an idiot. And we say, oh, bless his heart. That means he's an idiot. We have a saying for that in AA, too. You know what it is? Keep coming back. Right? We shared it. I thought they were complimenting me. Oh, you keep coming back. He's an idiot. Page 85. It is easy to let up on the second paragraph, first full paragraph. It is easy to let up on a spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. A couple things in there. Laurels were a leaf, a branch, a tree that they would put laurel leaves around your head in the ancient Greece when they would run the Olympics. That's what the winner got. It was a trophy, so to speak, a trophy. So we rest on our laurels. I'm back in the big bed. I got a car, got my license back. Things are good. You're going to feel better. Bad news, you're going to feel better. And we're headed for trouble if we do. It's easy. It doesn't say you may rest on your laurels. It says it's easy to rest on your. I'm a guy who rested on my laurels, and at 6 years sober, lost everything that I thought because I had built it out of self-will. That's why I became totally convinced. Being convinced, mentions it twice there on page 60. Being convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. At 48 years old, I was convinced. You're never going to be the president of GM. Never going to be discovered. Miami Joe is dead and gone. This is what you can be. Maybe you can be a good member of AA. Maybe you can be a good dad. And maybe you can be a good worker. Let's start there. Let's start with what you got. And then it says what we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. It's usually read contingent on our spiritual condition. That's not what it says. No, that's a feeling. Again, we want to judge it by our feelings. It says the maintenance of our spiritual condition. If I get guys that come to me with long-term sobriety that want me to sponsor them, first thing I do is review their program. What's your prayer life look like? What's your morning meditation? What's your ritual look like in the morning? Are you sponsoring any guys? Do you have a home group? Do you have a service commitment at your home group? Do you have any commitments at detoxes, treatment centers? What's that look like in your life? Because let's find out where they're at, right? That's the maintenance. Continue to do the manual labor. We get up and I do the same things today that I did probably when I was early on in recovery. There's no such thing as advanced AA. We do the same thing. And listen, I want to say this to you guys, and I thank everybody who came up and said nice things to us. But the truth of the matter is I hope to God I don't sound like I'm preaching or teaching. That is not what we're here. We're here sharing with each other. That's all we have. My sponsor always told me, you need to hear what you share more than anybody. And that is really the truth. Try listening to what comes out of your mouth and see if it's not pertinent to your life. Especially when you're giving advice to someone. Scott?
Yeah, I stole this from Joe. I'm not an expert. I'm a satisfied customer. I'm just here to tell you how that happened. Thank you for that line. 422. Second full paragraph, first line. Like many alcoholics, I'd spent much of my life feeling different, as though I just didn't quite fit in. That's my whole life. President of my college fraternity. I was in a highly classified outfit in Southeast Asia, flying intelligence over Laos. There were 41 officers in that outfit. If you'd ask any one of them who's the epicenter of this squadron, they would all say Captain Lee. I never felt like I belonged. And it's because I'm an actor. I'm shown the act all the time. And the act can't participate in fellowship. I've craved fellowship all my life, never had it. Only this part can participate in fellowship, and I'm afraid to show it to them. Here, I'll show it to you. I've been showing it to you. I will continue. And I get to belong and get the fellowship. Page 423. Joe mentioned this. I'm sure he knows it's here in the book, but he mentioned it earlier. Last paragraph at the bottom, 423, as I look back on that period, I realize how true it is that one of the primary differences between alcoholics and non-alcoholics is that non-alcoholics change their behavior to meet their goals. Alcoholics change their goals to meet their behavior. Did I hear someone say, ouch? Yeah. Joe?
It says, page 151, vision for you.
I've always loved that number.
Why?
That 151 rum.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to wait. That stuff take you downtown right now. You did not have to wait for that.
Do you know what my new address is? 164. For most folks, drinking, this is the early days. For most folks, drinking means conviviality, companionship, colorful imagination. It means release from care, boredom, and worry, a joyous intimacy with friends, a feeling that life is good, a sense of well-being, right? But not so with us in those last days of heavy drinking. Now go to page 152, the paragraph that starts out, yes, there is a substitute, and it is vastly more than that. It is a fellowship in Alcoholics Anonymous. There you will find release from care, boredom, and worry. Your imagination will be fired. Life will mean something at last. The most satisfactory years of your existence lie ahead. Thus we find the fellowship, and so will you. If I couldn't find a substitute, if I didn't find here the same thing that alcohol and drugs did for me that I've been chasing into destruction, I wouldn't have stayed. Yeah. Now it did it reluctantly and begrudgingly for 35 years, but it has done the same thing for me slowly that alcohol and drugs did for me quickly. So thanks.
Bottom of 151. Now and during the serious drinking, being drawn to a moment says, I don't miss it all, feel better, work better, having a better time. As ex-problem drinkers, we smile at such a sally. We know our friends, like a boy whistling in the dark, keep up his spirits. He fools himself. If you're new, this may be the most important couple of sentences in the book. Inward, he would give anything to take a half a dozen drinks to get away with them. I don't have the slightest interest in being a social drinker. A drink with the boys on the way home from work, a beer while I watch the ball game or mow the grass, a glass of wine with this steak. No. A half a dozen, the way I pour, no consequences, we could talk. That would make sense to me. I do life coach on the side. I worked with a doctor, got his book published. To thank me, he took me to a Three Forker. Okay, I'm from Tennessee. A Three Forker is a restaurant with a white tablecloth. I get 3 forks. And the server comes up and introduces himself. I order a Diet Coke. The doctor orders a Bacardi Coke. And I don't say to him, well, you're obviously an amateur drinker. professional would never pour a call brand into a soft drink. You can't taste the difference. You need that couple of dollars later in this drunk. I'm on best behavior. I don't even mention it. An hour later, when the server brings a check, the doctor already drank a full third of his first drink. The ice has melted. It has turned into this ugly brown rainbow as it has separated. And I said to him, "Are you going to finish your drink?" I didn't say it that way, but "Aren't you going to finish your drink?" "No, I had all I wanted." "Really? How would you like?" I don't want to be able to do that. I don't know what the price is on a call brand and a three-forker, but I know it just went down. I have no interest in that, none. But it goes on to say, he will presently try the old game again, for he isn't happy about his sobriety. Wait a minute. Does that mean if I'm going to do this successfully, I'm going to find a way to get sober and happy concurrently? That is precisely what that means. If you don't find that, I don't think you can stay. Page 132, in the dead center of the page, forgive me, that'd be 17 lines from the top and bottom and 2 words in from both margins, where I think it may say, we absolutely insist on enjoying life. It is a commitment. Our steps are the steps are suggested, good news and bad news. The steps are only suggested. That's the good news. The bad news, only suggestions we got. So, it's the only thing that worked, yeah. But we insist on enjoying life. Next page, top of 133. We are sure God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. I can work for that God. The God who wants me to be happy, joyous, and free. But free had to come first. It came through the 12 steps. When I got free and started trying to pour this on you, happy and joyous fell out of the sky on me. Joe? Did I steal
Page 12. No. No, I was enjoying it. Page 12, the paragraph that begins, "It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Thus I was convinced that God is concerned with us humans when we want him enough. Being willing to believe in that power greater than myself." And I told you I had an issue with God. It's not that I disbelieved, I just didn't, that wasn't something that looked attractive to me. The spiritual life looked like a life of no fun, no sex, shuffleboard, and bingo forever. That's what it looks like. I don't want it, right? And maybe line dancing. I don't know. So sorry for you line dancers. If you see me dancing today, I need to pick up a white chip. But I was a great dancer when I was drunk. But here's what Frank helped me to overcome this hurdle. Because as soon as we get our opinions back, which is the first thing we get back is our opinions, we come in here, totally devastated. And the first thing, well, let me tell you what I think about God. Nobody cares what you think about God. Please, and whatever you think, it's wrong, okay? And it talks about, and the master said a couple thousand years ago, that guy that was around, he said, lest you become like little children. And Bill uses the reference to childlike faith that the Wright brothers had when he's talking about the Wright brothers flying. And Frank used the example for me, and I'd use this with my guys. And I tell them, I said, we raised 5 kids, and when our little boys were young, I knew they needed a spiritual barometer. They weren't in a program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And in my first marriage, my wife was trying to get me to go to church with the family, right? And I said, God's on the golf course, okay? But my second marriage, I became a little more willing to be part of the family. And we would take our kids to church. And if you tell any little child, any 3-year-old little child about God, they have no argument. There's never a debate. Notice that. If you tell them to pray, guess what? They just pray. And they believe in it. Think about it. The faith of a little child, unless you become as little children, and if you just resign from the debating society, you tell any 3-year-old little child about Santa Claus. Listen, there's this guy, flies around the world every year on New Year, on Christmas Eve. He comes down your chimney, even if you don't have one, and he leaves toys for all the little girls and boys. There isn't a 3-year-old kid in the world that goes, well, that sounds like bullshit to me. Right? They go, Santa Claus toy? I'm in. I love Santa Claus. I'm writing him a damn letter. Right? They're all in. Try it. Just being willing to believe. Try it. Let go of what you believe.
570. This Dr. Bauer was at one time a Class A trustee. Third line. Alcoholics Anonymous are no crusaders, not a temperance society. They know that they must never drink. They help others with similar problems. In this atmosphere, the alcoholic often overcomes his excessive concentration upon himself. Me. Learning to depend upon a higher power and absorb himself in his work with other alcoholics, he remains sober day by day. The days add up into weeks, the weeks into months and years. Page 20. Very top. Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depend upon our constant thought of others, how we might help meet their needs. Very lives. 6 or 8 lines down. If you're an alcoholic who wants to get over it, may already be asking what I have to do. Purpose of this book answers such questions specifically. We tell you what we've done. Let's observe what it does not say. It does not say what I have to know. We'll teach you what we learned. The knowledge is worth nothing. Not say what do I have to believe. Not concerned about what you believe. If what you believe is right, you wouldn't be here. Wasn't there a time when you believed you could quit on your own? Well, here we are. Yeah. So what do I have to do? We'll tell you what we've done. What we have done, I'll speak to the two of us. We have placed ourselves unreservedly under the care and direction of sponsors who had already done what's in this book. Allow those sponsors to take us and coach us through doing the work laid out in this book and stayed active. And because of that, we have been rendered happily and usefully whole, at peace with ourselves and with the rest of the world, and comfortable in our own skins. It's available to everybody. Joe?
That was wonderful, you know.
Of course it was.
How many of you guys needed to have a few drinks to go out drinking?
Oh, yeah.
And this is, you know, for somebody like me to be up here doing this is unbelievable in my life. Scott mentioned before, you know, we had an opportunity to be invited to Russia and the Ukraine, and I even went to Siberia. I was telling a few guys, and had one of the most incredible spiritual experiences of my life. We went to, you can't drive there, it's in the middle of Russia, the sun didn't set, and there's no roads in or out, you had to fly, and it was an oil town. And there were about 50 people in this, not even 35 people in this group that was started. It was their 9-year anniversary, and they wanted to have an AA speaker come in to celebrate. This was, the oldest sobriety in that town was 8 years. It was like going back into 1940s, early 1940s in AA. And they were bound together, incredible fellowship stuck together, and their lives depended on it. You could feel it, and I got to see it and be privileged to it. And during that time, we went into a treatment center, and there were probably 35 people, really rough place. I mean, this is Siberia, okay? And there were 35 people in this treatment center. When we walked in, I was with John, who came with me, and these two guys, one guy played a guitar, one guy played a piano. They didn't speak any English. And they memorized the song, What a Wonderful World. And they played that song for us. And it just, on page 164. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. And if you've heard anything that have helped you this weekend, for me, I won't speak for Scott, but for me it was accidental. We realize we know only a little. It's taken me a long time to realize how little I know. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who's still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order, but you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Collateral blessings. I've been trying to fix my life from the bottom up my whole life. Let me fix my finances. Let me fix my job situation. Let me fix my wife and my kids. I've been trying to, and it's like playing whack-a-mole, and I fix one and another one pops up, and it's a never-ending. You're on the battlefield all your life. AA is the ultimate trickle-down theory. We come here and we try, it's totally backwards. Just fix this relationship, and all the rest get fixed. Thanks.
Page 42. I've got about 6 pages that have this. I'm just going to do 2 of them. About 8 lines from the bottom. It meant I would have to throw several lifelong conception out of the window. 1 is 1, 2 is a couple. Several's more than 2. Things I believed all my life, more than 2. Gonna have to go out the window. Page 27 in the dead center. Carl Jung, for my money, the greatest psychologist that ever lived, is telling one of our boys he's got no hope unless one thing can happen. Dead center, 27. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes were once the guiding forces allows the men are suddenly cast to one side. A complete new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them. Completely. Wow. Completely new set. Suddenly cast to one side. That is a massive upheaval. Absolutely massive. I would share my own experience. I went to Ukraine the first time, I think, in 2004. And I sponsored this guy went through treatment in Nashville. Anyway, I took him through the work. He went back to Ukraine. I continued to sponsor him because there were no sponsors over there. I told him to get one when he got there, and we stayed in touch. And he said, there are no sponsors here. We've got the big book in Russian, which we all speak and understand, but no one can figure out how to use it. Nobody can get 6 months, and there are no sponsors. I said, I'll continue to sponsor you. Some years later, they flew me over there, and I did a series of workshops. And he sat next to me, and that was recorded. And of course, he knows what I'm going to say. So it was translated very quickly, and those CDs flew all over the Soviet Union. And I can remember the last night when we're all finished, I went to a meeting, and the fire marshal would have absolutely had a conniption if they'd seen that. We were packed in there. And Eula, this wonderful lady, I told him, you're going to have to sponsor a couple of women. It's got to start somewhere. This magnificent lady was getting her 2-year chip. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. That made her an old-timer. Think about that. Yeah. That Saturday morning, these 3 nuns from the Sisters of Mercy, which I believe is Mother Teresa's order, I'm not certain of that, came. And one of them asked me, she said, should we require all of our residents to get an AA sponsor? I said, no, I'd like to think about that. Can we talk later? She said, we can only stay for the first hour. I said, well, we'll talk at the break. I'd like to cook that. They stayed all day. And I said to myself, I can't change what I'm doing because they're here. And I will not. And I didn't need to. These magnificent women were just looking for a way to help. And when it was over, this one came to me and she said, you're a saint. I said, no. No, you got the wrong guy. And she said, every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. That powerful. That powerful. I went back 5 years later, and these 3 people from Belarus came to me, and I didn't even know it was a country. And they came to me and said, we didn't come to hear you, but we came to thank you. None of us could get 6 months. And the way you just laid, it's nothing I did, just the book. But the way you laid that out made it simple. We've all now got 5-year chips. And we came to thank you for it. Changed my life. It changed my life. I've got a request on my phone right now to do another workshop for a group in Ukraine. And I will find a way to make that happen. I do those 2 or 3 times a week, and I know Joe is still doing them too. COVID has been so good for our fellowship because it has united us worldwide. And it's just an astonishing thing. I'm now sponsoring more men in other countries than I am in Metro Nashville. Yeah, I don't take newcomers to sponsor long distance. They've all got considerable time. I just picked up Petyo. Last year I was in Bulgaria for 12 days. And I picked up a doctor over there who's got 12 years. And I'm working with him. He speaks 4 languages. I feel like an idiot. Yeah. Joe, go ahead. I got one I want to close with.
Okay. Page 89, page 89, working with others. Second paragraph, life will take on new meaning. To watch people recover, to see them help others, to watch loneliness vanish, to see a fellowship grow up about you, to have a host of friends, this is an experience you must not miss. We know you will not want to miss this. Frequent contact with newcomers and each other is the bright spot of our lives. This is the bright spot of my life. And this was not what I came here for. Usefulness was not a word that I wanted. It was not something I was looking to achieve in my life. It's more like self-gratification was more the thing I wanted to achieve. And I encourage you guys to, the bright spot, there's nothing like sitting knee to knee with a newcomer. And the book says that somewhere in the world when one alcoholic talks with another alcoholic, recovery begins. And there's nothing like it. And if you want to see miracles happen in your own life, sit with a new guy, start taking him through the book, and just leave it in God's hands and watch what happens. Scott will verify this. Everybody I've ever known that's sponsored guys will have this experience. Stuff will come out of your mouth that you've never heard before, never thought of before. We're not even capable of thinking it. And when it comes out of your mouth, you're hearing it for the very first time in your life. And it's exactly what needed to be said. If you want to feel the presence, a lot of the guys come in, we work in my office a lot and do the steps in my office. And then a lot of them come in and go, man, this is hallowed ground in here. They don't know. I don't have any control over it. This power steps in for us. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, it's an astonishing, I got the term from Joe, postcards from God, where the moment before he asked, I'm going to ask for a show of hands in a minute, who had this experience. The moment before I was asked the question, I did not know the answer. And I opened my mouth, and not BS, but a piece of the great golden truth that I was not aware of falls out. And 3 hours later, I can't quote it, sometimes can't remember what it was. Who's had that experience? Look at this. Put them way up. Look at this. Wouldn't you love to hear all of those? Isn't that astonishing? I had one some time back. We just referred to John, guy I sponsor, called me one day, this guy in my home group. And I heard myself say, isn't one of our assignments to learn to love the unlovable? And John and I both said, wow, because I didn't know that. Close with 457. Once again, I was in the state prison, and these magnificent guys in there. Last paragraph, 457. From experience, I've realized I cannot go back and make a brand new start, but through AA, I can start from now and make a brand new end. We'll see you again in 11 and a half minutes. Smoke them really hard, okay? We got a lot to cover. Go away. Wow, isn't that fun? I'm Scott, I'm alcoholic.
Scott.
Let's, y'all like the idea of just taking a moment to invite God to the meeting?
Yes.
Let's keep doing that. Amen. Joe, this is supposed to be 45 minutes. I don't know.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, let it do whatever it is. Don't leave anything out.
All right. I like these steps. I didn't when I listen. I remember the first time I read 8 and 9 on the board, and I said, oh, that I'll never do.
I was terrified.
I will never do that. My sponsor gave me a little hope. He said, listen, those are way down the road. With any luck, you'll be dead and never have to do it. Right? And that gave me hope, because there was no way I'm doing 8 and 9, right? And Scott calls them the freedom steps, and they really are. You know, I've always called 6 and 7 for me were my freedom steps, but these truly are. And these are where all the humility that you gained in doing, because, you know, there's these principles that are behind the steps. And you've seen the list, right? Step 1 is honesty. Step 2, hope. Step 3 is faith, you know, and all these principles that are behind the steps. And what I found is that you don't need that principle to do the step. The step gives you that principle. It shows you a way. The program is so divinely designed. I mean, that you get what you need to move forward to the next hurdle in developing what Bill calls character, you know. And 8 and 9 were so intimidating for me. I owed money to everybody. Like you'd heard, I hadn't paid income tax in 20 years, and I had a sponsor that made me do this. I had to go to an attorney and have him run my criminal history and get a copy. And then I had to go to at that time I worked in a car dealership, so I had the finance manager run my credit so I could see and I had copies of my credit history and my criminal history when I sat down to start making my list of amends. And I thought those were going to be the tough ones. They're not. They're not the tough ones. I'll get to the tough ones, but they were, where's my phone? Somebody take my phone. I got to keep track of the time. Here it is. I want to keep track of the time because we only have so in this step, it's these steps are daunting, 8 and 9. God almighty, where do you start? I've done so many things, it's funny, I had a talent. One of my talents was for writing checks that didn't belong to me. And I got good at it, I found a company checkbook. One of the guys I had living with, because our lives are like revolving doors where you live, and he left a business that had gone defunct for a business checkbook, and I found it. Lombardo Seafood Company, right? And I started writing myself paychecks. I told you, I want a paycheck, I just don't want a job. And I was doing such a good job at writing these paychecks, I kept giving myself raises. And I found a place that would cash these checks. And I would have to use different places. And, it's just, these were the dark times. These were the not so in those last days, is what he says in A Vision for You. It was not fun days. These were really bad days. And I couldn't even keep track of all the people that I owed money to. And in the steps on page 76, Bill gives us a warning. And I'm not the only one that felt this way, right? Evidently. And it talks about the willingness in step 8, the willingness to make amends to everyone. It says, if we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. So this is not about anything to do with the amends. And Frank, separate 8 from 9. Just pray for the willingness. Let's go over and see. And by this time, like I said, you started to become willing. You more have an honest regret for the harm you've done rather than the regret for getting caught. And there's this courage that is born of, I read that to you. I said, Bill says each adversity becomes an opportunity to grow. The kind of courage that is born of humility rather than bravado. And you need this courage to do 8 and 9. Because we're going to go look people in the face that you swear on. I hope they're dead. I never want to see him again, right? And there were 2 things that never came out of my lips while I was drinking and drugging. And I didn't know this until one day I had to say one of these words to my sponsor, Frank. I had just got a car, so I wasn't driving to meetings with him. And I told him, I won't need a ride to meetings anymore, Frank. I got a car. It wasn't a new car. It was an old beater, but it was my new car. I says, I won't need a ride anymore. And Frank said, man, I'm going to have to find another idiot to fill that seat. And so I was going to the beach on weekends, right? I was driving over to the beach. It was about 50 miles away from where we lived. And he says, he used to be the postmaster over there in Daytona. He says, this is a great meeting. Go there and look up these guys. I said, yeah, I'll do that. That sounds great. Of course I said, I'm going to the beach to read the book. Yeah, right. And I remember coming back and Frank said, how was that meeting? Oh, it was great, Frank. It was a great meeting. Got to see a lot of guys, yeah. And he didn't, I changed the subject, of course. And I'm sure he knew I was lying. But it bothered me. For the first time, it bothered me. I told you, I was the Picasso of lying. I mean, I would lie rather than tell the truth. And that night, the next day, I got up and I had to say, and I remember going, Frank, I lied to you. And when the words came out of my mouth, I realized There are two things I've never said to another human being. One is I lied, and the other is I was wrong. I was that guy that I'm going to go on, I lie and I swear to it, right? And here's what it says after that. And Bill gives us a little warning, and he gives us twice. He says, remember, it was agreed at the beginning we would go to any length for victory over alcohol. Oh. So there's a warning. You want to go back? Want to go back to your old life? This is paramount. All right. And so, I made the financial amends. I remember one day I came home. I was, my second wife, second and third, Tammy is my second and third in sobriety, right? But this was our second marriage. Didn't last long. And we had just met and started dating, and we went away for a weekend, and I had a job, and I finally had a bank account. First time in my life I had a bank account since I was a paper boy at 12 years old. And I would go into a bank with a $100 bill and say, I want to start a checking account. Okay, Mr. Krogan, how many checks would you like? Oh, about 1,000. I like checks, okay? To me, that was like free money. You got checks, I got money. And and I hadn't paid the IRS, and I finally had a little bank account. Wasn't a lot of money in there. I think there was like $3-4 grand I had saved up. And when I told Frank in my amends list that I hadn't paid income tax, he says, don't worry about that. Just file income tax for this year. I was so dumb. And of course, they must have went, we got him. Oh my God, he surfaced. And I come back from vacation and go to get money out of the ATM. And of course, there's nothing. This time, back then, this was when identity fraud was going around. Oh my God, Frank, somebody stole my identity. And he goes, who the hell would want your identity? And so I went to the bank in an outrage, right? I said, somebody got into my bank account and emptied it out because there was, and she looked, she says, you're right. And it was the IRS, and they seized your bank account. I called Frank, and of course, the traditional sponsor, oh, this is wonderful. What's so wonderful? He goes, now we get to face this gorilla that you would have never faced, that you don't want to face. Like I told you, I've been dragged through Alcoholics Anonymous, not volunteering for any of the, and sure enough, I called. I says, okay, we got to deal with this. So I called Atlanta, the IRS office in Atlanta, the head office, and talked to a counselor there. I said, and I did what his step said. I said, I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I've been, an alcoholic and an addict for all these years, and I haven't, but I want to make things as right as I can. I don't have a lot of money. I'm brand new sober, but I'd like to make restitution. She says, let me get back to you. And she called me back the next day. She says, well, I got good news for you. Here's the good news. We can only go back 5 years. Ooh, so there was 15 years erased immediately. And she says, I got more good news. 2 years ago, they audited you. Oh, and I wasn't there, and I missed that fun. So that's great. And she said, and you have, and we've looked over your payment history, you have no income. When they send your Social Security thing nowadays, when you get to be old enough, they send you your statement the last 20 years. I have like multiple years on my income were zero, right? She used to go, well, how did you live? And I would say, I lived off of women. I don't know. I said something stupid, right? Right. And so they took my bank account, and she made a simple payment plan for me, and I made that payment, and the IRS was gone. That gorilla, that was a big gorilla. That was a big gorilla that was on my back. And the next year, I got $5,500 refund check on my income tax because I was declaring everything, and things turned around. And I'll tell you another amends that was a scary one, but it's a spiritual amends because in the 9-step promises, it talks about fear of people and economic insecurity will leave you. They don't leave you without an opportunity to walk through them, okay? That they don't just fly away. you get an opportunity to face up to them, like the opportunity to face up to the IRS. And I remember I said last night, if those of you that were here, right before I got sober, my grandmother, who I wasn't close with, she was close to the other grandkids, but she left me the same amount of money got an inheritance when she died, and it was a lot of money, life-changing amount of money. And I blew through that money, and the only thing I had was a girl that I went on a binge with, and she got pregnant with my son, right? And it was on my amends list, but it was so much money that I knew this is way down the road. This will probably never happen. And at that time, I thought, okay, I had stolen so much money I could never pay back to people. So my wife and I started going to church. And I heard a sermon on tithing, okay? And I'm not a church-going guy, but my wife is more. But I went because I wanted my kids to have a spiritual barometer. And I'm not making fun of church. I think it's wonderful. And so this tithing, and I heard, and those of you who don't know what tithing is, it's you give 10% of your income back to the church or to God. Here, use it, to the universe. Here it is. I'm trying to pay back. This is a way I can pay back the money I can't track, right? Well, it's easy to tithe when you're making $400 a week, right? Well, $40. I'll give the $40. And we started that little business that I told you that I started to work that crummy job and it started a business. And a few years later, a big company came to town and wanted to buy our business and paid us an unbelievable amount of money for our little business. And I was floored. And we had just gotten the check from this company. And my wife and I are sitting in church, and it comes time for, you laugh. And my wife looks at me, and she goes, you know what we're going to have to do? And I went, oh, no. This is not God's money. Absolutely not. Sweat starts coming down my head. This check was a lot of money that we had just got paid. And 10% was an incredible, no, I am not paying, this is not God's money. This is our money. I don't mind my paycheck, And but Frank, my sponsor, used to call me a coward with balls. And it's a really perfect description. And I sat there and just, oh God, no, why did she even say that? And during the whole service, I couldn't laugh. After the service, we went back and we met with the pastor, and they were building this orphanage for kids, and I just said, they always got some damn thing they're building, right? And all right. And I wrote the check, and I'm going to give it to him, and I'm in tears. He thinks I'm humble. And he couldn't get it out of my hand. I swear. And my wife is elbowing me, and no, and finally he rips it out. And I like to tell you that I felt wonderful about what I did, and I made amends to the universe, and it was wonderful. I did this spiritual thing, like that rich young prince story that I told you, right? I went home, I had nightmares. 2 months, nightmares. Swear to God, I'm thinking I got to make up an excuse. This was the biggest mistake of my life. I'm going to tell them my kids need surgery. I need that money back. Something is wrong. This was a terrible, terrible mistake. And it's true. And I call my sponsor, and damn, they ruin everything. And here's what he said to me. He says, let me ask you a question. How much was that inheritance you got from your grandmother? To the dollar, what that check was. To the dollar. I never thought about it again. On page 89, here's what it says. The same thing we read just there, that warning. Bill says, remember, reminding ourselves that we'd go to any length, not for victory over alcohol. He changes at this point. And he says, for a spiritual awakening. God either is or he isn't. He's either everything or he's nothing. And you're going to have these moments. I call these Bill W. moments. These are moments when he was in that hotel lobby, when he could go to the bar or go to the phone booth. You're going to have these moments. I'm sure you've had them, and you might not recognize them, but we all have them. When you get a chance to grow spiritually, they don't look like a chance to grow spiritually. They look like a stupid idea. They come disguised as some dumb idea, right? But the greatest growth you'll ever get, this is so counterintuitive. Common sense thus becomes uncommon sense in here. But that gesture gave me freedom from financial insecurity because I did what I professed to do. You know, what I always professed with my mouth, I got a chance to do with my feet. And that's all this is. So be careful what comes out of your mouth, because you're going to get an opportunity to walk that walk instead of just talk that talk. But those are the opportunities for. So whenever something really difficult happens, I call my sponsor. He always says, "Oh, this is a great opportunity. You're in for a huge spiritual growth spurt." Just what I want, Frank. Just what I want. Thanks.
You done?
Yep.
That was great, Joe. It always is. You touched me very deeply. I've got some really good notes here, but I can't read them. There are, I find in the reading 5 prayers on the reading on steps 8 and 9, all for one thing: willingness. Willingness to the ability to take a contrary action, contrary to what I would have chosen, is what it comes down to for a guy like me. I'm going to talk about some specific things. You need to know I have permission to tell you every story I'm telling. They tell me if I want to strengthen a muscle, I should use it. I claim I want more faith. Welcome to step 9. When I get a guy to step 9, I start him sponsoring. By this time, he's got some message. And they always say the same thing: "I'm not ready." I say, "Good. I hope you don't ever think you're ready. Hope I don't ever think I'm ready." And we'll get him a rookie. We'll get the rookie's permission for him to talk to me in detail about the rookie's life. And I will coach my sponsee through coaching his sponsee through the work to maintain your integrity of the message. A couple of things I talk about here may rub some feathers the wrong way. This is just what I do. When I was new, I really loved the living amends idea. I can't find it in the literature, by the way. And what to me that meant was, I'll just go ahead and be a good guy and that'll be enough. And it's not. And I don't today believe in living amends. I don't believe there's any such animal. I did amends to my children. I've got a boy and a girl. I went to them individually. One of the rules I have for them and I sponsor is don't take the 4th breath when you're making amends. It's not a lecture course. Your mother does not need to hear your 5th step. With my children, it was this: I wasn't as good a father to you as I could have been. I know I did some damage. I'm living a better life now, and I'm repairing everything I can. Do you need to talk to me about how I hurt you? How can I make it right? Would you please forgive me? The end. Now, if they need to talk about it, I need to listen. I asked for their forgiveness. They gave it. Today, I'm trying to be the best father I can be. It's not 9th step work, it's 12th. Spiritually awakened men who have children try to be good fathers. If I think it's 9th, I've not accepted their forgiveness or God's or my own, and I have work to do. And I do not believe in living amends. That amends is complete. And that's been an important piece for me. I had a business associate came to me some time back and said, "I don't think I'm an alcoholic." And I said, "No, I've been watching you for years. You don't have the gift." And he said, but he said, "I've watched what the 12 steps have done for you. Can I take them?" I said, "Sure. Having me for a close friend qualifies you for Al-Anon. If you go to 2 Al-Anon meetings a week and stay totally sober, what that means is don't have a beer mowing the grass, don't smoke a joint with your girlfriend under the bedroom, that's totally present. I'll take you through the 12 steps." We get to step 9, and this guy goes to make amends to a lady whose charms he's availed himself of lightly, and discovers a daughter and 2 grandchildren he didn't know existed. Today they're a family. Yeah, wow. Wow, we do every day here. That's exactly right. And that's one of the tricky ones. We've referred to John Edmonds a number of times up here as one of our closest friends. He and I did a workshop somewhere up in Canada and got to a very difficult one. That is, how does a guy make amends to a lady whose charms he's availed himself of lightly without making her feel cheap? That's a really good question. The first part of the answer is don't contact her. Get a lady from your home group to contact her. You don't want her to have to say to her new husband who that guy was and what he wanted on the phone. Don't let that happen. Lady from the home group calls. I'm friends with a guy named Scott. He believes he's harmed you. He'd like to make amends. Are you willing? If she says no, we're done here. She says yes, then we go through the process. Here are the words. I was not as good a friend to you as I could have been, and I believe I disrespected you. I'm ashamed of it. I believe I've harmed you. I'd like to make it right. Do you need to talk to me about what I did? What can I do to repair the damage? The end. Because the longer I talk, the better chance I'm going to throw an excuse for myself and take away all the power for them. Be very careful not to do that. On that topic, if I could tell the fellowship worldwide a single thing, it would be one of these two. I do not allow the men I sponsor to give their phone numbers to new men. I absolutely forbid it. It's a waste of time. The new guy can't call you. When I had 100 days, I had 100 numbers. How many did I call? You know the number. Right. No. We exchange phone numbers with new men. And we take responsibility for calling that new guy twice in the next 3 days. When that new guy puts one foot through the door of my home group, he's done everything he knows how to do. It becomes my responsibility at that time, and I take it very seriously. Yeah, and we did that recently. We had 2 new guys show up in the same night, and we were all over on them. I mean, we're like a flock of ducks on a June bug on those guys. You should have seen it. Yeah, because that's it. The new guy can't call me. It's nothing for me to call him. Hey, we met at the meeting last night. I told you I'm going to call. How you doing? I'm going to this meeting tonight. Meet me there. I got some people you might like to meet. Nothing for me to call him. He can't call me. That hand of AA being there, what happened if we reach out a little bit further? Their lives depend on it. And so does mine. So does mine. The other, if I could tell the fellowship worldwide one thing, it might be that. If it wasn't that, it would be this one. A lady friend of mine in another state was sponsoring a woman who had prostituted herself. And she had herself on her own amends list. Generally, that's not a good call, I don't think. This is a clear exception. This is what they came up with. The lady sat down and figured out how much money she had made that way. And she went out and earned that same amount of money by legitimate means and donated it to Magdalene House and some other charities that help women get out of that lifestyle. And what she said was, I sold my self-esteem. I'm buying it back. Don't doubt the power. Don't doubt the power. I do not allow the men I sponsor to use the word sorry in making amends. Nobody believes that. We wore sorry out 3 decades ago. Nobody buys sorry. No, I was wrong. I believe I've harmed you. I've done something I'm ashamed of. Or a combination of those. Anything in that category is good. But nobody buys sorry anymore. If they ask if you're sorry, yeah, absolutely. But can't lead with that. I get him to make his 8-step list, and if you can't tell me how you harmed them, it's not on the list. I've been talking into AA microphones for over 30 years. I would be at a conference in some state that I'd never been in before. Some stranger walked up and say, I owe you an amends. I say, really? Well, okay, what? Well, I've heard some of your talks, and I used to think you were a complete jerk, but now that I've met you, I think you're not near as bad a jerk as I thought you were. I'd like to make an amend for that. I'm not making this up, okay? And that happened more than once until I figured out what to do. And when that happens, you owe me an amend? Tell me how you harmed me. Oh, you didn't? Then you didn't harm me. You harmed yourself. Thank you. And we're done here. Yeah, thinking bad about someone else does not hurt them. It hurts me. And I think that's really important. So he's got to have a list. Let's take a look at the first 10. Let's talk about what the amend might be. And the person he's going to make amends to is not final authority in the amend. Sponsee and I are prayerfully. Big Ken Sweeney, who I sponsored years ago, said that before he got sober, he hated everybody and he wished there was more of them. And if you'd gone to him to try to make amends before he got sober and you'd allowed it, he'd have bashed you for the rest of your life. No. We need to know what he thinks it should be, but he's not final authority. We are. We need to hear what he thinks, but he doesn't get to call it. On the finances, I think you need to take at least 10%. You owe him 1,000, show up with at least 100. If you're dead solid certain you can pay him 100 a month, promise 50 and pay 100. The principle is under promise, over deliver. That's a flip-flop for most of us. We've been over-promising and under-delivering for quite a while.
What?
Yes, I know. I know. I also start him sponsoring, and the reason is I want to keep him moving. He will quickly realize he does not want his sponsor to get to 8 before he finishes 9. I asked Pritz one time, I said, what's the sponsor's primary responsibility? He says, to maintain the integrity of the message. I asked him the same question 2 years later, and he said, it's to not allow the sponsee to settle for relief, but to get him all the way to recovery. It's the same answer. By the time I get him to step 8, his life has changed. He's got a good job. He brings the whole paycheck home. He knows where all the dents in the car came from. His key fits in the front door. That's a miracle. He walks in. They don't scatter. His phone rings. That's another miracle. He answers. Another miracle. He's sleeping in the big bed again. Now, he may not have crossover privileges, but he is back in the big bed. And his motivation has waned. And my job is to keep him moving. I got 2 pieces on that. One is we do the amends one day at a time. He'd look and say, well, I got 60 amends. I can't do that. No, you can't. But you can do 1 tomorrow. We're only 2 months from finishing this. Who's next? Which one do you want to do first? Okay, that's a good choice. If I think it is. If I think it's a bad choice, I'll tell him. Call him right now. Schedule an appointment. Tomorrow afternoon at 2, I'll be looking for your call at 2:15. Went good? Fantastic. Who's next? Great. Call him right now. Book it as soon as you can. Start rocking it out. 1 day at a time. Apply to that. A guy I sponsor in the 3rd grade, roughly one fall afternoon, grabs another kid's stocking cap behind his hat, behind his back. Nobody else sees it. When no one's looking, he flings it up in the tree. It disappears. He never comes clean about the hat. Here we are 30 years later. The school is no longer there. That boy was from a poor family, went through that winter without a hat. Here we are 30 years later. The school is gone. We don't know the boy's name. Clearly, there's absolutely no way he can make amends. Don't you ever believe it. Don't doubt the power here. He and I sit prayerfully, and the next day all the kids at the Nashville orphanage got Tennessee Titans stocking caps, and my sponsor got free. A way will be shown. Oleg would call me from Kiev and say, I'm sponsoring this guy, and he, fill in the blank, what's the amend? And I would say, you and he sit prayerfully several times. A way will be shown. If it's not, call me back. He don't call. Yeah, because that's what happens here. I'm going to talk for a minute about the single worst thing I've ever done. If you've done what I'm about to talk about, I'm not here to indict you. If you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. But if I don't do this, somebody here might die. I'm going to be working off of the bottom of page 83. As a young man, I paid for an abortion. Felt like I'd kill one of my own children. And that's what I was thinking about that night in the treatment center when my soul screamed for forgiveness and got it. I get to step 8, I want amends to an unborn child. I've been in the hands of big book people since my early days, thank God. This is page 83 near the bottom. There'd be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them. We honestly say to ourselves, we'd write them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. That child cannot be seen. I was sat down with a plain white piece of paper and a pen and told to write that child a letter. I want to tell you, if you owe an amends to someone who's gone, it's an unborn child, a grandparent, could be anybody that's already gone. Learn to cry first. My tears are the holy water that washes the windows of my soul. And this letter is more about tears than it is about writing. And I sat and wrote to this child, and I cried, and I cried, and I cried. And I was told as soon as I could cry, lay down a pen and I'd cry as long as I could. I got to finish. I thought, okay, I'm finished. I was told to sign it, Love, Dad. I wasn't finished. I was handed a plain white envelope and said, address the guy. I said, well, how can I, where's that child? Yeah, with God. He said, right, in heaven, address the envelope. And I addressed an envelope to an unborn child in heaven. No return address. I was told extra postage. That's a long way from Nashville. And I got free. In my lineage, we do not hear fifth steps. We exchange. Several years later, a man that I sponsor called me. He had not been involved in an abortion. He had not had to do an amends letter. He called me and said, I'm working with a guy that's got an unborn child he's got to deal with. I wouldn't have picked the scab if I didn't have the medicine. This works. And I said, sure, I'll sit with him. When he finished his letter, I gave him the plain white envelope, and he said, no, I want to burn this, not in the sense of destroying it, but to send it in smoke. And I said, yeah, you bet. We went out to the rose garden and burned it, put the ashes on the rose, and he got free. I do not have his permission to tell you. He begged me to tell you because he got free. Those of us who get free here, there's something inside us that drives us to try to give it to others. That drives me now. I got free. I got free. Can you see it? I got free. We're not punished for our sins. We're punished by them. I'm in the prison of the sins that I have committed, the people that I have harmed. I'm in that prison. I'm the only one who can let me out. Holding God's hand in one and my sponsor's hand in the other, we can let me out of that prison. It's the only way out. It's the only way out. And what I said earlier is either true or false. I don't have the power to make a mistake so ugly that God can't turn it into magnificent. That child and I are on good terms today. How about that? How about that? Phenomenal freedom, what happens here. Absolutely astonishing. This one is a gift from Miss Linda, my second wife. She's a member of Al-Anon. She's a great Al-Anon speaker. And she said something she called good amends. I said, I'm not familiar with it. She said, you're pretty much aware of your sins of commission, things you did that hurt people. What you missed is your sins of omission. Who didn't you thank? Who deserved to be thanked? I started thinking about it. When I was a senior in college, they gave me 30 hours of flying time. I was in ROTC on the way to Air Force pilot training from a retired Air Force colonel. And he saw immediately that I was one of the gifted ones. And he would not let me coast. He worked me like a borrowed mule. Just nothing I ever did was good enough for him. He set up my Air Force career. In the next 5 years, flying in Air Force cockpits, the lowest I finished in any competition was second. And my friend said I got politically screwed out of first on that one because of what he did for me in 30 hours of flying time. I was able to go back and thank him for that. And I went back and I thanked my major professor in college. I would have never graduated without that man. I was able to go back and thank him for that. I went to my mother. Now I did the amends, the original amends to her sometime before. I wasn't as good a son to you as I could have been. I know I broke your heart. I'm living a better life today. I'd like to repair the damage. Do you need to talk to me about what I did? How can I make it right? The end. And then we have the conversation. Some years later, when Miss Linda told me about the good amends, I went back to her. I said, I want to thank you. Thank you for being my mom. You were a fabulous mom. Nobody ever had a better mother than I did. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for all I learned. Thank you for the freedom to make mistakes. Thank you for the freedom when it was my time to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then I went home and I wrote that in a letter and I mailed it to her. My mother died of Alzheimer's in the nursing home and she didn't have much left. She had that letter. I challenge you. Who didn't you thank? Who didn't you thank? If you're new, I will share with you what Jerry told me 41 years ago. The steps are numbered so geniuses like you don't take them out of order. It ain't time. It ain't time. The necessary things for doing a successful ninth step are a loving God, adult supervision that would be a sponsor, and doing the first 8 steps. It ain't time. It ain't time. It will be time. But 9 is the freedom step. Because through the process of the forgiveness process I talked about in step 4, through that process I became emotionally disconnected from everything you did to me. They're just facts. I also used to live in Florida. It's just simply a fact. Through this process, I became emotionally disconnected from everything I did to you. They're just facts, right? I'm also almost 6 feet tall. Just a fact, just another fact. That's the freedom. I have a picture of me taken when I was 4 years old. And I was looking at that one time, I thought, who would he have become if all those things had not happened to me? If I hadn't done all those terrible things? Who would that beautiful child of God become? Who would he have become? I got my answer. The answer is, that's my assignment. It's my assignment to become the man he would have become. The only question is, am I willing to do the work? So far I have been. I have become the man he would have become. Let me tell you about him. He woke up every morning just excited to be alive. He loved everyone. He didn't worry about anything because he had total faith in those who provided for him. He did not judge. He was happy, joyous. He was open to learn. He was happy, joyous, and free, living each moment as it came. He laughed easily and often. He was in touch with his emotions. That's pretty much what you've done with me. Now, I'm still a work in progress, don't misunderstand. But I think we're here to become the people that God put us here to be. I've been the actor all my life. This thing that we do here is about becoming real. It's becoming the man that I was put here to be. I will share 2 other amends stories with you. A guy that I sponsor at age 30 was a vice president for a major brokerage house on Wall Street. He was making amazing money. When he got sober, he was living in a borrowed car. It was a convertible that leaked. He was down to nothing. And he had just gotten into an efficiency apartment. He came home to his answering machine one day and pushes the play button, and it says, "This is Agent Smith at the Internal Revenue Service. You have an appointment in my office at 1010 Church Street, Suite 400, Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. If that's in conflict with your schedule, I'd like to suggest you change your schedule." Click. He left that with a bill for $162,000. He's a little bit short on 106, been living in a borrowed car. He said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Collect the paperwork they've asked for. You've said you want God to be real in your life, treat him like he's real. Ask him to go with you. Hold the door for him. Go down to the car, open the passenger door, move the junk, ask him to get in. Drive in a manner that neither endangers nor enrages any of his other children. Get where you're going, walk around the car, open the door, ask him to go in with you." He said when he walked into the agent's office the second time, there were 2 chairs on his side of the desk. And he knew he was going to win. 6 months later, they wrote him a check for $1,200. Yeah. Don't doubt the power here. I had a similar experience. I flew a gunship in Vietnam, the original side-firing gunship. And the sales manager for one of the companies I represented was a Green Beret. When he went into Laos, the Hill tribesmen were carrying crossbows. He took them M16s that led them in combat on the ground in North Vietnam and North Laos for 2 years. This man does not know how many times he killed with his hands. He does not know. And men flying the kind of plane I flew saved his life a number of times. We don't know that we ever worked together, but that made us very close. And we were drunk one night, and he admitted he was sleeping with the boss's daughter. And I was drunk another night and said something about it, got back to him. I lied my way out of it, of course. I got sober. I got to face this guy. He comes to Nashville to work a trade show. I call him, say, "I got to come over." He said, yeah, I can't wait to see you. And I did what I told you. I asked God to go with me. I held the door for him. I can remember standing outside his hotel door like this, realizing that I'm about to knock on this door and walk here and tell this man the truth. And when I do, if he decides to kill me, I want to be able to slow him down, and it ain't going to take long. And because of what you've done with me, I was able to knock on that door and go in there and tell that man the truth. A month later, my wife and I were guests in his home for a week. We went there on vacation. Don't doubt the power. Don't doubt the power. We serve the God of love, who is bigger and stronger than all of the mistakes any of us have made, who has the power to turn them all to good. I'd like to tell you about the other, I don't want to come with this in step 4, and I'm going to be able to this time. Typically, when I hear a 5th step, there are one of 2 things is the big one. It's either an abortion, or with a heterosexual male, it's a homosexual experience. With the gay male, sometimes it's a heterosexual experience that weirds them out. I sponsor a wonderful gay guy today, maybe the best gay member I know. And trying to have heterosexual experiences weirded him out. So I get the concept, but that's normally it. I had my last homosexual experience when I was 19, the first one when I was 12. I never liked it. And the best analysis I can do is that my father had beaten me down so far that I could not tell anybody no for any reason. I was 19. Let me ask you something. Did you notice my demeanor did not change when I shared that with you? We talk about a new freedom. The old freedom was 4 shots of Cuervo Gold and I could come out and play. The new freedom is I became okay with me. That the God of love can handle all our mistakes and has, and regularly uses them as tools to help other people. If any of you guys are suffering from that one, if that's the one that's been killing you, you couldn't talk to anybody, maybe now you can talk to me. Be more than happy to. I've heard well over 100 fifth steps from heterosexual males. I've only heard 7 that did not have that. Only 7. It's epidemic. I have a lady friend who's got sober over 50 years. I asked her about the women, and she said among the women it runs around 80% based on the fifth steps that she's heard. Be at peace about it. Be at peace about it. I can't make a mistake, so God can't turn it into wonderful. Pretty good chance he just used it to help somebody in this room. 2 worst things I've ever done. I know it helped some people in this room. I saw your tears, and I admire your tears. And I love to talk to you, and I love to help you through this process. It's an astonishing thing. New freedom. And what happens now is I'm not worried about what anybody thinks or what they're going to find out. I already told them. I ain't worried about it. There is such a freedom that comes with that. Such a tremendous freedom. I've got notes here, and I think I covered all. Joe, have you got something else on this?
Just quickly on the 9th step, because it is important. Scott is right. This is a turning point step because it talks about it in there on page 77 where it says at the moment we're trying to put our lives in order because we've been doing the 4 steps. We're cleaning up our life and kind of trying to become, but this is a turning point, but it says, but this is not our real purpose. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves, to be of maximum service to God and to our fellows. And this is where I go out to you and I change. Something changes in here. That honest regret for harms done happens. And Scott brought it to my attention. And I don't share this a lot, but it's something that, and I hope you don't find it in bad taste. But when we were living in that motel room, my girlfriend and I, my son was 2 years old. And that's not the real reason. And you were the inspiration that this came to mind because it was probably the thing that drove me into Alcoholics Anonymous. This is what got me sober. My girlfriend got pregnant again while we were in that motel. And things were so bad in my life and so low and so dark that, you know, the adopting parents that were going to adopt a child, because I said, I'm not bringing another child into this world. I had given up hope. And we gave that little girl up for adoption, but the adopting parents were supporting the mom, paying the rent and buying groceries for the mom while she was pregnant. And I had stooped to a place where I'm living off of my unborn daughter. And that little girl was born on September 3rd, 1990. My sobriety date's September 12th. And that's the binge for me that ended all binges. I never went to the hospital. I never saw her. And when I got sober, I had a chance. And I loved when my twins were born and I had another chance. And my kids, I love my kids. That's the greatest joy in my life is being a dad. And I went down and I finally contacted, I'm not allowed to contact her, there's laws in Florida, but I contacted the attorney that handled the adoption. I found her, tracked her down in Boca Raton. I went down to her office and I gave her a big envelope with pictures of her brothers and me and phone numbers and a letter that I had written and said, please, if you ever want to contact us, I want you to know this is the phone number. I will always have this phone number. And I'd love to meet you one day. I didn't know what the situation was. I later found out she was adopted by a surgeon in Boca, a wealthy family, and had a good upbringing because I was always concerned what kind of family, and that, and it was an amends. It says there's some amends you can't make. And even if I could, there's some amends can't take away the wound. There's some wounds I can't heal with an amends. But I did end up years later. She reached out to my son, and because I'm not on any social media, I don't think that's a good thing for a guy like me. But she reached out to my son, and I asked if it would be all right if I contacted her, and I did. And we've talked on the phone several times. I've never had a chance to meet her in person. I even was doing something in Colorado where she lived. She'd graduated from the University of Colorado, and but she kind of must have got scared at the last minute and didn't show up. And I understand that. Her mother died, and her father was very close with her father, and maybe she feels that there would be a betrayal thing or doesn't want to open that door. And I just let her know when we talked in person, I said, all I want to do is whatever you want me to be, I will be. Because the truth of the matter is I just didn't want her to have any doubt in her mind that someone gave her away because she wasn't worth it. And later on, that caused me to make an amends to my dad. I made an amends to my dad at his gravesite, and my dad never saw me sober, and I did one of the worst things that he saw me at my absolute worst before he died. And first time I went to his grave and made amends, I forgave him for all the things he didn't do. Years later, I went back, and I said, Dad, forgive me. You did the best you could. I mean, you gave me a home. You tried to be he had no dad. His dad died at 43 years old, an alcoholic in the gutter. He had no frame of reference for being a father, and he tried the best he could. And I said, I must have been so hard to love. There's nothing like destroying the dreams every parent has for their child, and I know I did that for you. And but I want you to know that I'm okay, and your grandkids are okay. And I got to make a different kind of amends there and cried at that gravestone. And I got to ask for his forgiveness. Because like we talked about earlier, the alcoholic in his cups is an unlovely creature. We get to love the unlovable. Thanks.
I got just a couple more things real quick. Being innocent takes some getting used to. If you're new. I'm serious. I'm constantly, my history is looking over my shoulder. Who's going to find out what, and plan B and plan C, and what line happen, and it become common here. And I was very uncomfortable with it. I wasn't used to it. I'm used to it now. It'll take some getting used to. I would say also, if you're bored, it's because you're boring. You're going to confuse innocence with boredom.
And he means that in a nice way.
Yeah. No, I don't. If you're bored, get up off of your couch and go do something, all right? Go find out. Try something. Go do something. I don't know if we'll get into this next session. I'm going to talk about death. I have been given a magnificent gift. I'm looking forward to sharing it. I hope you don't miss this one. I don't know if we'll get into this next session or not. We're both running out of gas pretty fast. But we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll start again about 20 after. I'll take a 15-minute break. Start at 20 after. Go away. I'll come. Let me hug you, ladies. No, we got 2 left.
Oh. And
by God.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for coming back. I know those seats got to be wearing on you. Those are hard seats. So thank you so much for your patience and for hanging in there and support. You know, you're pulling us through because we're getting a little worn out too. So we'll try and keep this, and maybe we'll get out of here a little bit early, and if we can, and then we can all dread listening to Aaron tonight. No, I'm just kidding, Aaron. Just. No, I'll be here. All right. All right, we're gonna take a moment and let's just thank God for us being here together today. And thank you. All right. I guess this session was supposed to be, and it's going to be a little bit all over the place, but we're going to start off with a little bit about sponsorship. And I don't know why they make a big deal. Who needs a damn sponsor anyway? Thank God for sponsors. Oh my God. Here's my sponsor asked me, and this was a turning point for me and my sponsor. I remember when I was arguing, or I brought him the problem du jour, when you're new. Here's the crisis du jour, okay, Frank? Listen, I got this going. And And I wasn't that, I really, Frank, it was easy for me to listen to Frank. He was not the guy I would have picked as my sponsor. He was not a guy I could relate to. Like I told you before, he had nothing I wanted. He wasn't, anything like me. But he, there was just something open about him and kind. He was one of those guys made you feel important, made you feel better. And he wasn't a hard-ass guy. I didn't need that. No, nobody could have been harder on me than me. And, he was more of a loving guy. He was kind of like Scott, and just always took the high road and the principle. And I remember I went to him with the problem du jour, and Frank said to me, he said, well, listen, let me ask you a question. He says, and he never told me what to do. He would maybe give me my opinion, his opinion if I asked for it, but he never gave me directives, and this is what you should do. His favorite line was, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pray about it and let me know how God works it out. He always sent me to the source. He made me learn how to rely on this power and find out if it's real or not, okay? And he said this to me, and I was going, he said, so listen, you come to me with any issue. He said, do you believe that I would ever tell you, and this is an important factor if you're looking for a sponsor. First, he better be a happy person. He better be enjoying his recovery. Because if I had to do this and it had to be work every day, I wouldn't do it. I'm that guy that went through high school. I remember I had to get my high school transcripts for a job that I was doing because I had to apply through the state, and I had to present my high school transcripts. And they sent me and I went to an all-male Catholic high school, 140 guys in my graduating class. And there was a set of twins, and they were mentally challenged. I don't know what they call it today. I don't know what we used to call it, but they were kind of learning disabled, okay? Short bus window lickers. But their dad had a lot of money. That's what my kids call me. Dad, you're a short bus window licker. And but dad had a lot of money, so he pushed them through, and they were kind of pushed through the school system. And out of these 140, so when I got my high school transcripts, you had to have 65 to pass. All 4 years of high school, never failed a grade, but my average for the entire 4 years was 66. Do you know how hard it is to do just enough to get by and never fail? That's what I did. And out of 140 kids in my class, my rank was 139th. I was right in between that set of twins. And yeah, it makes sense now, doesn't it? It's all coming together.
I think they believe you, Joe.
Right, it's all coming together. So anyway, Frank said, you come to me with any issue at all, and if you ask me, do you think I would ever tell you anything that would ever bring you closer to a drink or a drug? And if you ask your sponsor that, I hope you know the answer. Because I said, no, Frank, I don't ever believe you would ever tell me. So I know you have my best interest at heart. Big deal. That's a big deal. He said, so if you come to me and with any of your problems, right, or your issues, and you want to know what I would do or what I think, and I tell you, and you listen and follow what I would say, because he's a corny old man, retired mailman, right? He says, you may not like what I tell you. You may not want to do it. You may think it's dumb. You may not even think it's going to work. But if you do it, do you think it would ever bring you closer to a drink or further away? I said, well, probably further away, all right? I mean, we'll err on the side of being boring. And he said, great. He said, but if you go to yourself with the same issue and you follow your advice, will that bring you closer to a drink or a drug or further away? I said, well, further away. He said, no, well, let's be generous. It's a coin toss at best, right? And it kind of makes it clear why I valued Frank so much. Because he was giving me a 30,000-foot view of my life that I couldn't see. Because we're on the front lines. We're immersed in the emotions. We're so addicted to the feelings and the emotions of our everyday life. And it talks about that we have a lot easier time Bill says, handling the big lumps. It's the small stuff every day that gets us twisted, right? Gets us all bent out of shape. And so the sponsorship was a big deal for me with Frank and his guidance. And I didn't pick him as a sponsor. He picked me. He happened to live next door, and I just rode to meetings with him. And finally, after about 6 months of riding to meetings with him, I said, we were on the way to a meeting, and I go, Frank, would you be my sponsor? I was kind of just blurted it out, and he goes, I already am. I said, oh, okay. Okay. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. I guess that my prevention isn't working right now. I forgot where we were going with this. What were we talking about? Sponsorship, right? Sponsorship. So anyway, I think it was the single most important thing that happened was that relationship I had with Frank. And I didn't know why. I really came here and pretended to be one of you because you didn't throw me out. I had nowhere else to go. And I pretended to be one of you long enough to find out that I was, because I didn't know what alcoholism was. And now it's one of the greatest privileges. And if you're missing that privilege, it's one of the greatest privileges that you'll ever have in your life. And like I was telling you before, to sit knee to knee with the guy and to watch his life change. And here's the great thing about sponsorship, and then I'll kind of, I don't want to, we talked a little bit about it, and Scott will probably say some things about it. But when it's done right, first of all, I have never had a sponsee that when I've taken through the steps and done and shared, exchanged fifth steps with, because we do the same thing, that I have not fallen in love with. And I don't know if they're, what the relationships, but that's happened to me every time. Every time, even if it's somebody that I don't want. I mean, there was this crazy guy at one of our men's meetings. I remember we had a big circle. There was probably 80 guys in this circle of our men's meeting. This guy came in one night angry. I could tell because he sat directly across from me, and he had a toupee. And it was on crooked, right? And he was staring at me the whole meeting. And after the meeting, he came rushing across the circle to me. This first meeting, he came in, and I can't forget this guy, because about 10 minutes into the meeting, he stood up in the middle of the circle and said, "You people are so full of, this is bull, I'm out of here, I can't take this anymore," and stormed out, and everybody was just in silence, right? And a few weeks later, he showed back up at the meeting, sitting across from me, and I remember that crooked wig, and the meeting was over, and he came running over to me. He goes, "Can I ask you something?" He goes, "I had a dream last night and I saw your face." I go, "No, not my face. It wasn't my face. I look like a lot of people." Okay. I said, he goes, "No." And he goes, "I need a sponsor." "No, you don't need, please, God, no." And this guy was so psychopathic, man. He goes, "No, all right, so..." At that point, okay, let's meet. And we talked a little bit, and I brought him to my house. And he was a financial advisor. He had some money, so he wasn't a broke guy. It wasn't like he was some guy off the streets. But here's what he did. Within 2 weeks, he bought a house right down the street from me. And he goes, "Because I want what you have. I want your house, I want the wife, I want the kids." Swear to God. This guy was a real stalker. He had some real issues. He's the only guy, I have never heard a fifth step that I have not been guilty of some form of what it's been on it, except this guy's. There's one, and that's the one guy, I don't know if I'd ever done that, but I tried, we all have a transvestite story, but he goes, "No, we all don't." And, so anyway, but even that guy, and God bless him, he passed away, but even that guy, and he got sober, and then God works through you in the strangest ways. And I remember him bringing my phone off the hook one day, man, because he was the guy that called and you go, oh, not Mike. Oh, geez, I don't want to answer that call. And just burning my phone up. And then finally, I go, all right, let me call Mike back. And I call him back. And he goes, Joe, you won't believe it. And I go, what? He goes, I'm in ABC Liquor standing in front of the vodka. Truth. I said, step away from the vodka. Get in your car right now and come to the house. Most of the times we help people, the help is coming through us. It's really not coming from us. If I've helped anybody, it's been God doing the work through you. You just happen to be in the way that I can use you to do that for. And but it is one of the greatest things. And if you're afraid to do it, I printed out a little booklet that I have that was an old format they used in the early 40s when AA was inundated with people. There were 5 cities in the U.S. This is historic. Indianapolis, Rochester, New York, Jacksonville, Florida, St. Louis, and I can't remember the other one. I think it was Washington, D.C. Because they were so inundated after the Saturday, or Reader's, what was it? Saturday Evening Post, after the article. So what they do is they would have a 6 o'clock meeting and all the newcomers would come, and they did in a group format, taking them through the steps. And it took 30 days. And then they were allowed to go upstairs to the real meeting at 8 o'clock, but they had to come back next week and be part of the sponsors. So they were imperatively working with other alcoholics constantly. So I have this format that was given to me. One guy put a workshop on, and I print them up and get them made up at Staples, and I give them to the new guys. It's kind of like a security blanket. They feel easier because it's the first one you sponsor. You always feel nervous. Oh, I don't know if I know. It's in the book. It's not, my first time sponsoring guys, I'm like, I'm telling them, they come to me with a work issue. Yeah, quit that damn job, My wife said this to me, leave her. She doesn't appreciate you, I'm giving advice, right? And I remember that the time I got my car. It wasn't a new car, it was an old beat up car, but it was my new car. And Frank goes, I want you to sponsor Ralph. Oh, no, not Ralph. He smells like stale beer and cigarettes. I don't need, because Frank was answering the phone at dinner. So go pick up Ralph. You're sponsoring Ralph. All right. Ralph. All right. I pick up Ralph, and he always smelled like beer and cigarettes. And, he fancied himself a carpenter. He goes, look at the telephone table I made for my mom. And he brought it out one day. It had 3 different legs, and they were all different sizes. The table was like, you wouldn't even put it in your house. That's beautiful, Ralph. Get in the car. And I take Ralph, I'm taking him to a meeting, and he throws up in the front seat of my car. And it wasn't pleasant smelling, okay? And I get all the way to the meeting. I am fuming. This is my new car. Wait till I get to the meeting. I'm going to tell Frank. And Frank, there was another guy that was another old timer there. And, Tom Oates was his name. And him and Frank were good friends. And they would sit together, like the Muppets, 2 old guys in the Muppets, right? And I go, wait till I get there. I'm going to tell Frank, and they're going to throw his ass out of AA because he doesn't even want sobriety, He threw up in my car, and I'm really angry. And we get to the meeting. I'm walking 10 steps ahead of him. I'm going to tell Frank. And what do you know? He gets to the meeting, and he plops down right between Tom and Frank. It sits in his seat. And I'm sitting across from him. And I'm going to wait till this meeting is over. I'm going to tell these guys will smell. And the meeting, it's over. We say the Lord's Prayer, and I beeline over there right afterwards. And before I could get there, Tom Oates has got Ralph in a bear hug. And he's hugging him, and he won't let go. And I get there in time to hear Tom say, Ralph, we love you. You just keep coming back. You're welcome here. Of course, I got there and paid up. Yeah, Ralph, we love you. Anyway, the adventures of sponsorship is wonderful. It's the most growing thing that you'll do here. And if it's done right, when AA is done right, it's a lot like making love. You don't know who's giving and who's getting. It's a two-way street. Okay? Because we're getting as much out of here. If you're getting anything, we're getting it. Right? And it's really done that way. The line is blurred between giving and getting in here. They're both the same. Right? Between giving and receiving. Do you have anything on sponsorship? Then I'll
Just a couple
touch-
of little things. Thank you, Joe. My fifth sponsor died in office. I had 11 years. And I thrashed around for about 2 weeks looking for a sponsor. I realized I don't know what I'm looking for. I prayed about it. And what I got was the inventory of the 5 men that sponsored me so far. As individuals, they were quite different, but they had common characteristics. So I could find those, know what I'm looking for. They were sober men who'd done the steps, who had a sponsor themselves, who were active in service, who would tell me the truth I did not want to hear, who laughed a lot. And there stood Ice Cream Steve. I said, Ice Cream, would you sponsor me? He said, no. Oh, call me tomorrow. I'll pray about it. And I called him the next day and he said, yeah, I'll sponsor you. And I said, Steve, I'm surrendered to you right this second. What's my program? So many meetings a week, so many jails, so many treatment centers a month, 86, 87, he laid it out. One of the things he gave me was the exact opposite, the former sponsor. I didn't even tell him. Started doing it the other way. A year later, I spoke at a conference in Mississippi. I mentioned that in the microphone. He heard the talk. He called me. He said, I've got you doing something exactly opposite what Don had you. I said, that's right. And he didn't ask me what it was. I didn't tell him, and I ain't telling you. Because that doesn't matter. What matters is my sponsor is final authority on my program of recovery. Because if he's not, I'm back to sponsoring myself. And I'm over on that. I don't see the word sponsor in the text. It's in some of the stories. But the concept of sponsorship is laid out clearly on page 96 in 2 sentences. Been talking for several pages about a 12-step call. Somebody thought they might have a little drinking problem. A couple of us showed up. We brought a book. We talked about our drinking. He talked about his. We laughed. We cried. Suppose you're now making your second visit to a man. So that was the first. Now we will define for me someone who is sponsorable. He's read this volume, says he's prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of recovery. So there's the definition of the program again. Have you ever tried to read something as your eyes move across the page, your mind moves across the universe? Read out loud. You'll trap your mind in a moment. To ask him to read it out loud. And to understand the steps are not part of the program, they are the program. He's prepared to go through with them. So that's someone who's sponsorable. Now we'll define sponsor. Having had the experience yourself, you give me much practical advice. What experience? Experience of going through the 12 steps. What advice? Advice on how to go through the 12 steps. Sponsorship in 2 sentences. There it is. I do not run the lives of the men I sponsor. I run their spiritual. I run their AA program. That's all I'm qualified to do. I'm wise counsel. If they come with a question, I don't give them an answer, but I make sure they've looked at all the possible options. One of the guys I sponsor has written some TV shows that you have seen. And he got crosswise with this producer one day, many days, this particular day. And he called me up, and he was just right over the edge. And I said, okay, what options is he? He said, well, I guess I could go back in there and tell her off and quit. I said, well, yeah, that's one. Or I guess I could just hunker down and keep taking it. I said, well, that's one. What else? He said, well, that's all I can think of. I said, well, I have several other options. You could go home and get your 12 gauge and blow her head off. It's an option. We need to talk about that so we can lay it aside. Commit suicide, jump out the window, floor on, second floor. Nah, it's just a broken leg. That's no good. Maybe you could go back and talk to some of the individuals who were in that meeting and ask them what they heard. Or maybe send them a text and ask them, were you off base? Maybe you walk back into her office and say, I don't like it when you and I are not on good terms. Please help me fix this. So you got a lot of options here. And then he picks. I don't. Because I don't have to live with the results he does. And unless he chooses the 12 gauge, I got to sign off on it. If it's inbound spiritually, I've got to sign off on it. That's really all I can do. He said several months later, he got another fight with her, and I thought, I just killed her, and he started laughing in the middle of a fight. He said, no, we talked about that. It was not going to do it. So I can do that. I'll give you Scott's 2 rules of sponsorship. Rule 1, if they're ready, I can't do it wrong. If they're not ready, I can't do it right. It ain't up to me.
Yep.
Yeah. Same concept as a fellow was about to go to speak at his first conference. He called me and said, what should I do? I said, remember rule 1 of the AA microphone. You can't hurt them. They're alcoholics. You may not help anybody, but you ain't going to hurt them. You don't have the power. It's really that simple. Rule 2 in sponsorship, if I take credit for the ones that make it, I get the blame for the ones that don't. Some of them are going to die and some are going to prison. So I don't take credit. The other piece that's terribly important, the book mentions it twice, is I must drop those who won't do what I ask. I think my first job as a sponsor is to love them. When I give love, I give God its highest gift. My second job is to take them through the steps at a pace that makes sense to me based on what I know about his life. If he can convince me he won't let me do job 2, job 1 remains to love him. Job 2 means to make it easy for him to come back because he ain't staying. He ain't staying. And I go to him with, and I do this more than once. I go to him and say, I have a great sadness. I have a very heavy heart. I'm not your sponsor because you're not allowing me to do the job because you're not doing what I ask. All negotiable on the front end, but you're not doing what I ask. And you're not in AA. You're in the fellowship, but you're not in the program. Perhaps 12 steps, you hadn't done them. This conversation may not be for you, it's for me. Because I don't think what you're doing is going to work. I hope it does, but I don't think it will. And if it doesn't, when you go back out, something terrible could happen to you. And I'm going to have people sleep knowing I told you the truth. I do not, if I let him just fade away, he can sit on that bar stool and say to himself, no reason to go back to AA. I tried AA and I had a good sponsor. It didn't work for me. No reason to go back. If I don't tell him that, I've signed his death warrant. My job is to make it easier for him to come back, and the first piece of that is to make sure he knows he was never here. I have to tell him. I'm always saying, no, God, no, don't drop me. I'll do anything. I say, great. The definition of anything hasn't changed. I'll be glad to give it to you again. This is what I expect. This is what you can expect. And I'll do that several times, and then I'll make it stick. If he's somebody who goes out a number of times, I tell him, if you go out again without talking to me first, that's not a voicemail, it's not a text, it's not an email. If you go back out without talking to me again, it will be the clearest of all possible indications that I'm not the right sponsor for you. And if you make it back, I'll help you find another sponsor. Because I don't want to continue to co-sign a revolving door. Because the door doesn't always swing both ways. And I do not want to be his sponsor of record when he goes back out and kills himself. I just don't. One of the questions that came in is about sponsorship. If you take on a new sponsee who has relapsed after working, quote, the 12 steps with another sponsor, do you go through the steps with him again? I think it's a fabulous question. And I would say trust your gut. You and God are a great team if you can both remember which one's captain. It's been reported to me that one of you has a problem with that occasionally. I'm not sure which one it is. But trust your gut. And the first thing I do with somebody who's been back out is I say, and I never tell anybody to drink again. I say, tell me about the week before you came to AA, if they're thinking about drinking. I don't tell them to go drink and find out. Some of them are going to die. No, I tell them, tell me about the week before you came to AA, because that's where you're going. You're thinking about the early days when it was working. You ain't going there. That's not available. That's not available. And so somebody's relapsed. Tell me about the week before you relapsed. What was your meeting count? Did you talk to your sponsor? Did you tell them the truth? Were you carrying the message? What was I got questions. There's a hole. Let's find the hole and plug it. That's where I would start. And trust your gut. I think that's fabulous. We've got some. I'm going to go ahead and get into the basket here, Joe. If that's all right with you?
Okay.
There's some good questions in here. Those are for me. You get the bad ones. This one says, I get a little, and then there's 3 dots. When the Lord's Prayer is recited in meetings, I appreciate the prayer in other settings. I guess there's a problem with praying the Lord's Prayer in meetings. That's a common problem with people. And in some ways, I can see it as a violation of the 6th tradition. My home group, just a few months ago, changed, and we don't use the Lord's Prayer anymore. What we do is our chairperson either chooses the 3rd step prayer, the 7th step prayer, or the St. Francis prayer, and we close with those. This is page 564. You see where tradition 7 long form starts, 3 or 4 lines above that. While an AA group may cooperate with anyone, such cooperation ought never go so far as affiliation or endorsement, actual or implied. An AA group can bind itself to no one. And I can see the argument against it. And yet I'm very much in love with that particular prayer. And we're going to be praying it here in a few minutes. But I can understand it. If it's a problem for you, I'd like to recommend you take it to the next business meeting at your home group and see if they will change. My home group did. I did not vote in favor of the change, but I bow to the group conscience. I have to. You got something on that, Joe?
No, but I have something I want to take a couple minutes on that I would be remiss if I didn't. Yeah, I just want to touch base because probably one of the most important things is, and it's in step 12, and it's not about working with others, it's about practicing these principles because, when my wife and I got back together and I had to take a look at some of my behavior and in that next trip through the steps, it talks about in the sexual inventory, we shape a new sane and sound ideal. Well, I had to find out what ideal I was operating on. It didn't work, and what would a new sane and sound ideal look like in all my areas. And I'll just start with the relationship issues because I had that, and I was doing some things, that my idea about a good relationship was wrong, and I was wrong about a lot of things. But I didn't discover that until my 7 years going through the steps again with Don Major, and at that time, I took a look. He says, well, what do you think is a good relationship? Well, a good relationship is based on 50-50. We should be compromising. And he said, well, how did it work out? Well, it didn't. And I was wrong. I mean, the problem with 50-50, and I saw this, is that if it's 50-50, I'm keeping score. That's the problem. And I'm going to put my 50 in, but once I'm sure you got your 50 in. Right? And I'm going to let you know if it's not in. And so for me, it's got to be 100%. And when we got back together, that was, we were committed to each other. We were committed to this relationship. And I was committed to that. It talks about it, and there's a guiding principle in step 9. It says, praying for their happiness to be uppermost in our mind. That's a good guiding principle for me and anybody I deal with. And, in 11th step, it talks about we think about the 24 hours ahead. If I ask God to help me be a good husband, what that means is say, be kind, speak kindly to her. Think about it, be thoughtful. What can I help her with today? There's a much better chance that I accidentally will get the bell rung, right? that I'll be that. And then I had to think about why it was my job. I had got fired from my job. What's my idea about work? What's my idea about, and I thought about my idea about work. Well, what's your concept about work? Well, my idea is, an honest day's dollar for an honest day's work, right? What does that look like? Well, it looks like getting there. If I'm supposed to be at work at 9, I get there at 9, right? And I do what I'm paid to do. And if I'm supposed to leave at 5, I leave at 5. And I'm going to remind the boss as often as I can that he's not paying me enough, that I need a raise, try and get as much from him as possible. Now, that might be good for normal people, but we're not normal people. I'm not normal people. And I said, okay, so at this point, and it even talks about it, how about taking this in the 11th step, and it talks about making your job an act of service as part of your recovery. Can we take this same attitude into our workplaces, into our homes? At this time, I was beaten down enough to where I became willing. And I'm going to try this. And I was working that crummy little job, right? And the miracle happened. I fell in love with that job. And it's a commission job. And if you don't know what commission is, you don't sell, you don't eat. But what I did was I started practice. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to put the money aside. And in my business today, when I hire people, that's what I tell them. You can come to work for me, but I want you to put the calculator away. I promise you the money will come if you do the right thing. Build your reputation and the money will come. Don't build your business, build your reputation. Build your character. Be the person people want to do business with. And you'll be a success. The third step promises a success. It says you will not, but you're going to have to redefine success. It says you will learn how to live life successfully. And I had to have a different attitude towards that. I had to have a different attitude towards money. And at that point, it was, I'm that guy. I have no problem making it. I just have a hard time keeping it, right? And when my wife and I got back together again, and I started that little business, I remember when we got back together, and this thought would have terrified me, but I gave my wife the checkbook. It's out of my hands. I'm not a good money manager, right? And I swear, I have never in the 27 years we've been together, looked at our bank account. Don't even have the app to check it. And for the first couple of years, she put me on an allowance. Here's what you get. I was packing lunches and got an allowance a week, and I did the same thing with my business partner, and I had a different idea about the partnership. And I thought, my job is to make him successful. If I make him successful, same principle you talked about, Scott, I'll be successful. I don't have to worry about me. And we started our business. I said, hey, we're going to operate on this principle. Everybody gets to win. Nobody gets to lose. Win, win, win. If one person loses, we all lose. And I made a decision, we did together, and I said, we will not have one unhappy person come through our door. And I realized it's a decision. That's all it is. No matter what it takes, I can live up to that. It may be painful sometimes, it may cost a few bucks. But my goal is to make everybody that came through happy, not oversell, not undersell, not overfix, not underfix. And I want them to, and we do everything they came in for, and we're going to do one extra thing for free. And when they walk down this is the picture we painted of our business. When they walk out the front door, I want them to get halfway down the sidewalk and scratch their head going, Jesus, those people were nice. Create raving patience. And that's what we do today. And it's been blessed beyond our ability. The little business turned into a real business, and I hire, most of the people that I hire are my best people, are all people in the program. And I have some requirements. You got every year sober, and I look for people that are doing the deal, that are in the game. Because if you're in the game here, you're in the game in life. You'll be good at life. The blessings will start to come. And these people, I've taken people I'm known in Florida, because a lot of times when you have felonies and legal problems, you have to go before a board of health, the Department of Health, to get approval. So my reputation in Florida is I'm the guy that hires felons, right? Because we've been before the board many times to plead our case, this guy. And one of the guys, Matt Kramer, when I took him before the board to plead his case, and I was going to speak for him, and luckily I didn't. He spoke. And here's what he said. They said, well, you've got this issue, and they brought it up, and he was before the board. And he said, I'm an Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was an alcoholic and an addict. And I thank God I found Alcoholics Anonymous, because otherwise I'd still be an alcoholic or an addict. And my life has changed, whether I get this job or not. My life is so much better because I found this program. Okay, give him his license. And that really helped me have a reputation, so they buy into a lot of the guys I bring before them. And a lot of these guys have gotten, and I realize, and there's times I felt guilty sometimes of the success that has come, and I realize it's not my success. It's only my success because it comes through me. I've got to give people out of sober houses. I'm talking dozens and dozens of guys that were living in sober houses, homeless, drunks, alcoholics, addicts, now have families, cars, homes, and a life. And people used to say, well, aren't you, because I would bring them on, and then they would take what they got and they'd go start their own business. I say, don't you get mad when they take, what you've taught them and they go start a business? Because most of the competition in the state of Florida is my competition. I trained them. I say, no, you can't steal what's free. Can't steal anything that's free. And now I don't always live up to that. And I don't want you to think that my little butt doesn't get puckered every time somebody screws me over. But I don't stay in that. I've got a way out. We've got a design for living that works in rough going. And this is a way to deal with these little issues. And so my finances, my work life, my romantic life has changed drastically by finding these new principles that I could live by. And you know what? We all know what those principles are. Down deep inside of every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. And I said it earlier. I said, the worst thing, the thing I hate to hear the most is when somebody says, you know the right thing to do. Because we do. When we stop putting us first, we really do know the right thing to do. When I raise my consciousness high enough to where you exist, I get to know the right thing to do. When I'm not the sole person living in the world and just trying to get what I'm after all the time. When I It's one of the blessings that have come to me through this program. Not voluntarily, but it has come to me. You know, I've found this, so if you're new, take it easy on yourself. You don't really work the steps, they work you. Thanks.
What keeps your program strong when life gets busy or stressful? I have to make a decision. When I was new, I didn't have time for morning prayer and meditation. I kept trying. I just couldn't. I finally found the problem wasn't in the morning. The problem was the night before. We talk a lot about the next right thing. There's a last right thing. It is to go to bed at a reasonable hour and set my alarm so I can get a full night's rest and have time tomorrow morning to start my day on a spiritual basis. Don't do the last right thing tonight, can't do the first right thing tomorrow. I was working on the wrong problem. It's one of the things I do best. The stress in my experience is all self-induced. There's either a God there isn't. I'm sitting in his lap or I'm not. Make a choice. Stress is all self-induced. You got some on that, Joe?
Nope. Sounds good.
Well, let's try you on another one then. How about that? How do you stop overgiving or people-pleasing while still being of service?
You know, I don't know if I find that I've heard it called, you know what alchemy is?
Yeah.
Alchemy was a medieval term used for, like Merlin the magician, where it was a half science, half magic, right? Where the guys were, the famous example is that they could turn lead into gold. And tell me that your life, you know, the people pleasing that we thought about, wanting to gain people's approval, was a defect when I was out there. But in here, wanting to please people and help them becomes a virtue, an asset. God has used the same defects to help people. Our men's retreat, the name of our men's retreat is called Brothers in Our Defects. That's a Bill W. quote. He says, we are much more brothers in our defects than we are brothers in our virtues. And it's by sharing our cracked spots, our broken places, that we help each other and that we heal each other. And that's all we've tried to do all weekend long here, is not try and teach. We tried to share our broken places. And that if it worked for me, it could work for you. Like Bill said, never mind my ideas of miracles. There sat a miracle directly across from me. That's how we come to believe. You know, that's how you got into me. Well, God, if it works for them, maybe it could work for me. Who knows?
I think it's important we don't take away the drunk's misery. He needs it. I've been kind of well known in our fellowship for a while to get phone calls from people they don't know. A frequent one is, I've been giving some money to help this particular alcoholic. He wants more, should I give it to him? And I return with a question. Is what you're doing helping him get better, helping him get sick? 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. Thank you very much. That's all I need. Yeah. It's a good question. It's a really good question. In the amends process, what qualifies as causing harm?
Well, you're going to need help on this one. It talks about, you can't go doing your amends without some guidance, and it talks about guidance in the book, because I'm not going to go, there's some amends that sometimes I get a lot of guys that want to go make amends to their ex-girlfriends.
Whoops.
Right, and I would go, listen, the best thing you could ever do for her is never contact her again. She got away from you, right?
Yeah.
What are you bringing to that relationship besides stalking skills and felonies?
I think if it's something that's eating on your spirit, then you need to talk to your sponsor about it. That's what I would say. It says here, in the old days, alcoholics with money put funds together to help people in early recovery financially. Do you believe in this still? Do we loan money or give money, or is that enabling? Please comment. I think we just talked about that. Don't take away the drunk's misery.
Yeah.
Don't take away his misery. He's got to have it. That's why he's here. I need to work on being judgmental. Always judge something good or bad. Thank you. For me, it's been the prayer each morning that I talked about earlier. I don't pray that I don't judge any people or any situations. And that includes me. That was one of the hardest ones, to stop judging myself. You got something on that, Joe?
Yeah, he said he needs to work on, or he or she needs to work on being judgmental. You don't need to work on it. It comes natural.
How can I save 10% or more on my car insurance?
Did they really write that?
Stop getting DUIs. Get a sponsor and work the steps. It'll
That's
work
funny.
for you. It's worked for all the rest of us. What'd you do? Did you keep that one?
No, I just put it down here.
Okay. What is the ultimate goal when you speak, and how do you prepare?
Okay, there's some people that do prepare. I'm not, as you've heard about my high school, I'm not a preparer. I don't think I ever read a book in a school, and I've had to come from that sponsorship line. And I'm not saying what works for you. I'm jealous of people who can prepare. And I know people who can. I can't. It messes me up because then I try and recite. And I don't want to recite. And I don't know what I'm going to bring. And I don't really know what's going to come out. And my prayer this morning was, please, and we talked about it right before we got here this morning. What are we going to do today? I said, I just prayed that whatever comes out is something somebody needed to hear. And I don't know where it's going to go after that. And if I'm okay, sometimes you'll find that it's your turn to be an idiot. Just hope it's not today.
When I've been given a topic, I tend to prepare. I did one on God's will last week. I did one on fear 2 weeks ago, and sat down and gathered some thoughts. I had some bullet point notes to just be sure, and I've been working out some notes here on that amends thing. I got way too many nuggets that I think I don't want to trust what's left up here to bring that. When I tell my story, I just stand up and let you have it. But years ago, it was suggested to me that I invite God to the process, like we talked about. So what is my mission? I asked Sandy Beach what was his mission when he approached an AA microphone. He said it was to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. That's classic Sandy. But I asked myself, what's my mission? I'm a step salesman. My mission is to try to convince somebody who has not done the steps to go ahead and do them. That's what I've been in this chair trying to do for a day and a half. That's why I'm here, because that's where the magic was for me. Go ahead.
You helped me on this a lot early on when I started getting invited, and a lot of it had to do with Scott. And you have to be, he said to me, you have to be careful. This makes something in you, this microphone will make something in you grow that should be shrunk.
Oh. Yeah, I have an alter ego I call Saint Scott of the microphone. A rather ugly fellow.
Yes.
Yes.
I was 1 month out of that treatment center, and Frank said, I'm going to take you to a conference, and this was the Daytona Beach Spring Roundup, 1,000 people. And I had never been to one. I was brand new in AA. This was not my, and Frank paid for the room and says, come on, I'll take you with, because I had nothing. I'm living with Mom. And I went, 1,000 people in the room, all dressed up, happy, and celebrating recovery. And the first two speakers, one was Ray O'Keefe, which I'm going to read something from Ray because I love that.
Great.
And the other was Clancy.
Yeah.
And then Barney from San Diego. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember him. And boy, I was just struck. I go, this is Alcoholics Anonymous? What the hell are these people doing here? And I remember listening to those speakers. I thought, God, that's what I want. I wanted, but I really wanted to be the star, is what I wanted. But I know now, right? But I know now what it is I wanted. And this is what I pray for today. I want to make people feel the way they made me feel. Yeah. They made me want to go to my next meeting. And that's what I tell the guys in detox. My job is, I hope I make you want to go to a meeting when you get out of here. Just your next meeting. Then you're in God's hands from there.
What is your advice to someone just starting AA and the 12 steps?
Oh, what was that?
Welcome back.
Right.
What is your advice to someone just starting AA and the 12 steps?
God, I'll tell you. First of all, I talked about it, feelings. Don't judge this thing by your feelings. And that's the hard thing, because we've been judging everything by our feelings. And at 35 years, if you were to say, put into one word, what was probably the single attribute, if you could, one of the most important, it may not be the single most important, but it is the one most important to me for this to stay in this process. It's commitment. See, when I commit, it also comes with honesty, loyalty, service. It's all wrapped up in that word, commitment. I don't know that, but that's what happens, and you start, all right, I'll do this. I remember a day I thought about, I'm done with AA. I want to drink. And then, Frank, you can't drink. You're making coffee tonight at the meeting. Shit, right after that, I'm drinking. And you make it to the meeting, and the meeting changes you again. Just the next step, doing this stuff.
Yeah, I'd co-sign that along with get a sponsor that has those characteristics I talked about and let them take you through this work. Especially the parts you're sure are designed to punish you. You could be wrong about that. I was.
Sure.
The steps I was the most afraid of, 4, 5, and 9, did me the most good. Yeah. This one says, can you please tell me the verbiage you use when you make amends to a person again? I guess that's for me. I was as good a friend to you as I could have been. I believe I've done some damage. I'm living a better life now, and I'm trying to repair all those things. You need to tell me how I harmed you. What can I do to make it better? Something along that line. God will give you the words.
Yeah.
You just take the willingness to the party. That's all you got to bring. Go
And
ahead.
the great thing about the amends that we forgot to mention is not only is it a freedom for us, but you set them free from their resentment or whatever you might be on their 4-step list.
I owe an amend. I terribly used a lady many, many years ago, and no way to find her. I've written her a letter. But one of the things that occurred to me, I don't know what the standard unit of measure of pain is, but I can tell you it took every one of them to get me to turn toward the light. Some people come to recovery because they feel the heat, others because they see the light. I'm a heat type, right? I came to save my job. And the heat will bring you here, but it will not keep you here. You're going to have to develop a hunger for the light. And once you get that, it will change everything. And so I make peace with the fact that maybe that damage I did to her was part of her grand total of pain she needed to turn toward the light. That idea has brought me some solace. I've got some amends I'd like to make that I can't. I've done the letters, and it's all I can do. And because it's all I can do, it is enough. It is enough. Then it says, what's the difference between being sober and actually being emotionally sober?
What's the what? Difference?
Difference between being sober and actually being emotionally sober. We'll let you know if we get there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I heard Danny Brown one time when he was sharing. He goes, one of my sponsees, and Danny's like at the time 38 years sober, and the sponsee asked him, he says, how long does it take to get over this selfishness? And he said, well, I know it's longer than 38 years.
Me. Yeah. I think maybe sober is simply not ingesting things that affect me from the neck up. Emotionally sober is at least at some level focused on trying to be of service to somebody else. For me, I think that would be the difference.
Good questions, though.
Yeah, these are great questions.
They are, really.
How do you know if it's time to change something in your prayer and meditation or to stay consistent?
Well, that's a good question because I'm always looking to grow that prayer and meditation life. And because I'm so ADD, I'm that guy, I read probably 12, 15 books, snippets out of 12, 15 books, 2 pages out of the big book every day. Mm-hmm. And my prayer and meditation life was it was non-existent. When I first started, Frank just said, pray. He bought me a daily reflections. So read this book. Okay. He says, and then he asked me, are you reading the daily reflections? Yeah, I got it right next to the toilet. I read it every morning. He goes, oh, so you read it when you're going to the bathroom? He says, so you multitask God? And I said, well, I didn't think of it that way, but today my prayer and meditation life is so vital. I would not skip it. I don't like doing it in a hotel room, but I do it. I do it mine outdoors. And it's somehow I feel more at peace when I'm sitting outdoors. No matter how cold, warm, I'll bundle up. My wife and I both do, and we take our own private time, and then we'll do a prayer and meditation together. But it sometimes takes an hour, maybe even an hour longer if I can, and I love it. I'm in a place. Here's what happens: I wake up in the disease because I'm, undisciplined all night long in my head. So I go from fear of impending doom, and at the end of that, I don't stop my meditation until I'm in joyous anticipation.
I have everything I need to retire except for the money. And I'm working part-time at 2 different treatment centers, but generally it's on into the day. My morning ritual runs something close to 2 hours now. I am reading from 12 or 13 books, just a page or two.
Yeah.
I got several of the daily reflections. I'm reading 2 pages a day in the big book. I've got a number of other things, and they're from all kinds of things. I'm reading one on the Talmud. I just finished one by the Dalai Lama, quotations from the Dalai Lama. I mean, I'm a seeker. When I come across somebody like Joe who's got a whole bunch of them, I want to know what he's reading.
Yep.
Because as I finish one, I lay it down and pick up something else. I realized a few months ago that I have written this magnificent prayer. Oh, you would be in tears. And, yeah, good, someone got it. And I realized a few months ago that it's rote. And so I prayed about that. I said, I don't want to be rote. I want to communicate with you. And yet I think a lot of these things are important. So I asked for help on that. I talked to people around me about that. And I think it's always time to change. I think there's always another level. That's one of the greatest things for me about recovery. There's always another level. There was a moment this morning when I was asleep. The very next moment I was awake. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I was more awake. When I finished my first cup of coffee, I was more awake. When I finished my prayer and meditation, I was more awake. Spiritual awakening is of that nature. And there's always another one. There is always another one. I got one a few days ago. So I just try to stay open to it and stay in touch with guys like this. I've got this phenomenal number of astonishing individuals in my life, and just stay current with them. Just simply tell them what's going on and see what they're doing. See what I can learn. This is, how do I decide who goes on my 4-step list? I don't want to put every single person I've ever met. Hated everybody, wish there was more of them. The resentment portion of my first inventory, I believe, was 168 names. It needed to be more. The shortest list I've ever seen I thought was complete was about 40. It was a 16-year-old kid, and he wasn't that angry. The longest list I've seen was 1,200. I've seen that twice. I've seen it twice. And the question is, how free do you want to be? I think that's the question. This thing about praying and getting free of resenting them is just a little bit more important than life or death. How free do you want to be?
Luckily, when I had that second surrender, and I've had a lot more since, but I had that second surrender and worked my steps with Don Major. I heard Don sharing about resentment, the 4th step, and he said something one time. He said, resentment is the number 1 offender. He goes, I don't really know if I agree with that. And I said, that's me. I didn't care enough about people to have resentments. I was so self-absorbed. The truth is that I used you up and then just went on to somebody else. And that's really what happened. And I found a way of living with you being out of my life and never took a look at the wrongs, no such sort of self-examination. But luckily, because that was his issue also, he helped me and he said, did you know that jealousy and envy are forms of resentment? I said, oh, I got a bunch of those, like everybody I've ever met, because I felt so less than, so deficient. I've always secretly been jealous or envious. It didn't matter of what state in life you were at. If you were even a lot less than what I considered myself, if you started to get good, I was just so threatened all the time.
He's mentioned Don Major a number of times. That name ought to be on that list. If you don't recognize the name, Don Major, Louisville, Kentucky, maybe the best we will ever have on step 6 and 7.
Yeah.
He was absolutely an astonishing individual. I happen to know him well, too. This one says emotional sobriety question mark. Camouflage selfishness with service. I think I need to take loving actions and quit worrying about my motive. I told you, I got to get out of the motive business and simply take the actions that are prescribed. And then it works. I don't need to figure out why.
Right. Frank said, if I follow you around with a video camera, can I take that CD to court and convict you of being a good member of AA? So it's not about how you feel, it's just what you're doing.
Yeah.
Don Major says that whatever I feel will not leave a footprint on reality. It's only what I do will leave a footprint on reality.
Yeah. And do follows be. If I can't figure out what to do, I mean, make sure I be the guy I'm supposed to be. I always apologize. I'm apologizing now before I share this one with you. Because knowledge is a terrible thing. Once you have it, you can't put it back. You're going to be stuck with this. Can't figure out what to do. Do A or do B? Can't figure it out. Ask myself a question. Which would I prefer to do? Well, I'd rather do A. Well, that means B is the right answer. Because if A were the right answer, there'd be no dilemma.
Right.
I'm sorry, but you're stuck with B for the rest of your life because there's no way to go back and not know that.
Frank told me, he says, well, if you don't know whether to go left or right, just go right. I go, well, Frank, what if I'm supposed to go left? He goes, don't worry, 3 lefts make a right.
I'm toward the end. You want to read something?
Sure.
Is
Okay.
that what you said?
That man I was talking about, and if you get a chance, these are all men that have passed away, but these were men that left their footprint on us. And this is one of my favorite pieces of literature in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's called The Member's Eye View. And if you haven't read this, read it. It's a lecture done by a member of Alcoholics Anonymous at UCLA in California to a staff and students who were studying to become social workers. Explain it. It's called The Member's Eye View of Alcoholics Anonymous. And Ray O'Keefe would end, this is the first time I heard him talk, this is what blew me away. And there's nobody around doing it. That reminds us of this, and this is what he read. And this was, when this talk was originally given at UCLA, I think it was the Sunday before Easter, right? And it says, this coming Sunday, in the churches of many of us, there will be read that portion of the Gospel of Matthew, which recounts the time when John the Baptist was languishing in the prison of Herod. And hearing of the works of his cousin Jesus, he sent 2 of his disciples to say to him, art thou he who has come, or shall we look for another? And Christ did as he so often did. He did not answer them directly, but he wanted John to decide for himself. And so he said to the disciples, go and report to John what you have heard and what you have seen. That the blind see, that the lame walk, that the lepers are cleansed, that the deaf hear, and that the dead rise. The poor have the gospel preached to them. And back in my childhood catechism days, I was taught that the poor in this instance did not only mean the poor in material sense, but also meant the poor in spirit. And those who burned with an inner hunger and an inner thirst, and that the word of the gospel meant, quite literally, the good news. More than 16 years ago, 4 men, my boss, my physician, my pastor, and the one friend I had left, working singularly and together, maneuvered me into AA. Tonight, if they were to ask me, tell us what you did find, I would say to them what I say to you now. I can tell you only that I have heard what I have heard and seen. It seems that the blind do see, that the lame walk, that the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, and the dead rise. And over again, in the middle of the darkest night of the longest day, the poor in spirit have the good news told to them. God grant that it always may be so.
I want to close with a story. I'm going to first share with you the great truth. A lot of people think they know this, and they really don't. And the great truth is, in the long run, we're all dead. Okay, we are just passing through here. I am temporary duty here. And a number of years ago, actually about 36 years ago, I was sitting at my desk one night typing, and all of a sudden I got a twinge in my lower back. Within 15 minutes, I was in pain I did not know was available. I did not know you could hurt like that and remain conscious. It's called writhing in pain. You probably heard the term. It means the pain is so severe that though you know moving won't change it, you can't stop moving. And I'm being driven to the hospital doing anything to try to break that pain. And it occurred to me, I'd offered God my will in my life at step 3. I'd never offered him my death, so I did. I said, because I thought I might be dying. I said, I'm not asking to go. If it's your will and my time, take me. My fear of death has been gone since then. My best friend and I are both currently between wives, or we're unwifed. We're not sure. Anyway, but we're out of the wife business currently. And we took these 2 young ladies on a date. I told you I'm on a liquid diet. I can eat anything if I can liquefy it. And this Mexican restaurant has got ground beef enchilada. It's really ground fine. Take a small bite, wash it down with some iced tea. We're doing really good. I thought, man, I bet I can eat a piece of cheese. I lost that bet. And it stuck halfway down, wouldn't go either way. It upset my friends very much. Let me tell you what came through my mind. I guess I'm going to die in a Mexican restaurant. So I think my fear of death is still gone. We have this wonderful word for death. We say, he passed. I believe life is a school and love is a subject. And I believe everyone passes. They say you're not getting out here alive. We are. If I think of myself as this body, death looks like the ultimate bad deal. If I think of myself as a spirit that inhabits the body, it changes everything. It changes it from the ultimate bad day to moving day, where I will move out of, and then our language does that. I'm 6 feet tall, I have gray hair, I have blue eyes. The language says I'm the body. I'm not. I'm the spirit that currently inhabits the body. And that makes death, the word we use, a rebirth. It's moving day. Well, I'm going to move out of this beat-up efficiency apartment into a universe and more. They tell me there's a storm on Jupiter twice the size of Earth. I want to see it up close. I want to know why it's there. I want to travel the stars. I want to walk through the pearly gates and hug my mother again and thank her and my dad and my mentors that I know are there waiting. There's nothing to be afraid of. Death was created by the very same God who created smallmouth bass, vanilla ice cream, and sex. Good job. Thank you. I've seen this work. And it is therefore good not to be afraid of, but to be eagerly anticipated. I'm excited about dying. I think it's the greatest adventure. I'm excited about it. I'm not eager, but I'm excited about it. I'm going to share an experience I had a number of years ago. I spoke at a conference, and an older gentleman called me off to the side. And he said, oh, no one's been able to answer this. I hope maybe you can. I said, well, probably not, but I'll take a swing at it. He said, my wife of 40 years was in hospice, and we knew it wasn't going to be long. We were still very much in love, and all the words had been said. And I saw her exhale for the last time, and I knew that's what it was. And a few moments later, I got this magnificent euphoric feeling all over my body. I don't have words. It lasted for a minute or two, and it dissipated very quickly. What do you think that was? I said, I know what that was. Her spirit gave your spirit one more full hug before she departed for heaven. And he burst into tears, and so did I. There's a guy in Atlanta I sponsored for many, many years, and he was diagnosed with cancer in his lungs back last summer. They say they had a couple of years, but it was moving a lot faster than they thought it was. And I went down in January and visited with him, sat on his back porch, and I asked him, what's your mission as you go through this? And he said, my mission is to not let my kids find out how much pain I'm in. Don't you love him? And I told him that story that I just told you. That was on a Saturday afternoon. Monday, I'm back at home. I'm an old man. I'm lights out at 7:30 at the latest. My phone rings at 8:30. And I answer, and because it's him. It's not him, it's his son. And he says, we're at the hospital. They said, Dad will not make it through the night. He can no longer talk because of the way it's eating up his lungs, but he can hear and he's conscious. Would you talk to him again? I said, sure. And he put it down by his dad's ear, and I loved on him, and I reminded him of the story. And I went to sleep. Woke up about 5:20 the next morning, pretty common for me. Quick trip to the bathroom, hit the start button on the coffee pot, and began my love meditation. Some minutes into the love meditation, I got this amazing euphoric feeling all over my body. I don't have words. And I thought, that's Jack Pierce. He's passed. He's given me a hug before he moves on. An hour or so later, I walked into my office and opened up my emails. He died at 5:41 that morning. I have told my closest friends and my family members that when I pass, if the God of love will allow it, I will come give them one more hug, my spirit to theirs, before I depart. I think it's one of the best decisions I've ever made. We've invited God, and I believe he's come. I think it might be real appropriate for us all to take a few moments and thank him. And then I'd like to very slowly, I say again slowly, whisper the Lord's Prayer. I'd note that amen is the last word. After amen, let your spirit out of your body and feel the love in this room. There's an awful lot here. I'll let you know when that second moment of silence is over. Let's thank him. Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God bless us all. Thank you. Safe travel. Thank you all again for allowing us to do this. It's been great. But you hadn't heard me do that, had you, on death?